22 on his back. In he comes and bowls to Hassan, edges and caught. So Ian Holland has struck with his first ball of the season. It was slightly...
Wright is in to bowl to Byram, who drives this one through point. He'll get runs here. He may get 4. It's a long...
on his face as in goes Holland and bowls down the leg side. Helped nicely on its way by Byram, who picks up his third. In bowls very full this time, and Byram plays it really nicely. It was full just outside. People will know what he means. In goes Holland, big drive down into the ground and over.
Feast 2 will be facing Scriven, is on 9, and that's played fine, and will race to the Scriven coming in. Penultimate ball of the over. That's driven nicely through the gap this time.
In past the umpire. Balls nicely driven, nicely timed, and nicely placed by Byram. Figures 46 for 1. Next ball played nicely by Byram through the offside, this time backward of square. It's
handed Eddie Byram, who's on strike, coming in past the umpire, bowls, and that's a good length delivery, but that has been Scriven to Eddie Byram, who's in, and that's again past the slip cordon, and Zainul Hassan Scriven coming in, and that's a good length ball. There's a shout, and he's out leg before Sam Northeast falls. It looked a good length. Coming in, trudging in from the River Taff end, bowls, and that sprung up on Carlson.
Is in and bowls over, pitched on the leg side and clipped away very nicely by
Green. Bowls, and there's a big appeal. Has Byram gone? Yes, he has. That is the one that Leicestershire wanted. Ben Green has struck, finding the outside edge of...
Changes his angle of attack, goes around the wicket and bowls, and he's driven. It's over pitched and he's driven out.
Hopefully the rest of the game is Carlson's clipped that one off his legs, and he'll pick up a boundary because it's fine off fine leg as the ball runs up off the advertising hoardings, and
It's good morning, Borodar, to our two match umpires, Mark Newell and Tom Love. And Borodar, good morning as well to the Glamorgan team, led into the field by captain Sam Northeast. And Borodar, good morning as well to the two not-out factors from Leicestershire, Ben Mike and Sol Budinger.
Good morning from your BBC Sport team here at Sophia Gardens, day 2 of the Rothesay County Championship Division 2 match between Glamorgan and Leicestershire, where the Foxes are well placed at 65 for 1 in reply to Glamorgan's rather below par 229 all out. The main protagonists of day 1, Chris Cook with 55 was top scorer for Glamorgan, and there were 3 wickets apiece for Ian Holland and Ben Mike, both of whom doing duty at the top of the batting order. Ian Holland is back in the pavilion and Ben Mike is at the wicket with Sol Budinger and Richard Ray alongside me. News of Rishi Patel not too good, Richard.
No, good morning everybody. Had a chat to Rishi last night, not too downcast but fairly philosophical about his situation, but he had his x-rays and he has to go and see a specialist is what he said, and he is most unlikely as a consequence to play any further part in the game. So the Foxes relying on their reasonably strong batting order without their opening batsman.
So he was hit on the hand while fielding in the slips very early in the game.
Yeah, 10 minutes into the season basically.
And a dislocation has put him probably out of the game.
Right thumb.
Here's Shoaib Bashir to open proceedings for Glamorgan, his second over of county championship cricket for his lone county, and Mike pushes forward and defends out on the offside, and there is no run. Edward Bevan will be joining us in around about half an hour's time. He is the other member of our commentary team today, as Bashir is in to bowl and Mike is pushing forward. This Bashir's second outing in Glamorgan colours. He did play in the unofficial warm-up against Cardiff UCCE. The students only got 1 wicket, got a little bit of tap, partly off Ben Kellaway. As Bashir bowls and Mike pushes forward and defends. As you can probably tell, there's a bit of breeze around this morning to go with the sunshine. It's hopefully warming up a bit during the course of the day as Bashir bowls, and that's steered away backward of square on the offside for the first run of the morning for Ben Mike. He's 19, 66 for 1. Effectively for 2, with Patel unlikely to bat, particularly in this innings, I guess. And Budinger comes on to strike. A short leg is posted, and Bashir, the tall 6'4", 21-year-old off spinner, goes around the wicket from this Cathedral Road end in the sunshine, tosses it up, and Budinger is forward. Chris Cook, who I spoke to last night for a BBC interview, said Bashir was different gravy. Could tell his class straight away. Got a bit of turn in that over he bowled last night as Bashir bowls, and Budinger is forward. Just a single off the over. Leicestershire are 66 for 1.
No obvious turn for the off spinner. Lovely shape to the deliveries, lovely loop. Tall young man. Be interesting to see if he bowls a long spell this morning, whether it's just a little early experiment to see if there's anything in the wicket for him. But this is an important little spell, isn't it, for Van der Hoek, and very much the leader of this particular Glamorgan attack. And they need him to pick up an early wicket or 2 preferably. Big chance for Ben Mike this. of the order.
For Leicester listeners, there'll be radio coverage this evening of Leicester Tigers game up at Glasgow in the European knockout stages. 8 o'clock kick-off there on 5 Sports Extra as well as BBC Radio Leicester.
Is Glasgow one of those plastic pitches?
Yes.
I don't like watching rugby on those. Somehow it doesn't feel quite the same. Van der Hoogten is in, bowls to Ben Mike on off stump. Bang on line, bang on length, straight away. Probably about 4/5 pace, and Mike on the back foot defends it out into the offside.
They've got one just down the road here at Cardiff Arms Park. I think it was a commercial necessity, really, given the way the grass pitch used to get churned up.
I do get that, I understand that sort of side of it, but it doesn't sort of somehow feel quite the same. Van der Hoogten bowls, Mike steers him, punches it away through the offside for 4, nicely timed. Just that extra inch or 2 of width. Nothing too much wrong with the length, but as I say, just that extra little bit of width, no great movement, and Mike played it very nicely indeed. Off the back foot, punching it away through the offside into the gap, over the ropes in front of the grandstand for 4. Moves on to 23, 70 for 1.
Yes, there are a number of players who believe they're more prone to injury on those artificial surfaces in rugby. Certain types of injuries, yes.
Van der Hoogten bowls. Mike leaves outside off stump. A little bit of extra oomph to that delivery from Van der Hoogten. Stung perhaps by the boundary of the previous delivery, but again, the width was there. Just too much to persuade Mike to play. Bounced nicely through into the gloves of the aforementioned Cook.
On the other hand, they are able to help the books by renting it out for all sorts of junior rugby and community rugby.
Yeah, absolutely. Van der Hoogten bowls, straighter, draws Mike Ford into the defensive press, but solid enough from the Leicester all-rounder.
And the unusual facet is that most grounds you get a keep off the playing surface plays. At Cardiff you're welcome to come on, because apparently it does help if you get a few thousand people wandering over it after the game. Heaven knows why.
Is it one of those with sort of little black bits that the players come off covered in afterwards? Okay, so some sort of rubbery substance. Van der Hoogten a little bit shorter this time. Mike just about stays on the back foot. He leans forward in his defensive shot, but very straight. We both obviously spoke to players at the end of play yesterday, and I think probably both remarked on the tendency of the pitches here to sort of flatten out as the game goes on. Certainly it's in the mind of the Leicestershire players, so they want to go as big as they can, obviously, in this first innings. Van der Hoogten bowls, Mike forward solidly again, slightly the inside part of the bat, not quite out of the middle. It rolls up the pitch on the onside to Seth Fernando, and it is the end of an accurate over from Tim Van der Hoogten. 1 boundary from it, nicely put away by Ben Mike, but the pitch looks pretty good, to be honest, Nick. It has to be said.
Well, yes, it with a bit of sun on it will tend to flatten out, you would have thought. I must say thank you to Andrew Hignell for providing us with copies of the Glamorgan yearbook, available from the club now, with 2 pictures on the front, as you might expect. The one of Kieran Carlson lifting the one-day cup as Bashir is into bowl, and forward comes Budinger and defends. And the other of the tied game at Cheltenham, and that dramatic catch by James Bracey that prevented Glamorgan getting a world record run chase. Budinger plays Bashir out on the offside, a little bit shorter from the spinner, and he'll take a single out towards the cover boundary. And I must say the picture on the front of the book is a better view than I had, because I was commentating on the stream without having a picture of the without having the benefit of the video stream in real time, and watching from sideways. As that's a big shot from Mike, opening his shoulders there and hitting him over wide mid-off. Races away for 4 runs, and Ben Mike, promoted up the order, has shown after a defensive start that he is willing to play his shots, with Bashir just seeing that one drift a bit wide in the wind, I think.
He stepped right across his crease there, Ben Mike. He was almost sort of batting outside off stump when he stepped out and biffed it. It was a bit of a biff, wasn't it? But,
It was.
But he middled it. Absolutely middled it.
Ball back with Bashir. The score moves on to 75 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online. Short leg still in place and a slip, as that is a respectful defensive shot from Ben Mike. Remember, if you want to listen via smart speakers, you can say ask BBC Sounds to play Glamorgan v Leicestershire Day 2, although we had anecdotal evidence as Bashir bowls, and that's steered away on the offside. They'll go through for a quick single, and they'll just about get there, down towards backward point. Mike moves on to 28. Budinger has 37, 76 for 1. Although we had anecdotal evidence that it worked if you said Leicestershire v Glamorgan. So do try both if the first attempt doesn't work. Bashir to the left-handed Budinger. Players' clothes flapping in the breeze. And on the back foot goes the left-hander, defends back to the bowler. Way to our right, there's an area of the stand by the River Taff. The advertising hoardings have not been put up yet at the back of the that little stand, so it is very much more visible from the Taff Trail than it is usually. There's an area that hasn't been plastered in advertising hoardings, and as a consequence it's visible for all and sundry who wander by on foot or on bicycle.
Literally not a cloud in the sky as we look out over Sophia Gardens. And Tim van der Hoogten coming in, bowling a super delivery to Ben Mike. Draws Mike forward. It was a little bit too short really for Mike to go forward, but it bounced and left him and beat the outside edge. And for the first time today, didn't actually see whether the roller went on the pitch this morning.
Yes.
And it did. Okay.
Think of the heavy one.
Rotten things. Fine for preparation, but not during the game. But anyway, might just take a bit of wearing off. Van der Hoogten is in slightly fuller, and Mike half forward. Gets behind it, pushes it out towards mid-on, so kept it out, but Van der Hoogten asking questions straight away.
If you're a follower of the round ball from the visiting Persuasion, Leicester City don't play until Monday evening when they host Newcastle United, 8 o'clock kick-off.
How many games have they lost in a row without scoring a goal? An awful lot, I believe. Sorry, Leicester City supporters. I don't think things are going well at the King Power at the moment. Van der Hoogten in, bowls, off stump line, lovely line, half forward goes Mike, thick outside edge, along the ground all the way through, about fourth slip, down to third man. He was just about in control, but again, Van der Hoogten probing. Mike survives, moves on to 29, 77 for 1. We didn't remark on I didn't, apologies if you did, Nick, the 50 partnership having come up.
No, that slipped by.
They were going nicely overnight, but it is now worth 59. Apologies to Messrs Mike and Budinger, but that little landmark went unremarked. They'll be hoping for bigger things. 2 slips for Van der Hoogten, going round the wicket to Budinger for the first time this morning. In he comes and bowls thick outside edge as he went back to that one again. It's gone through about fourth slip, and I think that's going to go all the way. It is going to go all the way. Fernando's chase, I suspect, in fact, I beg your pardon, it's Al Hassan down there. I think he knew it was always likely to be in vain. It is a very flat ground, but if there is the slightest gradient, it's probably down on that side of the ground. Probably isn't, actually. It's as flatter ground as there may be in...
Yes, I've never noticed any
the county championship.
inclination on it.
No. Compared to some, in goes... Ooh, Van der Hoogten and beats Budinger. Budinger dropped his hands, but I suspect that the ball had just slipped past his outside edge first. We'll have to have a look if there is a replay on the screen, but again... Van der Hoogten just turns, no great demonstrative expectation from the seam bowler, but the third slip goes in, but that might be to do with, that's a northeast decision, I suspect, rather than Van der Hoogten. Van der Hoogten will be delighted about it, but Carlson has gone in from mid-on to third stroke fourth slip almost, as Van der Hoogten is in, just drifts that one typically onto the leg side, and so Budinger can work it off his legs through the gap at square leg to the fielder on the square leg boundary and jog a single. 82 for 1 at the end of the over. Ben Mike has 29, Budinger 42, now 147 behind, but we'll remind you from time to time that doesn't look as though Rishi Patel is going to take any further part in proceedings. Leicestershire's opening batsman, who dislocated his thumb trying to stop a ball in the slips very early yesterday.
You're right about Leicester City's travails.
It's 7 or 8 in a row.
They haven't won since 26th of January when they won at Spurs, and they haven't scored since the 7th of Feb. As Bashir bowls and forward comes Budinger, defends.
How many games is
so that's
7 or 8, isn't it?
3 in February, only 2 games in March, 6 without a goal. As that's turned away on the onside, they'll go through for a quick single, and well, Mike safely home. It looked an optimistic call from Sol Budinger, that one.
He's a big lad, Ben Mike, and once he gets going, he's fast, but it can take him a sort of stride or two just to get momentum, and just for a moment, he wondered whether he was going to get there.
As Bashir bowls and is driven by Mike to mid-on, no run, 83 for 1. Building ominously for Glamorgan, pleasantly for Leicestershire. As forward comes Mike, defending. Yes, they've got their struggles in this part of the world, and the football front. Cardiff City very much in peril in the wrong end of the championship table. As Bashir bowls, and Mike opening his shoulders again, hits him over wide mid-on this time for 4 more. Hit him over wide mid-off in the previous over. This one has gone on a sort of 45-degree angle from long on around.
Could be a problem for North East, isn't it? If somehow Mike manages to hit Bashir, he decides he's hitting him out of the attack. And the seam attack isn't as strong as it has been on previous occasions.
Bashir in, bowls, and forward comes Mike, defending. Bashir gives it a bit of a teapot at the end of the over, thinking, how on earth did he do that? 87 for 1, 142 runs behind. As far as the Welsh football coverage is concerned, Wrexham are in early action coverage on BBC Radio Wales in the north at 12:30 kick-off. And the 3 South Wales clubs, I believe, are all 3 o'clock. Cardiff City away to QPR. Swansea City is home to Derby. Newport County at Carlisle. And Wrexham's game is at home to Burton Albion at 12:30.
Our colleague Dave Fletcher.
Maybe there. Who knows?
Round the wicket goes Van der Hoogten, bowls a little bit short of a length on off stump, but just stands up tall, just defends it out into the offside. But Derby are at Derbyshire, obviously playing at the moment. So
He'll be torn.
Where do
Big
Fletcher's
Dave.
priorities lie in that respect? Where he is sent, he may not have
Or
a
his
say in
employers tell him.
proceedings.
Yes.
But I suspect he'll be at the cricket. But making suitably lugubrious and cynical comments. In goes Van der Hoogten, bowls fuller this time, but it's just drifting on towards middle and leg stump, and Budinger waiting for it. Played calmly this morning. Budinger works it out through the vacant square leg area. Whisper it, but he kind of looks as though he's rather setting out his stall, just playing himself in again. As with Mike, this is a real opportunity for Budinger to make an early statement, establish himself at the top of the order. He was unlucky at the start of last season. He had a good pre-season, but didn't start the season in the red ball side, and if he can make runs early, then he could have a really good season. Van der Hoogten back over the wicket to Ben Mike on off stump. Mike is carefully forward, head nicely over the ball as he blocks it out into the offside. Sam northeast. Glamorgan skipper feels the ball, examines it carefully. 24.3 overs old. So Leicestershire's run rate is pretty decent. As I say, they will score their runs. In goes Van der Hoogten, bowls driven for four, I suspect. Northeast turns and runs in pursuit, but without any real conviction in the running. And Mike picks up another four. He's played 3 or 4 lovely shots this morning, Ben Mike. He has such ability, and it hasn't ever been quite fulfilled, is the general consensus, general feeling. There's been sort of flashes of it, and innings from here and there, but maybe this will be Ben's season. I hope so. Every Leicestershire supporter hopes so. Square leg goes back to the boundary as Van der Hoogten turns. 92 for 1 now. Runs in and bowls, line and length. Mike defends, steps forward, plays it back down the pitch to the bowler, and then steps smartly back into his crease just in case Van der Hoogten was inclined to throw the ball at the stumps, but the bowler didn't waste his energy. Just turns and marches back.
Unusual that Van der Hoogten's going at 4 and over in these early stages. He's usually around about 2.5 by now.
In he comes, shortish run, and bowls fullish this time, driven, didn't put his full weight into the shot, steered really by Ben Mike out towards northeast, who has to run 10-15 yards or so to his left, gets there, picks up and throws, but Mike had turned and made his second comfortably enough. Yeah, there hasn't been too much wrong with the way Van der Hoogten has bowled at all. You know, he hasn't been spraying it around the place, but whisper it, Mike in particular has played him pretty well. He moves on to 39, Budinger 44, Leicestershire 94 for 1. The partnership 76 now, and they are trailing by 135.
Yes, if you want to contact us, NickWeb2017 on X, or on Blue Sky, or on Gmail. Thoroughly branded.
You've got that NickWeb2017 thoroughly sewn up, haven't you?
No one else can get their hands on it. As Budinger is into bowl, and that's played defensively by Budinger back to the bowler. I think I've got an Instagram account under the same name, but I've never actually used it. As Bashir bowls and forward comes Budinger, defending back to the bowler. richardray23@gmail.com or richr23 on Blue Sky.
Blue Sky.
Yes, and if you don't like X anymore, I encourage you to wander over to Blue Sky and have a look. It's very similar in operation. Bashir bowls. Oh, that's a full toss, and it's put away by Budinger through mid-wicket for 4 runs. He wasn't missing out on that one. Not sure short leg was terribly happy about it, but that one was a real freebie. 98 for 1. Budinger onto 48, not out. Oh, full toss on leg stump as well. Happy Christmas.
And no mid-wicket. But it was a lowish one, so short leg who's fairly square, was tolerably safe. But I'm sure his life did flash briefly before his eyes. But had it been out one of those sort of higher ones when you have to hit slightly squarer, I think it might have been a greater danger. But Budinger's patience paid off big time there.
Moves on to 48 with that blow. Bashir coming in for some stick. Big blow mixed with defensive shots. There's that short. Oh, it's nearly popped back to him. Budinger played that off the back foot and I think got something approaching a leading edge on it, and it was aerial halfway down the wicket. So just a little sign of hope from Bashir.
Yeah, it stopped a bit on him.
Yeah, it looked like a bit of a drag down, but Budinger had trouble. That one is arrowed in, but turned past short leg by Budinger. Just the single to move him up to 49. And the total to 99 for 1. All somewhat ominous from the Glamorgan point of view. Leicestershire settling in well in this first half hour. So that's flighted and driven by Mike up to mid-on. Glamorgan getting a little bit excited with no huge justification. 99 for 1 at the end of the over. Budinger on 49, including so far 6 fours and a 6. Albeit there have been a few dot balls along the way.
Just looking at a replay of that semi-leading edge, it only bounced maybe 2 feet short of Bashir. So Budinger on 49. Can he be the first Leicestershire batsman of the season to go past 50 or reach 50 anyway? And the Hookton endeavouring to make that not happen. Bowls to him, hurries him slightly. Half forward. He wasn't quite sure whether to go forward or back, so good length from Van der Hookton on off stump. No great movement though, so Budinger able to deal with it, block it out into the offside. Van der Hookton again turns without obvious expression and just marches back, giving the impression of one who's conscious this could be quite a long day's bowling. He's on into his 11th over already. Bowls, looking to drive his Budinger thick inside edge onto the pad. It drops down into the offside, a foot away from him. One or two hands started going to the air behind the wicket. Could have gone from inside edge onto the stumps, but again, zero reaction from from the phlegmatic Van der Hookton.
Seen it all before.
Yeah. Nothing theatrical about him at all. Just turns, marches back, runs in. That short run, Budinger times it nicely off his legs, hits it out into the onside, straight to mid-on, northeast. Shies at the stumps because Mike had taken a couple of steps down the wicket. Misses them, but there was a good backup from Al Hussain, and Mike had got back into his ground anyway. So Budinger maybe just conscious of being on 49. Undoes and refastens his gloves, one of his little ticks of preparation as Van der Hoogten is in and bowls. Again, he wasn't quite sure whether to go forward or back. In the end, he stayed back and just wristily turned it out into the onside, but just looking at a tad uncertain in this over is Sol Budinger. Good bowling from Van der Hoogten. Not giving him anything, not giving him an easy run to get past that little landmark. Making him think about it. Single saving field, obviously, with the exception of a sort of wide-ish long leg. Van der Hoogten round the wicket, bowls, and that is the single Budinger needs. It goes down to the wide-ish long leg off a thick inside edge, and Sol Budinger goes to 50, holding the bat by the blade. He lifts it to his teammates on the pavilion, and then round to the crowd. Not quite as big as yesterday's yet, but beginning to build, and then he walks forward and just gets a little handshake. Not a hug, a handshake for a 50. From Ben Mike, which is good to see. Nothing too demonstrative about it, but that will please Sol Budinger quietly.
73 balls, 6 fours and a 6.
Over the wicket goes Van der Hoogten to Ben Mike, slightly over pitches, and again Mike looking to drive, and again not looking to put his full weight into the shot, steers it wide of northeast out towards sort of deep-ish extra cover. Northeast bounces round and keeps it to 1.
Budinger's half century came off 73 balls. It included 6 fours and 1 6.
That's
Dr.
the Badger.
Hignell confirms.
Indeed. It's looking up Van der Hoogten's work rate for last season. Bowled 1,371 balls in the championship, but that was in just 7 matches because he was out injured for the start of the season. So although he was equal at the top of the wickets column, he did play 4 matches fewer than James Harris. As that first ball from Bashir is played on the leg side by Ben Mike, and there is no run.
Budinger just played 3 championship games last season after missing out at the start. 174 runs with a best of 87.
Bashir bowls, Mike is forward. So Van der Hoogten averaged round about 32 overs for each match he played, and of course some of those there wouldn't have been 2 innings. As Bashir bowls, driven back to him by Ben Mike, and there's no run. Richard Ray will sun himself, possibly, for the next half hour. Full length from Bashir, driven back to him, I think, on the half volley. Don't think that was a chance. Bashir went down low to field. Seemed to be on the bounce. No discernible reaction from anyone in the middle. 101 for 1 then, Leicestershire. Just 128 runs in arrears, still with 9 wickets standing, or probably 8 if Patel doesn't bat. Mike defends another delivery. And there is no run. As that is turned on the leg side by Mike. No run. So Bashir's whipped through a maiden over, and by when he bowls a maiden it does get whipped through. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 17 for the Surrey-born Somerset loanee. 15 tests, and this just his 13th first-class game outside test matches. So Fernando will take over from Tim van der Hoogten from the River Taff end. Fernando charging in with a practice delivery as Edward Bevan charges into another season. Morning, Edward.
Morning, Nick.
Good to see you.
Good to see you in bright sunshine, but rather cold.
Indeed. Was it the temperatures that put you off yesterday? As thought you might be in
I
attendance.
thought about it, went outside, and I put the television on. I think I sat in my armchair and listened to the experts.
So, Asitha Fernando from the River Taff End. A little bit expensive last night. Edward, to describe his work.
Yes, well, a very good start this morning for the two Leicestershire batsmen. And Glamorgan will have their work cut out because the pitch here, I haven't seen one ball deviate as yet. Listened to your interview yesterday evening with Chris Cook, and he said he thought, well, not thought, that Bashir would get in just the odd turn, but it's the batsman who'll be in charge. It's Fernando. He's coming round the wicket to the left-handed Bedinger and bowls and forces him on the back foot, who tries to cut, but gets in a bit of a tangle there. And there's no run. Obviously, the wind is behind Fernando, as it was with Van de Guten. And Bashir has to bowl in... well, I suppose it's the flannels of the men in the slips are blowing quite hard. Bashir has to bowl into this wind, which is pretty ferocious this morning.
Yes, it's a lovely scene from up here in the box, but it's a bit nippy out there.
Fernando in past the umpire and bowls, and Bedinger on the back foot, doesn't time it as he tries to force it through the cover region. And just dribbles away to mid-off. 101 for 1. They trail now by just 128. This could well be a game of win the toss, win the game, Nick.
Yeah, I think there's little doubt about both captains would have fielded first, but Peter Hanscom called heads correctly.
Fernando bowled 7 overs last night, and he's coming in now from that far end and bowls, and this is a stifled appeal. It was passing leg stump. I think it might have been 4 runs, whichever way it came off the pads. 4 more runs, so the score 105 for 1. Having said that, when I saw a bit of green there, I thought, well, this is good, because so often we've seen shirt fronts here. But having said that, as you and I well know, we've seen shirt fronts, and 700 plays 600. We're not going to get that. But if this pitch stays the same, and you can see from here that the greenness is just about disappearing and the brown shade has come out, and what we've seen this morning suggests that there's nothing for the bowlers in it. So the ideal situation now is for it to turn on the last day and a bit. And by that time, Leicestershire, if they go on like this, and there's a strong batting lineup, could well be well in front. Who knows? Fernando in again, and bowls to Bedinger, who's on the back foot, and plays it back to the bowler.
Leicestershire, though, have not got... if it does turn, they've only got Rian Ahmed, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, well, he could be useful on this.
Both other spin options, Kimber and Travaskis, who are in the 13, not included in the 11.
Well, he worked in it in the first innings with
Yep.
5 seamers, and Glamorgan have got 2 seamers, 1 medium pace, and 1 other. There's Fernando bowls full length. He bowled a couple of those last night, and he's dug out by the left-handed Bedinger and goes out to Carlson, who's fielded at short mid-wicket. 105 for 1. Mike is on 40 who came in at number 3 instead of his usual 7 or 8. And Bedinger just reached his half century, so they're well in control here, the Foxes.
Yes, we're mulling over Mike at 3, but Richard was of the opinion that neither Hill nor Hanscom wanted to bat at 3.
Last volley over, short, wild, adventurous shot there by Bedinger. That's the end of the over. 4 leg buys off it. And the Leicestershire score is 105 for 1.
Well, Fernando's certainly not wanting for effort, is he?
No.
Really charges in to bowl. He's not the tallest, probably around the 5'10" mark. Not tall for a fast bowler, but puts plenty in it. You suspect that, strangely, from his Sri Lankan background, he might be best on a traditional British green top.
But you would have thought, so he
Ball doing
does charge
that.
in. Whether he charges in like that in Sri Lanka, where after about 6 overs, he was dripping wet. Humidity in the heat out there is unbearable at times.
27-year-old, impressive first-class bowling average of 24 coming into this game, as Bashir's first ball is hit rather across the line by Mike, drags it just straight to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Bashir 6'4" tall, 21 years old, in past the umpire. Nicely flighted delivery, just defended to short leg.
That's what convinced the England hierarchy, Nick, wasn't it? That he has, as you say, 6'4", brings it down from a big height, gets bounce, and he's been quite consistent in Test cricket.
As that's driven on the offside, they'll go through for a single. Mike moves to 41, 106 for 1. Good first couple of series. Struggled a little bit subsequently. Bowling average pushing into the high 40s, but you know, if you play a 21-year-old as your frontline spinner in Test cricket, you are taking a big risk. But that is the style of England management these days.
I read an article by Graham Swan this week saying that the best thing, and it's worth thinking about, the best thing that Bashir could do is to move, because he's not going to play in front of Jack Leach, should he?
You wouldn't have thought so. As Bashir in bowls, and forward comes Budinger. I suppose Leach is how old now? 33. I suppose he could still go on for
Another 7 years. Well, you only take a step and a half.
Yes. Yes, played one match for Worcestershire last year, 3 scheduled for Glamorgan, and that's defended by Budinger, back to the bowler. It's just a shame he's not playing these games for Glamorgan in the games in the middle of the summer or September, just any time apart from early April.
Is he going to play any cricket in all these one-day competitions?
Bashir bowls, forward, Budinger defensive, back to the bowler, single off the over, 106 for 1 Leicestershire. You're on BBC Sport Online. You would have thought there'd have been a place for him in the one-day cup somewhere.
You would have thought so, because spinners, especially in the T20 competition, are generally the most successful, aren't they? Well, the Fernando, they're just waiting to see how he adapts, whether he'll be kept on with Glamorgan for the T20s remains to be seen.
Well, they need a fast bowling option, don't they? And he has played international T20 cricket for Sri Lanka.
Yes, Glamorgan's attack is it's difficult to say. Well, it's not particularly experienced apart from Van der Gooten. Do have the spin, of course, of Kellaway, but you wouldn't call him a frontline spinner. Glamorgan haven't got it.
Could be. He could be in future.
Yeah.
I think he's settled in reasonably well with the ball. He's got the potential with the bat. Just needs to produce it a bit more consistently. Strikes the ball nicely.
Fernando reverts to over the wicket to the right-handed Mike. In he comes and bowls the first ball, which is left outside the off stump, and that died a bit on Chris Cook, which tells us this pitch is nowhere near the venom it had yesterday. But I thought, having said that, the Leicestershire bowlers bowled extremely well. Of the 6 bowlers bowled, 4 of them were under 3s. And Holland, you see, was the perfect example. 14 overs, 3 for 40. Just ran little medium paces, putting it there off the seam, making the batsman think, and the ideal bowler for this time of year, and the pitch is just doing a little bit for you. Here's Fernando. Comes in and bowls outside the off stump, left by Mike. 106 for 1. And we are in the 31st over, which is a healthy run rate of 3.49. So I work that out in my head.
Absolutely. Or looked at the screen next to you.
No, it's on the screen.
Yes, we're available via the Glamorgan and Leicestershire websites together with the video stream, and that'll be the same for all championship matches in Cardiff this season.
The slip cordon has been reinforced. You've got a 4th slip now, as in comes Fernando. Bowls, well pitched up, driven, not really timed by Ben Mike, and it goes out into the covers. There's no run. Carlson's come a bit closer now to the other 2 slips. Go over at second. And Colin Ingram at first slip, where he dropped Buttinger last night on 18, which could be a very expensive miss indeed. Fernando showing a little bit more control than he did in his spell last night from the river end. Bowls, and that's appeal for LBW. He's given him LBW. We waited the umpire some time there, and eventually gave him, as he seemed to walk across, and then the umpire, as I say, took some time.
The ball was nearly at the boundary, actually,
Exactly.
by the time the finger went
That's
up.
right. You know,
Extraordinary.
I thought there's a leg by here. Anyway, it's a wicket for Glamorgan, 106 for 2. Mike has done his job extremely well. Goes. Yeah, he didn't move anywhere, did he? He stayed where he was, and umpire waited. As you say, yeah, he's about 2 yards short of the other end.
There was a little bit of movement off the pitch
There
there,
was.
I think, from Fernando. Probably pitched middle-ish, and the umpire just about deciding it would have hit off, I think. Fernando celebrating and
Oh yeah.
getting hugs from his teammates for his first wicket for the DAF. The first wicket taken by any Sri Lankan for Glamorgan, so a little moment of history.
You're getting like somebody else, I know. Yeah,
106 for 2.
Ben Mike played well. Remember, it's father playing, Greg Mike.
All right.
He was Derby, I think, Richard, and then did he move to Notts? Yes. Yeah,
Yes.
thought so.
Wandering around the
Showing
Midlands.
age, you see, Nick.
Apparently at Trent Bridge they had a rogue sprinklers problem which delayed the start of play because the sprinklers kept going off when they weren't wanted. So that stopped play.
That happened when I went to watch my football club play earlier this season, and as I got a ticket in the 6th row, nearly got drenched as it came towards us. So, do you remember that famous occasion with Dickie Bird up at Headingley years ago? Crowd was shouting, and nothing to do with me, nothing to do with me, throwing his arms up in the air. 106 for 2, and the new batsman, Mr. Hill, who has relinquished the captaincy this year.
Yes,
Along with
to
the-
concentrate on his own batting, having had a disappointing year in the Championship
How
last
many
year.
times do we hear of that? You know, captaincy or also benefit? you know?
Yes. Yes, Chris Cook a little bit shorter of runs than normal last year when he... I'm sure people don't do it deliberately, but they just have more to think about if they're organising a benefit or testimonial season.
Yes, I've seen it happen so often.
4 slips now.
In he comes again and bowls to Hill. Oof, look, Hill.
Thought they had him. He's not
asking
out.
for a catch at the wicket.
Yes.
We've had 2 very odd deliveries and decisions here. Well, Fernando was absolutely convinced. Well, what bowler isn't?
as we see the replay on the screen.
Difficult to say
the
from
ball
here.
was
I don't-
close to the edge of the bat. Fernando was virtually celebrating rather than appealing. The ball did move
Yeah,
off the wicket.
everybody went up.
Everyone went up. Must have been some sort of noise. But
So Lewis Hill
umpire
survives.
giving him benefit of the doubt, as is correct, I suppose, if there is any doubt in the umpire's mind.
Absolutely. 4 slips go down, waiting as in comes Fernando, bowls to Hill, down the leg side, and taken there by Cook. A very good over there from Fernando. And the score now is 106 for 2. He's really charging in as if he wants to prove a point. I don't know what his speed is. We don't have a speed gun, do we?
It does pop up on the screen
Yeah, that's why I
occasionally,
asked.
but haven't seen it so far today. So Fernando 1 for 32. He's bowled a lot tighter
Much better bowling.
this morning than last night, when he was a little bit expensive in his opening spell, or spells, because he was switched ends as well, had a couple of bursts. 106 for 2, still only 123 behind Leicestershire.
Yeah, as you pointed out when we were having a chat before playing, it'll take some time for him to adapt. He's only played 2 county matches, we were saying 4 knots a couple of years ago. But yeah, seems he wants to prove a point.
Bashir bowls, and Budinger plays gently up to mid-on. Van der Hoogten fields.
Yeah, that appeal now, it was nowhere near shirt or anything like that, so nowhere near pad, so everybody went up. Anyway, we shall see.
Bashir bowls appeal for LBW. Not out. Bashir down on one knee imploringly as Budinger pushed half forward there. And Glamorgan certainly getting interested. Maybe didn't straighten
Sliding,
quite enough,
yeah.
sliding down leg side. The replay shows
Just sliding. Good decision.
Bashir to Budinger, who opens his shoulders and hits it just over mid-off, gets away with it. He'll get one, they think of a second, and decide against. As the throw comes in from Callaway, backpedaling at mid-off, couldn't quite get to it.
He doesn't know. We know that Budinger is a very attacking player by nature, but I think Bashir there is tempting him and also drifting the ball away from the. He doesn't know quite what to do. And had Callaway been what
5 metres from
10 yards away, he would have been. He would have been caught.
straight in the breadbasket. Here's Bashir back to over the wicket to Hill. Oh!
Absolute beauty.
That's turned a little bit, just past off stump. No shot played.
Good lead, says Richard. That's right. Oh my word!
Has turned pretty sharply, the replay shows, particularly for this stage of the match, which will be encouraging for the young offie. As back on his stumps goes Hill and defends back to Bashir, who picks up in his follow through and threatens to whiz it back in case Hill had taken a step out of his ground. Oh, interesting
It's
to
good
see.
cricket at the moment, isn't it?
Interesting to see a bit of turn at this early stage. That's slightly short of a length, but not entirely convincingly played by Hill out on the offside. Well, 1 run off the over, 107 for 2, and the tenor of the game has just changed since the wicket. Glamorgan really buoyed by Fernando winning the LBW shout against Ben Mike, and Leicestershire having to work hard for their runs as they forced Glamorgan to do yesterday.
Yeah, Bashir having a word with the umpire, but I think the umpire was dead right there because it was just, he gave it the benefit of the doubt because it was a slight drift. So, Fernando, we always think of the song. I do it, yeah. Eddie Murphy.
No drums, no drums permitted, Edward.
Anyway, just a little surprised, perhaps, that he hasn't got a third slip, because he's hurried both batsmen, and he'll be confident now. He bowled 9 overs, 1 for 32, 107 for 2. The scoring rate has dropped in the last couple of overs as he comes in from the River Taff end and bowls the first ball. Buttinger off the back foot, plays it firmly down to third man, who is rather wide, and returned. 108 for 2 gives Fernando a chance, the new batsman, Lewis Hill. And the ground, as you would expect, having had no rain this time of year, looking absolute picture. Yeah, then shows us also that there's a lot of practice nets being used. University game against Worcestershire, which was a friendly, and other than that, it's in perfect nick. 3 slips to Lewis Hill. He had to get off the mark as he waits for Fernando from the river end. He's in and bowls. Well, that's a nice looking shot, but straight to cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, it'll be used hard this square this summer, with a couple of England international matches, the 100 and the addition of some Glamorgan women's games as well, first of which is here on Easter Saturday. First competitive game, Glamorgan against Sussex, a 50 over affair here at Sapphire.
In comes Fernando again and bowls to Hill. Hill on the back foot, plays it defensively in front of him, and then comes Bashir from mid-on to field. Well, he's at the straightish mid-on. It is an orthodox mid-on. 108 for 2. Buttinger's on 52. Hill is yet to score. With the 1 wicket to go, Ben Mike LBW to Fernando for 41, and that partnership was worth 88. No runs off the first 3 balls of this over. Fernando over the wicket, bowls to Hill. Hill is forward, gets off the mark with a little nudge, perfectly safe. He'll come back for a second as Callaway chases it down to where third man would have been, but is not.
Please replace your divots, as he is doing now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we just had a little bit of rain overnight, stroke yesterday morning. It was spotting as they
we had a bit of spots down west.
Had the toss, not having rain for several weeks, and he thought, oh no.
Yeah, but it was no problem. He just raised the dust, more or less. That's with Fernando. 2 balls left of this over. Comes in again to Hill. Bows to him. Hill is forward. Plays it nicely out into the covers. There are 3 men patrolling that area. 3 slips and a cover. Extra cover in the mid-off and the mid-on. Mid-wicket, who is now sent out onto the mid-wicket boundary for the short ball, or will it be a double bluff? And also a fine leg, who now comes out round a little straighter just in front of us, right our left. Fernando in and bowls. Hill plays a lovely shot through the covers and will get 4 runs. There's a little bit of over pitch there from Fernando, half volley, and Hill helped it on its way. He moves on to 6, and the score 114 for 2.
Scores elsewhere in Division 2. Derbyshire going well at home to Gloucestershire. They're 193 for 2, just 29 behind. Harry Kane is 60 not out. Wayne Madsen, who's regained the captaincy from Welshman David Lloyd, is 44 not out.
No, Myron Donald.
No, Lloyd was out for 16.
Yeah, I saw that.
Caleb Jewell made 61. Derbyshire against Gloucestershire. That at Lords, Lancashire starting strongly with a partnership of 97. Keaton Jennings has just gone for 55. That's in reply to Middlesex's 260. As Bashir starts new over round the wicket to the left-hander. Buttinger drives and Well stopped by the bowler in his follow through, sprawling in the dirt. At Trent Bridge, they're already into the second innings of the match. Good heavens. Kent 231, Northants 143, Kent 7 for naught, lead by 95. As on the back foot goes Budinger to defend, and 4 for Kent. Very unfamiliar looking bowling attack. 4 wickets for Jazz Singh and 3 for Grant Stewart. Turned on the leg side by Budinger. This time they will get runs down to wide mid-on. Van der Hoogten has some ground to make, so they're able to comfortably stroll back for the second run. In Division 1, Essex 402 for 4 after 110 overs against Surrey. Just 1 bowling point for the champions. Bashir bowls, forward comes Budinger, defends. He remains on 54, 116 for 2. Essex in front of a very healthy crowd at Chelmsford, yeah. Nice to see several thousand in on the opening day of a championship match. To watch Essex dominate so far the reigning champions. Budinger drives, no run. 116 for 2. It remains. Hampshire against Yorkshire, low scoring at Southampton. Hampshire 190 for 6 in reply to Yorkshire's 121 all out. At Trent Bridge they are playing now after the sprinkler problem. Durham 378 for 9. Bashir bowls, cut away nicely by Budinger. Up to deep point. Sweeper in front of the grandstand, single taken, 117 for 2. At Taunton, Worcestershire were dismissed for 154. Somerset in reply with a century from Tom Banton. They're 227 for 4. Already 73 runs ahead. Banton is 107 not out. And at Edgbaston, Sussex going well. Centuries for Clark 140 and Simpson 132 not out. Sussex 433 for 7. It's probably about time that I gave way to Richard Ray rejoining Edward.
Fernando, to continue from the era of a tough end, 2 slips and attention as he comes in, talks the umpire and bowls, and that kept just a little low as Bellinger went back. Oh well, he didn't really go back, he didn't really go forward, he stood in the same place, and it beat him outside the off stump. 117 for 2. Richard comes alongside me. Good to see you, old boy.
And always very good to see you too, Eddie. Bit of sad news though you passed on this morning.
Well, it's absolutely devastating. I couldn't believe it. And I was listening to Nick there talking about Worcestershire down at Taunton. And here's Fernando to the left-handed batting jet. Bowls, drives, really timing it. Yeah, we heard at the start of the week that John Curtis, the doyen of the press box for so many years, and I've known John for over 35 years, passed away in the early hours of Thursday morning, which I just couldn't believe it, and you didn't know until I told you.
I didn't know. There's a lovely piece on the Worcestershire County Cricket Club website, which
such a happy
commend
press box,
to you.
wasn't it?
It was, and a lovely guy. I knew him many years, both at Worcestershire and Aston Villa, or
All the Midlands.
any of the Midlands football clubs.
Fernando in, bowls, and this is clipped off his toes out toward mid wicket. He'll get a single. He moves on to 56. Always a welcome with John, and you know he'll get that. What did you like for lunch? I'll fill in the form for you. And
if there's any way he could help you, he would. And I assure listeners that not all journalists are like that. Many see you as a sort of competitor, but JC wasn't like that. If he could help you, he would.
There was a World Cup match. Did you read that? And John was very, and before he finished with more or less with football, he was out in the World Cup match. England were playing, so I forget who they were playing. I'll just break off as Fernando now to the right-handed. Hill is in, bowls. Oh, and that beat him outside the off stump. It was a beautiful delivery. And goes through. He really is bowling well this morning. Gets a little tap there. And after the match was over, there was a press coach. And John had been working, and he thought it was the press coach, and it was the England or the opposition's coach, and off he went in the coach, and he realised where he was. But so desperately sad to hear. And of course Mike Beddoe had been there for many years. He passed away in the winter. So very, very sad year. As in comes the next delivery. And that's another one that beat him and went through to Cook. He's generated a lot of pace here, Richard, this morning, and bowled very impressively.
He's found movement as well. He looked a little bit innocuous last night, but not innocuous this morning. Moving it away from the right-hander, and Hill struggling out there at the moment.
And he had that huge appeal to Hill's first ball, which he thought was out, and so did the slips and the keeper.
It did too much, I think, almost.
But what did it hit? It didn't hit.
Nothing, I don't think.
They all went up. Anyhow, that's gone, and in comes Fernando bowls, and he just dabs that away. He'll get a single as Callaway has to move from sort of deep gully position. That's the end of another good over. 119 for 2. The scoring rate is still healthy, 3.4, but it has gone down a bit since Mike was out, and since the introduction of Fernando. We've seen the off-spinner Bashir bowling from the start this morning, and he will continue. He's used to bowling for long periods, and I suppose the captain thinks, Sam Northeast, well, I've got 2 test bowlers, I might as well bowl them.
And he's, as you say, getting a little bit of turn. It may be that the effects of that heavy roller just beginning to wear off a touch. It looked all very straightforward for Leicestershire in the first sort of 40 minutes or so, but not so much in the last 20 minutes. Bashir with a short leg and a slip is in, and bowls to Hill, who leaves. It was slightly dangerous, but it was a quicker, flatter delivery. Good few inches outside off stump, and it did go more or less straight on. Two of the Leicestershire players wandering around the boundary. There's Bashir, a little step and up on his toes, and lobs that one up nicely, but Hill is forward, just outside off stump, smothering any spin, dropping it down at his feet. He's been in good nick in pre-season, Lewis Hill. He looks a rejuvenated figure after relinquishing the captaincy. In goes Bashir, a little bit short this time, attempting to turn into the leg side. I think it didn't get anything on it, came off the sort of pad and lobbed up towards short leg. No great reaction from short leg or any of the close fielders, suggesting there was no inside edge involved. Bashir bowled, nice loop, but outside off stump, goes on a little bit with the arm, no great turn again, and Hill leaves. Bashir gives the ball a little rub. He's into his 10th over now, none for 22 for him, looking for his first wicket of the season. Little step and a couple of strides, and then decides not to go through with the delivery. Walks back or steps back a little bit. In he goes. Bowls. Hill slog sweeps, and slog sweeps effectively, gets it past mid-wicket out to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. It was somewhat agricultural shot by Lewis. Hill hit it cleanly enough, but I don't think it will completely dismay Shoaib Bashir, that sort of shot. Yes, he hit it well, but he won't mind him having a go at that. He was hitting across the line, hitting with the spin in theory, but even so, element of risk involved. Hill into double figures onto 11. Bashir in to him. Outside off stump a little bit further this time. Hill lets it go through. So by and large Hill played that over pretty well. 123 for 2. Hill 11. Budinger hasn't seen much of the strike recently. He's on 56. And they trail now by 106 Leicestershire, but remember no Patel, so effectively 3 down.
Yeah, just going back to Lewis Hill relinquishing the captaincy, I mentioned it with Nick. We've seen so many players down here at Glamorgan, captains who were batsmen, skipper in the side for a couple of years, and then they were not getting runs, and of course testimonials and benefits. Chris Cook had a benefit last season, and he didn't get as many runs as he should because you're engrossed with your working in the night. And you.
Well, you mentioned David Lloyd earlier, and it affected him at Derby, I'm certain.
Yeah. And it did down here because he relinquished down here as well. So, especially if you're a batsman and an opening batsman at that, you've been thinking who to come on. Am I got the right bowling change here? And then when the innings close, you've got to rush off the field. And even if you win the toss and bat, then if you're an opening batsman, you've got to rush back, get your pads on, and not really gather yourself. Who was the England captain? Alistair Cook, of course. He had a bit fed up of it, I think, because he used to do it and rush off and get the pads on, which is no preparation really. Here's Fernando coming in for second ball of the over and bowls, and Barringer gets a short ball. He's going to be caught. Is he? Yes, he is. He went up and caught it high in the bat, a second wicket for Fernando. Barringer, as Richard was saying, has been a little quiet for the last 20 minutes. Is caught by Carlson, I think it was in the end, and he departs for 56. And Glamorgan slowly coming back into the game, 123 for 3. And well, it wasn't the easiest catch in the world. It looked easy, but a good wicket. Bellinger.
Yeah, deserved really for Fernando, who's bowled really nicely this morning. Just top edged the pull. Carlson skittered around underneath it for a bit, didn't it? It went very high, and but he got nicely underneath it, took it with two hands pointing up in front of his chest, leaning backwards, and deserved, as I said, wicket really for Fernando. But let's should be concerned. I think one of the big points in pre-season was the number of times a batsman's got in but did not go on to really make a game-changing score. And we've seen Ben Mike go for 41 and now Sol Budinger for 56. They need someone to come in and go big here. But as you say, if anyone's going to do it, you'd say Pete Hanscom might be the man. Jack Gabriel from Leicestershire's just been in touch regarding John Curtis and that story you've just told, Eddie. Apparently it was the Argentina team bus.
Yeah, it was. That's right. I knew it was something like that.
And John was kicked off by Maradona and left stranded by the side of the road.
You can imagine John's face. Love it. Oh,
he said it was the first, Jack says it was the first story he told me when I met him in the opening game of his first season. And he was a great man. He was a lovely man, and we'll miss him very much.
Shook me to the core.
Yeah, he had been very ill over the last couple of years. He lost loads of weight, he had treatment for cancer and what have you, but it looked like he'd come out the other side of it, just about. And yeah,
it won't be the same when we go there, Richard.
It won't. It absolutely won't. I see they've named the sort of press lounge after Mike and
a lovely
JC
box
and things, but
yeah, Chris Onway and
it'll be very odd without JC being around.
And the new batsman, the aforementioned Hanscom, who made, I think, 136 not out last year against Glamorgan. Got my yearbook with me. I remember he got runs. Good player. Caught it on the splice then, did Bellinger. So a couple of wickets gone for the addition of 17 runs. Another wicket or two before lunch in Glamorgan will be back in the game. While Leicestershire will try and build up. Two right-handers now. As in comes Fernando bowls, and very correctly the captain Hanscom comes forward and pushes it away for no run. Remember him playing with, am I right, Gloucester, Middlesex, Peter Hanscom, anymore?
I think 6 counties. He's
Hasn't he overtaken
he's
Marcus
donned the
North?
colours.
I think he's got the record, hasn't he?
has he?
I think so.
Up at Durham now. Well, he played there, but now is he chief executive at Durham, Marcus?
What cricket? What do you call it?
Some-
Director of
yeah,
cricket.
director
Doing
of
a very
cricket,
good
yes,
job
cricket.
there too. Fernando Bowles, Hanscom
Oh.
off the back foot, tries to push it away. He's beaten. This is an excellent spell by the Sri Lankan. 123 for 3.
It really is.
Traditional cricket, proper cricket.
Well, international standard cricket at the moment,
Yeah, one
with
against the
Fernando
other.
bowling to Hanscom.
Yeah.
You know, you're getting your money's worth if you're in the ground, and more people are coming in. But this is a seriously high quality battle.
And he comes again, 3 slips, crouch down in, and Bowles beats him again as he shovels forward. His
really
feet
just-
didn't go very far then.
Tucked his bat
Excuse me.
inside the line, but lovely movement, and as you say, at a lively pace. Not express, but
Quick enough.
lively. Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
If they'd fielded, it'd been interesting to see him on this pitch yesterday. The pitch now has lost its greenery. Is that the right adjective? Greenness, greenery. Last volley over, in he comes Bowles, and has beaten him for the 3rd time in succession. A superb over, including the wicket of Berringer, which draws applause from the crowd. 123 for 3, the deficit is 106. Hanscom yet to score, and Hill is on 11. Richard.
Yeah, a wicket maiden, and there are wicket maidens and wicket maidens, but that was definitely one of the better ones.
Yes.
Picked up his wicket early and then absolutely probing away at a international batsman in form and beat him 3 times in succession.
It looks, Richard, as if Bashir is going to bowl here most of the day, and they will alternate between Fernando and
Van der Hoek.
Van der Houten and probably a little bit of Gorvin, who bowls sort of wicket to wicket.
Bashir is into Lewis Hill, who goes back to one and plays it firmly back down the pitch on the on-side. Yeah, I think that was possibly in Leicestershire's mind when Ben Mike clobbered Bashir a couple of times to the boundary. Had they managed to hit him out of the attack, it could have been important. Bashir is in, Hill is forward, pushing firmly but essentially defensively behind square on the offside.
You're absolutely right, because Bashir is a very accurate bowler, and we've seen Berringer and Hill play shots in the air as if to say, well, I've got to get a few runs somewhere.
Bowles, Hill goes back, just nibbles it past the diving short leg, but only as far as mid-wicket. No really aggressive intent from Lewis Hill. He's on 11. How many balls has he faced for that? 22 he's faced now, Lewis Hill. Bashir, Bowles, Hill goes back, tries to force it away through the offside, doesn't really time it, which means that point can come jogging in. Is that Ingram at point? And field?
Yeah.
So much better from Glamorgan, from a high quality bowling attack at the moment. Fernando and Bashir. Bashir in, Hill goes back, tries to steer him way through the offside, does, almost off the stumps. A couple of hands went in the air there, but he's got it into the gap. Hassan is the man who chases back from extra cover, picks up and throws. Hill picks up a couple of runs, but again, Bashir won't mind Hill sort of going back and cutting off the stumps. Our club off spinner say, you never cut an off spinner before May, he said.
A coach once told me, don't cut an off spinner until you get 150.
Yeah, fair enough. It's the same sort of
Yeah,
principle,
exactly.
isn't it, really? In goes Bashir and Bowles. Hill just leans forward and plays it firmly out towards mid-on end of Bashir's over.
I think that last ball, he fired it in because I think they want to keep Hanscom, who was early at the crease, at that end to face Fernando, who gave him a torrid over, a torrid welcome.
I would guess that Hill is quite happy for that to be the situation. I don't think he was looking for a single there. Oh, that's all right. I'll just push that to mid-on and let my new captain, Pete Hanscom, captain the side in the T20 last season, and of course a very experienced skipper is Hanscom.
Yes.
Has bat, will play cricket all year round. Was playing cricket in Australia this time last week, I think.
How old
Came
is he?
over on the Monday. Pete, I will check for you.
Mid-30s.
Yes, I think so.
The reason I ask is because I'll just break off as Fernando in a very impressive spell this morning. Prepares to bowl to Peter Hanscom, who's yet to score. Then he comes and bowls to him and gets behind that. They think initially of a run, but decide not to. As in comes Bashir from short mid-wicket.
He's 30. April 26, 1991. So coming up to 34. So he's 33, going
34.
on 34.
Because generally you see the young players who play 12 months, don't they?
Pete certainly does.
Yeah. He waits. As in comes Fernando, bowls to him. Beaten again outside the off stump. He's really troubling him there.
Gestures to northeast, so he wants someone down at where did he want an extra field? There's been no change to the field as a consequence.
I think he's kept the same field.
Yeah. Gesture was all about as though wanted a deep square or something, but
He doesn't want to bowl short, I wouldn't have thought.
well, he's
He's doing his job bowling
found
11.
such a perfect spot at the moment that yes, just keep doing that and he'll find the edge in the end.
And he comes again, bowls to Hanscom. Hanscom plays it this time out into the covers, very defensively, having a good look at the Sri Lankan fast bowler. 125 for 3, the deficit 104.
It's just about survival for Hanscom at the moment, isn't it? Try and get through this little
Yeah, because
outstanding spell from Fernando and
he must be
play yourself in. And
ready for a rest, but I don't think he'll want to relinquish the ball. He wants to hang on to it, bowling it as he is at the moment. Fernando.
and as you say, it's a big wicket as well. If they can get Hanscom, they can really
Start thinking. And he comes again. Bowls to Hanscom. Hanscom is squared up a little, but does get off the mark as he gets a run where Callaway sprints in. He's coming back for a second, and had it been a better throw, or Hanscom might have struggled, but he judged it well, and he's off the mark with a couple. If he bowls, shall we say, another 10 minutes or so, then I suspect Van der Gooten might come back. And, Bashir, if he's not tired, he might as well bowl on, because he's only going at under 3 and over. And probably enjoying it. Fernando in, bowls, pushed away into the covers again. Again, Callaway will field. Again, there's no run. 2 for 43, Fernando, with 1 ball left of his 13th over. Mid-wicket again has gone back. He hasn't bowled a short ball I can remember.
I suppose the one to Budinger that got the top
really
edge was
short.
but it
Yeah.
wasn't that short really. It wasn't
No.
a great shot, it has to be said, from Budinger, but he'd been tied down a little bit.
Last ball of the over. It's Fernando in, bowls, and that's a nice looking shot, but firmly struck, and it's fielded at mid-off. That completes the over. 127 for 3, Hanscom on 2, and Lewis Hill is on 13. 2 men out, 2 overnight batsmen. Ben Mike, LBW to Fernando for 41, and Budinger, as we've just been saying, top edge. Well, he tries to pull it, it climbed on him and it went up into the sky, and Carlson caught it, and he went for 56 as the 2 batsmen converse.
Hanscom had a pretty good Australian season with the bat. Well, had a very good English season last season for Leicestershire, 3 centuries, 6 half centuries, and he played so well over the Australian summer. I think there was some talk about him
He's played once, has he, or twice for Australia or more?
getting back into the Australian
Yeah.
international setup, as Bashir is in, bowls to Hill, foolish,
Shot.
and it's there to be driven, and it is driven Hill. That was a little bit of a gift from Bashir, over-pitched it well outside off stump, and Hill just leant into the drive, didn't have to overhit it, steered it through extra cover for 4.
Yes, he made it into a lovely little half volley. Is he South Australia?
Victoria.
Victoria. Melbourne way.
Bashir in, bowls to Hill.
Better.
That's much better, as you say, Eddie. Line and length. No great turn for him. Hill smothers any potential spin. 20 tests Peter's
I
played.
thought he played less than that.
Bashir is in, goes back and defends. Hill this time just dabs it to mid-wicket. 1,079 runs in those 20 tests, 2 centuries, averaging 37.
That's not bad, is it? In Test match cricket.
No. Bashir bowls, Hill forward on off-stump defending. He's also played 22 ODIs and a couple of T20 internationals. This is, I think, his 190th first-class game. Getting on for 12,000 first-class runs. Bashir bowls, Hill goes back, slightly short of a length, and he cuts and cuts well, actually, and that's going to go for 4 as well. Almost exactly the same place as the drive earlier in the over. And Bashir a little bit cross with himself. He's just too much variation in length in this over. He's young still and
Exactly. And
searching for a little bit of consistency.
one more ball, and he will have bowled 11 overs on the trot, so it might be time to think of a little bit of Gorvin. Callaway possibly, but he is again the same sort of bowler, an off spinner. So Gorvin is and he don't score many
looking around,
runs.
seeing if anybody's wheeling their arms, but they're not at the moment. Bashir in, bowls. Hill dabs it off the back foot out into the offside, but I've missed that call over the winter. The Hill scream of no that echoes across Grace Road throughout the English summer now echoes across Sophia Gardens. He's sending Peter Hanscom back. Bashir had run out to cover the ball, and there was never really a single in it. Hill, with those 2 4s in the over, has moved on to 21. Hanscom a couple. Leicestershire 135 4-3 after losing 2 overs this morning. Ben Mike and Sol Budinger both falling to the bowling of Asith Fernando. And as you correctly predicted, Eddie, a change of bowling, but not Van der Hoogten. It's going to be young Mr. Gorvin.
You'll probably appreciate bowling with the wind at his back.
Yes, because there's not much of him, is there? I was saying that yesterday.
Chris Cook is standing
Slip of a
back,
boy.
which he always stands up to Gorvin's medium pace. Gorvin, who yesterday bowled just the 4 overs for 10 runs, no real impression. As I said, he bowls wicket to wicket, keeper normally standing up, and just lands it mostly on the spot, and has improved as a cricketer over the last year or 2. Here he is to bowl his first ball of the day, and bowls Hanscom, who was probably rather relieved to see Fernando taking a breather, plays it up to mid-off.
Yeah. You'd have to put him on the rack to admit it, but I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah. He must have beaten him about 5 times, but he knows that there's plenty of time left. The weather's going to be okay, so he waits as Gorvin bowls outside the off stump, taken rather low down there by Chris Cook. Little surprised there, 3 slips to Gorvin. We haven't seen a huge amount of movement. Van der Gooten didn't get much, and Fernando got it, I think, off the pitch. as well as a little bit of a swing. Here he is then. Garvin in, bowls wide of the crease, and this is driven firmly, but straight to Bashir with extra cover.
Still not a cloud, is there? Gorgeous.
I saw a forecast this morning. Nothing around for a week or so, he said. Extraordinary.
Cloud, what, rain-wise, do you mean?
Rain-wise,
Okay.
yeah, perfect.
Beautiful.
Garvin in, bowls, and on the back foot is Peter Hanscom, playing it out defensively to cover.
815 runners at Parkrun and Cardiff North. Well, there's lots of park runs in Cardiff, but there are 815, which I've never
Are you a
taken part.
park runner, or
Yes,
you-
I went along, and I've never. And they're quite narrow, those tough trail paths.
So they say, yes.
Yeah, there must have
Eight
been a
times.
fairly intimidating sight if you were coming the other way.
Yes. Garvin bowls to Hanscom, and he leaves. Getting through the over very quickly, and just the one ball remaining. No runs off the over. Hanscom taking plenty of time to assess the situation.
He will not be hurried, but why should he be? There's so
Well,
much time left in
And
the
the weather
game.
set fair. In comes Garvin for the last ball. Short. Played away. There's runs here for him. He runs up towards the short boundary. It's a chase. And it's 2 more runs to Hanscom, who moves up to 4. 2 runs off the over. 137 for 3. I read a disappointing article the other day. I forget who wrote it. That it's more or less pretty sure that they're going to take 2 championship games off. I don't know whether you saw the article for next season.
I've seen that. There is a lot of talk about reduction in.
What is, this is a cracking game so far. We've had a day and a half of attritional cricket, and I don't know.
It would be very, very disappointing for counties like Leicestershire and Glamorgan, I think, to see a reduction in championship cricket. But I see the new chairman at Northamptonshire this morning. You were mentioning him. He's talking about he's sort of come from sort of a football angle, I understand, and he wants to see playoffs. Sort of
Just leave the game alone.
from the set, involving maybe the bottom team in the first division and the top 3 in the second. More jeopardy he wants to see at the end of the season.
With that, I shall leave you, and Mr. Webb will come back and possibly discuss
We
what I've been talking
may have
about.
been saved a disgusted rant there, as in goes Bashir and bowls. Back goes Hill and just dabs the ball out just wide of mid-off. Consequently, there's an easy single to be taken, and which means that Peter Hanscom's going to face Shoaib Bashir for the first time. They've been at their respective ends, these 2 batsmen, for what seems like the best part of 5 or 6 overs, but we have now had a single. Hill on to 22, 138 for 3.
Was Edward preparing to come off his long run there?
Yes, I timed it well, telling him about the possibility of playoffs. In goes Bashir and bowled. Back goes Hanscom. His left leg goes out to one side, and he plays it in front of his right leg, right in front of the stumps, but with certainty defends it. Waits with that little tick of turning his bat sideways. Then Bashir is in, bowls to him. He goes back, looks to force it away through the offside. It is slightly short of a length, but he picks out Ingram at point. Often the way with Hanscom early on in his innings. He'll hit the fielders a fair few times early, but it doesn't seem to disturb him. He doesn't get annoyed. He just keeps the same sort of rhythm. Bashir is in, quicker delivery, fuller, and punched, but not aggressively, by Hanscom, slightly across the line, on driven to mid-on, and there's no run. You fancy an end-of-season playoff? No? Or
Trouble is, the
home and
weather-
away?
Weather's a bit dodgy at that time of year, or can be.
Bashir in, bowls. Hanscom goes back again. That left leg goes out towards short leg, and he plays it in front of his right leg in front of the stumps.
You'd have to schedule it for 6 days, wouldn't you? Possibly.
Yeah.
5 at least.
But if they take off some of the games, in goes Bashir, bowls. Slightly leg sidey, and Hanscom goes back and can turn it out towards square leg. Fernando has a bit of ground to make up to the ball in front of umpire Newell. By the time he does, Hanscom has taken a single and actually kept the strike. He moves on to 5, 139 for 3, Leicestershire.
The format in one of the COVID seasons was quite interesting, I thought, where you had 3 conferences picked, I think, either at random or from the previous season's results, I can't remember, but 3 conferences of roughly equal strength, which then gave way to 3 divisions in the last month or so of the season. It was quite interesting. Here is Andy Gorvin then from the River Taff end to bowl, and that's clipped into the onside by Hanscom for no run, fielded at mid-wicket.
Just remember the pleasure of playing teams we hadn't played for many years. We played Lancashire at Worcester. We went down to Taunton, had a championship game there. Well, Bob Willis Trophy, what was it was called, wasn't it?
That was the brief first one, wasn't it? As forward comes Hanscom and defends out to cover, fielded by the lanky Bashir, and there's no run. As the 2020, there were only about 5 championship games, something like that. Followed by the blast in September, and then next year, I think 21 was conferences followed by divisions. As Gorvin charging enthusiastically in as ever, and Hanscom plays it to point, and there's no run. Before we went back to Division 1 and 2. But I think I'd be more concerned about the overall numbers of championship games rather than worrying particularly about a change in format. Gorvin bustling in, bowls, and Hanscom again on the defensive, blocks it to cover, no run. But it seems to be an ongoing debate in the county cricket world, doesn't it? Every year virtually we're debating what the next year's format is going to be. As Cook, as so often with Gorvin, comes up to the wicket. 3 slips stay back. 139 for 3. Hill has moved fairly quickly over onto 22. Hanscom on 5, and will add at least 1 to that as he turns one down to Ul Hassan at fine leg. Single taken. 140 for 3. 89 runs behind. Leicestershire with plenty of all-round talent to come, but effectively you have to say 4 down, with Patel unlikely to take any part in proceedings because of his dislocated thumb. I'll teach him to go down for a catch on the half volley and the slips. Gorvin in, bowls, turned away on the leg side by Hill for a single. 141 for 3, but you have to feel every sympathy for a player getting injured just a few minutes into the first game of the season without even having had a chance to bat.
No, and he was in form in that he'd had a really successful club season in Australia, and then some good innings in the 2 pre-season games. Rishi Patel. Rotten luck. I wonder if Bashir is going to bowl through the morning. He's going to continue anyway into his 14th over. Did he bowl 1? Yes, just one yesterday, wasn't it?
One maiden.
So his 13th over in succession. And he's going to go around the wicket to Lewis Hill. Still got the slip and the short leg. Also short-ish mid-wicket, about 4 strips back, backward square, short, fine leg, goes in and bowls to Hill, who defends to the shortish mid-wicket, Kieran Carlson. There's a point. There's a mid-off, Tim van der Hoogten, keeping his hands in his pockets to keep them warm. Big gap in the covers, no cover or extra. Bashir in, bowls Hill. Just waits for it, and again turns it to Carlson. Also a mid-on and a sweeper out on the pretty much mid-wicket boundary for Hill's slog sweep. Bashir bowls, tosses it up nicely on towards off stump. Hill strokes it, doesn't try and hit it hard though, just strokes it out towards Van der Hoogten, whose Glamorgan cap is pleasingly weathered. It's sort of a lightish blue, courtesy of the sun. In goes Bashir, bowls on towards middle and leg, middle. Hill leans forward, just closes his wrists on the defensive push. Out to Carlson it goes again.
Yeah, Glamorgan debut back in 2016, capped in 2018.
Bashir drops that one short and outside off stump, and as is just sometimes his wont, there is occasionally that loose ball in the over. Just tries to do something a little bit different, whether he loses patience or what really. He just dragged it down and it was outside off stump, and as I mentioned, no cover, no extra. Hill said thank you very much and just punched it away off the back foot out to extra cover for 4. He moves on to 27 now. Survived a big appeal from Fernando. First ball just swung past his outside edge. Noticeably though, just watching the replay, Cook didn't go up straight away. In goes Bashir, bowls. Hill just nibbles it around the corner, says, well, might be one there. But Hanscom says, no, don't think so. It's going too quickly towards northeast. End of the over, 145 for 3.
Very good morning to Richard Hughes, alias Scarlet Druid on X, who has just spent an enjoyable hour watching Glamorgan live on YouTube from our hotel in Osaka, where it looks as though he's been watching a bit of rugby as well.
They're good, Japan, these days, aren't they? They were pretty good. I don't know what the club scene is like, but the national side's pretty strong.
Wales are heading there for 2 tests in July, and also welcome Japan to the Principality Stadium in November.
Which reminds me, I must say good morning to Springsteen. Hello, Springsteen.
Gorvin in to bowl. Hanscom plays no shot through to Cook.
Tracked me down on Blue Sky.
Good. More traffic on there, the better for those who, for whatever reasons, have had enough of X. And there are a few reasons to have had enough of it, but most people have stuck with it, with whatever. Gorvin bowls, Hanscom is forward, and there's no run. Have to be careful what particular feed you get, otherwise there are some rather odd opinions floating around. 145 for 3. Nick Webb 2017 on both Blue Sky and X. Rich R 23 on Blue Sky. As Gorvin bowls, Hanscom drives but straight to mid-off, and there is no run. If you want to email us, richardray23@gmail.com, nickwebb2017@gmail.com. Leicestershire 84 runs only in arrears. Effectively 4 down, but in control the Foxes at the moment, as Hanscom is back on his stumps, defending carefully. Up to Van der Hoogten at mid-on. and there is no run. Ingram at first slip, Northeast at second, Carlson at third. I thought I might catch a little bit of sunshine when I was off commentary earlier. I lasted about 2 minutes before being blasted back inside. Gorvin bowls. Hanscom takes a single down to fine leg, turning it away off his hips. 146 for 3.
You need to be on the other side of the ground, unfortunately, out of the wind. If you are, it is glorious. Perfect. But the wind got warmer yesterday. It was odd. It just sort of changed direction in the afternoon. And so although it was still ruffling what hair we have left, it was at least pleasant.
A little bit of a hold up. Gorvin possibly getting a word or two of advice from Van der Hoogten. Hill faces up 27 and nibbles at that one.
Cross with himself.
Through it goes. Hill does not make contact. Gorvin tidy so far without being particularly threatening. 7 overs, 0 for 15. Bashir will continue by the look of it, or not? What's going on? Zainul Hassan is going to have a little blast with his medium pace. So it'll be military medium from both ends.
So 13 overs on the spin, literally from Bashir.
Yep.
Didn't 1 or 2. There was that leading edge from Budinger, wasn't there? That
Yes, on
just
48.
dropped a touch short. Couple turn, but they're from quite wide, really, where there's a little bit more green. So, but he did a pretty good job. Created some doubt, and he's given the seamers a good spell. But you wouldn't expect on April the 5th there to be too much in the pitch for him. So, Zainul Hassan is going to purvey his particular brand of right arm seam, goes loping up to the crease. There's a few hands go in the air as Hanscom leans forward. Thick inside edge is involved. It would have been pretty straight. That certainly would have been worth a shout had that inside edge not intervened. And he runs it out towards square leg and takes 1. Moves on to 8. Wanders back down the pitch to have a word with Lewis Hill about Zainul Hassan's bowling. He's a shortish man, long strides though, sort of one of those, and in goes the right armour, bowls to Hill, who leans forward, plays it solidly back down the pitch towards north-east, who's at mid-on.
Yeah, Zainul Hassan did well initially in the second 11 as a sort of middle order bat and maybe first change seamer. Has been extensively tried as an opener.
In he goes, bowls, Hill defends, sort of a little bit on the walk, pushing it out into the point region. Again, there's no run.
Did pretty well in his opening season in 23. Not so well with the bat last season. Was eventually left out of the championship side because he was finding wickets difficult to come by as well. But back for a fresh crack.
Leans forward into his run, bowls, thick outside edge from Hill then. He's going to pick up 4 for it. He certainly wasn't in control of the shot. Carlson dived away to his right and remains on his knees watching as the ball crosses the ropes down at third man. Now let's see. It was kind of well wide and it was of him, and I think it would have been a touch short of him anyway, but a little bit of encouragement for Hassan. A little bit of bounce, a little bit of away shape to the delivery, but Hill gets away with it. Profits indeed. He moves on to 27, 146 for 3. Well, Hassan is in and bowls. Hill forward solidly, playing the ball out towards extra cover.
24 years old, one of those who sort of didn't quite make it with his first. He was on the Worcestershire books initially. Born in Pakistan, moved to the Midlands at a young age on the Worcestershire books, and then did the rounds of second 11 cricket. Impressed for Glamorgan, and let's hope he makes the most of this chance.
In he goes. Bowls Fuller this time. There's an appeal for leg before on the basis it might have been toe first. Presumably the ball bounced down and up to Hassan, who sort of turned in mild inquiry to the umpire. It was the slips and the keeper who went up there. Hassan's got a big grin on his face as he walks back towards umpire Tom Lungley and takes his cap. But yes, it was an odd one. It seemed to us up here, long way away, to just sort of bounce down and off the bat and up towards the bowler. But slips and keeper thought toe might have been involved as well, possibly even first.
Strange, it did. It was a sort of bump ball back to the bowler who didn't take it cleanly anyway, but yes, a bit of encouragement from behind the wicket. So Gorvin and Ul Hassan bowling round about the same sort of lick, both military medium. As Gorvin starts new over and Cook takes neatly as Hanscom plays no shot.
One of the questions in the Cricketers Who's Who this year, they do change from time to time. They bring in new ones, but anyway, how many hours do you spend on your phone a day?
Oh,
Zain Ul Hassan answered 6, which on a county championship day is a good effort. But
as Gorvin bowls chopped down into the gully, well, it's half fielded by Carlson to prevent any run. Yeah, that is quite a long time. With that might have changed with, I think, the birth of her child last summer. It might be a bit.
Unless it's going through the night or something.
Yes, he's keeping himself amused while trying to pacify a baby. 151 for 3. Gorvin bowls, kept a little bit low, you get the feeling there, as Hanscom plays defensively on the leg side to northeast, no run.
It's frustrating bowling to Hanscom. He plays everything sort of so late, really, that you must constantly feel you almost got that one through.
Glamorgan's over rate, well, I think they only change it at intervals, so I would hope it's good after Bashir bowling for most of the morning. -1 overnight. Glamorgan was 65, Leicestershire was 65 for 1. They're now 151 for 3, and they remain on that as Hanscom plays again too short mid-wicket. And there is no run, and Sam Northeast suggesting something to Andy Gorvin, suggesting that square leg on the ropes is superfluous, with Hanscom not showing much aggressive intent. So square leg is brought into a single saving position next to the umpire.
Morning to Richard Jones, who's watching on YouTube in somewhere I've never heard of, actually.
Gorvin bowls, Hanscom cuts nicely and will get runs down towards the third man boundary. I think it'll be overhauled just inside the ropes by Callaway, and they'll settle for 2, 153 for 3.
Utoxter, I've certainly heard of, but Roster, R-O-C-E-S-T-E-R, Roster, near Utoxter, must be a village, but
okay.
R-O-C-E-S-T-E-R. Anyway, hello Richard.
Wherever it is, you're welcome.
In the Midlands.
153 for 3. Gorvin charging towards us. Hanscom driving, not timing, and Gorvin got a hand to it in his follow-through to prevent any possibility of a run. We're through 47 overs of the Leicestershire innings. They're going nicely at 3.26 runs per over. And we have 9 minutes to go until the luncheon interval.
Balanced morning at the moment, just about. Would you say? Or 2 wickets down.
I think Glamorgan probably need another one to make it the even morning, just about Leicestershire's, but Fernando's spell and that long spell from Bashir have made watching interesting anyway.
Super spell as well. Give Glamorgan supporters a lot of pleasure and hope going forward. Ul Hassan is in bowls. Late decision to leave from Lewis Hill as he stepped forward there, but swung a touch away, and he decided he wasn't at the pitch, and he wasn't. So he pulled his bat out of the way, let it bounce through to Cook behind the stumps. 3 slips for Zain Ul Hassan, who's looking to swing it away from the right-handers. And the Hookton has words of advice, or alternatively chuntering about lunch perhaps. What's lunch on a Saturday? In goes Ul Hassan bowls. Nice shape to that one, from sort of pitched middle, moved towards off, and he'll have to deal with it. Did on the front foot.
What are we in, the 29th over of the morning, I think? I thought they'd be
Is that
more.
all?
Yeah.
With 13 overs from
Bashir, yeah.
Bashir, and Gorvin gets through his overs reasonably quickly, I would have thought. In goes Ul Hassan, bowls. Fuller, no. So Silly might just have picked that up on the FX mic as he blocked it out into the offside. Van Hookton doesn't mess around either, he just sort of marches back to it. I'm amazed. I thought
Well, it was 19 bowled overnight.
65 for 1 off 19. Let's not start doing maths on April. Especially when there's a sort of third element of time involved. In goes Ul Hassan, bowls down the leg side. Little tickle, no. There's the ever enthusiastic Kieran Carson heard something. It may have just have flicked the thigh pad and taken by Cook, but no great reaction certainly from Ul Hassan, and indeed the other slips and wicketkeeper Cook just gestures. Don't think so.
If you hear a solitary appeal, it's probably Kieran Carlson.
But he was, well, I don't think even he was entirely convinced, but he thought it worth asking. Ul Hassan is in bowl straighter this time. Hill blocks it out towards mid-on. Again, that familiar cry of no. The jogger heads behind the stand, up the taff, so westwards. Just about. He's
More northwards, really.
Yes, I'm getting confused. West is the sea, isn't it? So east, northeast, if anything. I couldn't be more wrong in essentially there. I don't think. In goes Ul Hassan, bowls outside off stump, cut nicely. Just enough width. It wasn't that wide. He's standing in mid-pitch with his chin in his hands in slight disbelief, but it is Hill's favourite shot. That just enough width, and it was just short enough. Hill went back and just guided it through the sort of vacant gully area. No third man, 4 runs. Hill onto 35, 157 for 3. And you take that sort of half an hour when Fernando was bowling, and it was a real battle for the batters. But other than that, it looks reasonably straightforward going.
Yeah, Hill's sailing along nicely, isn't he? Hanscom looks as though he's dug in for the duration, but I'm sure he'll open up at some stage if he lasts into the afternoon session. Gorvin, are we going to get one more over? Come on, get on with it, boys.
It will be just the one unless they do get on with it, won't they?
12:56 on the digital scoreboard. The clock on the pavilion is virtually at 1 o'clock. It's a bit in advance, but I think they're going on the digital one. Gorvin is in to bowl. Hanscom cuts for 4.
Yeah, that was too wide, wasn't it? from Andy Gorvin.
You cannot afford to stray in width, and Gorvin's USP really has been his accuracy. He's got to bowl wicket to wicket.
He does, doesn't it, at that pace, yeah. And any width is
it's going to go.
going to go against someone like Hanscom.
As Gorvin in bowls, more of the same. Chopped away this time towards third man, and that is 4 more. And Hanscom, I said he'd get going if he stayed in. He's getting going before lunch rather than after lunch now, with consecutive 4s to take the score up to 165 for 3. I think most of the Leicestershire support are engaged elsewhere, because there is not much reaction when Leicestershire hit boundaries.
They're rather used to it with Hanscom, I suppose. they expect nothing less.
Gorvin bowls, better, tighter delivery. Hanscom is suitably respectful.
What he doesn't do is miss out, Hanscom. If there is width or a bad ball, whenever it's bowled, even a couple of minutes before lunch, he will, calmly put it away. But everything is calm with Peter Hanscom.
Glamorgan now down to 1 slip. 5 saving the single. Men at third man wide, fine leg and square leg are deep, and Hanscom plays this one to short mid wicket. No run.
Okay, it's roaster as in toaster, Richard informs me. So
okay.
Roaster. R-O-C-E-S-T-E-R. And yes, it's where a large manufacturer, a massive manufacturer of huge yellow building vehicles. There's a huge headquarters. One drives past it on the A50.
Gorvin bowls down leg side, and Cook's done well to get a glove on that and parry it away. Slip down leg side, could well have gone for 4 byes. Andrew Rad's tweet, our Northampton colleague, fleece required at Wantage Road this morning. I think they're open air, aren't they?
Always is. No, there's are they now? It's usually you're in that little box.
As Hanscom is forward defending, yes, the problem at Northampton is that the small commentary box is nowhere really near where you need to be to see what's going on.
When Alex Winter was the commentator, they used to take out a table with the longest cable you've ever seen, and then get it behind the bowler's arm, which was fine, except in April and September, when it used to get, used to have driving rugs and things like that to cover the knees.
I think I had to lend him a fleece once because he was short.
Alex, yeah.
Yes. We are just about squeezing another over in.
We are. Goodness, it is 1 o'clock, but Zainul Hassan is in to Lewis Hill, who cuts and misses. It bounces over the top, just getting a little bit carried away, extra little bit of lift, and Hill berates himself. He would have been furious to give it away on the stroke of lunch, especially when it just started to go nicely. And Leicestershire would have been furious as well. I was mentioning to Eddie that one of the big things, the big pre-season determinations, was that batsmen who were in needed to go on it. They didn't score enough hundreds, not enough match-changing innings last season. Al Hassan is in. He leaves this time. He gets skid and bounce from a good length. There's something there, isn't there? It's occasionally gets good lift, and that was taken by an impressed Chris Cook. Around about chest high, with his gloves pointing up, and he slaps those gauntlets together in appreciation and applause for Al Hassan. A little bit skiddier and quicker than he looks, perhaps. In he goes and bowls, and there's an appeal for leg before he's convinced, but umpire Lungley has nothing to say.
Ooh, I expected to see the digit of doom there, I must say.
It was a biggish stride, wasn't it? We'll have a look at the replay. Longley absolutely zero reaction, looked on him. But Sand's going to be a bit careful because that was a bit of a celeb appeal. Let's have a look, see. Decent shout.
Just maybe got outside
Just
the line.
Maybe.
I think that's probably all that can save him.
Look again. I mean, at the end he was standing with his leg outside, but it was the question of where it was when it hit that front pad. But it was a decent stride, but a couple of lucky escapes perhaps for Hill in this over, the last before lunch. 3 balls to go. It's been a good one so far from Rothesay, giving it everything just before lunch. Hill, who's actually batting quite a long way outside his crease, in fairness, judging by his back foot there, plays it on the front foot.
The trick, of course, is to keep that front foot moving forward so it ends up well outside, so that the umpire can't see that you're pinned in front. But that was very marginal. That one would certainly have been sent upstairs at Test match level for a third umpire review.
Hassan bowls, that's down the leg side. Hill flicks at it, but without any real conviction, if you like, in this shot. It was a gesture more than anything, and he didn't get anything on it taken by Cook. What has Hamish got to say about that? Having seen the replay, outside the line for me, says Hamish from a long way away. But I think that you're of the same opinion as umpire Longley. Clearly, in goes Hassan bowls, thick inside edge. Cook had come up to the wicket there because Hill was batting so far outside his crease, and he was standing up, and a thick inside edge squirts out wide of square leg. Gorvin feels, and then he takes his sunglasses from the back of umpire Newell's Panama, because he's heading off the pitch. It is lunch here on day 2 of this Rothesay County Championship Division 2 game between Glamorgan and Leicestershire. Leicestershire reasonably handily placed. They trail by 63 with 7/6 wickets in hand. Remember, they are without their opening batsman Rishi Patel, but they are 166 for 3. That's in reply to Glamorgan's first innings of 229. Lewis Hill has battled his way through to 36 not out. Peter Hanscom has been, as ever, calmness personified in working his way to 18. 2 wickets this morning for Asitha Fernando. Those of Ben Mike, leg before wicket for 41, and Sol Budinger, top edge to pull, caught by Kieran Carlson for 56. But these two have now added 43 for the 4th wicket on a lovely Saturday spring morning in Cardiff.
There we are. We'll be back at 1:40 with the afternoon session. Leicestershire having added 101 in the first for the loss of 2 wickets. If you keep the stream open, you may hear an update from me for North Wales listeners. Wrexham against Burton is live on Radio Wales FM at the moment, but we'll have commentary resuming at 1:40. County scores coming up from Dr. Hignell.
Leading by 116 runs.
Well-timed shot. Nice firm push. Possibly the shorter of the two boundaries on that grandstand side, away to our right, as Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, and that is dispatched with a flourish through mid-wicket. 180 degrees opposite and 4 more. That was a lovely shot from Lewis Hill, who moves on to 44. 174 for 3. Just overcompensating Van der Hoogten, I guess.
50 partnership.
Fairly decent time as well. Leicestershire's run rate has been quite healthy, and next ball is defended. So when did these two come together? 37th over. Now in the 51st. So around about 14 overs. .7-ish for the stand, as it's Ogden more on target and Hill more on the defensive. Apologies for the occasional bursts of wind we get on the effects mic.
Nothing
So
to do with
speak.
lunch. It's
Nothing to do with lunch,
the weather
no.
conditions.
And the effects mic is a long way away from any postprandial effects that may be caused in the commentary box as well. Van der Hoogten bowls Hill forward, defending up to mid-off. There is no run, so 2 boundaries off the over. Van der Hoogten, well, the sort of figures he's used to having next to his name. 1 for 50 off 12.
No. That was a distinctly sort of loose over by his very high standards. Zainul Hussain bowled very nicely before lunch. 3 overs, none for 10 doesn't sound remarkable, but he created a lot of problems for, particularly for Hill, and will consider himself unlucky not to have picked up a wicket. Consequently, he had a little pace as well. There was a couple that rose really nicely. Consequently, he's got the word to continue from his skipper. Northeast, just the 2 slips as opposed to 3 before lunch. Carlson was at 3rd. He's now in the covers, as Ul Hassan is in from the Cathedral Road end of the ground. Bowls to Peter Hanscom of Leicestershire, Victoria, and of course Australia, who on the back foot waits as ever, calmly deep in his crease, just blocks it back up the pitch towards Ul Hassan.
Seems to have found his British home at Leicestershire, doesn't he, after a little bit of wandering around the network, not always with great success at Middlesex, one of his stops.
No, it didn't work out for him at Lord's, did it? In goes Ul Hassan, bowls and forward, neatly, undemonstratively, as ever. Sort of undemonstrative batsman, isn't he, Peter Hanscom? There's never any sort of great violence to any of his shots, never... No real great flourishes.
He settled in
close together.
Settled in last year, didn't he? Together with Rahane, big partnership that saved the match.
He waits, bat raised as Ul Hassan is in outside off stump. Just waits for it and dabs it down through the vacant gully area down towards 3rd man. Jogs the single to get up and running post lunch. He moves on to 19. 175 for 3, 54 behind now, Leicestershire. Hill checks his guard. We're at a fairly straight long off where the pitch is, and it looked like a leg stump guard to me, but we'll see. Hassan is in, bowls to Hill, who chops it down into the ground, thick bottom edge that bounces not so very far away from leg stump, a couple of inches, no more than that. Well, Hassan's not having any luck at the moment. Or the luck he's getting is of the bad variety, but that was another escape for Hill. Very important that, from Leicestershire's point of view, he goes on and makes this start count. Two batsmen haven't quite managed to do that yet. Can Hill? Not with shots like that. It was just too close to cut, really. And Al Hassan is in. A little bit of shape to that one. Hill is squared up and ends up pushing it unconvincingly on the walk, almost out towards mid-wicket, and hands again up from the bowler and the keeper, and the slips. Shape to the deliveries as well. Gives the ball a fairly perfunctory polish on the back of his whites, turns, lopes in, bowls. Little bit short edge. No, not edged. Went past the outside edge. Hill looked back. Sometimes it's a giveaway, but it did too much and beat him outside off stump by too much, if you like. Well, Hassan just wanted it to do that a little bit less. But again, I've been impressed from what I've seen of him as a sort of change seamer. He's looked reasonably threatening. He's created issues.
Yeah, maybe with a metre or so extra of pace than last season. Maybe he's been working on that. $175 for 3 in the Sophia Gardens sunshine, with some of the Leicestershire contingent having gone elsewhere. They were numerous and fairly noisy on day one. Fewer of them today, and no flags. The flags are supporting elsewhere. There's Van der Hoogten bowls, and Hanscom turns off his legs down towards backward square leg. Fielded by Eddie Byram. 176 for 3. Just 53 runs behind. And Leicestershire with visions of a healthy first innings lead at some point this afternoon. They should move ahead, and we'll have fairly decent hopes of batting for the rest of the day, you feel. Van der Hoogten bowls, a bill for LBW. Sound as if they might have been an inside edge. Hill thought about a quick single, decided otherwise with Hanscom not involved.
He's shaking his right hand as well. He's taking his glove off now and inspecting his fingers.
Yes.
Which, it looked a bit high, didn't it? But let's have a look, see.
Yes.
Yeah,
Decent. Reasonable appeal. Umpire's call on height, I guess, and the umpire called against Van der Hoogten.
the fact it hit his right hand as well.
Yeah, bit of glove. Oh, that's beaten him. And through to Chris Cook as Hill jabbed down. Didn't make any contact there.
He's lived something of a charmed life in this innings, hasn't he, Lewis Hill, so far?
Yes, he's nearly played on. He's had a good LBW shout or two against him, and a caught behind shout first ball, which you reckon the keeper wasn't hugely supportive of, but quite a few players thought it was gone. Fernando took 2. Here's Van der Hoogten from that river end, and that's edge streakily down towards third man for runs, 4 of them. Wide of a diving second slip and down to the third man boundary. Hill continuing to ride his luck, moves on to 48 not out.
Yeah, not convincing.
$180 for 3. BBC Sport Online. BBC Sounds via smart speakers. Ask BBC Sounds to play Glamorgan v Leicestershire Day 2. See what happens. Tell us if it works. Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's dispatched through the covers for 4 by Lewis Hill to reach his half century of 70 deliveries. So a decent enough run rate for Lewis Hill, starting the season strongly.
Yeah. arguably his most convincing shot to go to his 50 after a few streakier ones. Post-lunch, that is. He played fairly nicely.
11
Other
fours.
times. Yeah, he's 44 runs in boundaries.
Van der Hoogten is back at him. Hill shuffles down the wicket and drives but straight to mid-on. And there is no run. So boundary heavy half century for the former Leicestershire Championship captain. And big relief, I suppose, for Lewis Hill after his struggles against the red ball last season. 184 for 3.
Yeah, we're talking about the effects of pressure on the pressures of captaincy, really, with David Lloyd giving it up at Derby. Similarly, Hill likewise at Leicester. Well, Hassan is in, bowls very full and is on, driven beautifully by Hanscom. Lovely shot. Once again, you're tired of me saying it, doesn't try and overhit it, but stroke slash punched very straight, and Bashir sprawling to his left. He's fairly straight at mid-on, but he couldn't get there. Hanscom on to 24, 188 for 3, just over-striving there. Zainul Hassan. Very straight run up, runs in and bowls onto the leg stump of Hanscom, who just goes back and deflects it around the corner down towards Fernando at long leg and jogs his single. Moves on to 25. 189 for 3. The deficit now just 40. Again, not a cloud. I don't think I've seen one today. A few shirts off over there in the river stand, or one of the river stands. Well, Hassan is in, well bowled, edged by Hill, short of second slip. Northeast sort of fell to his left and made the block, I think on about the second bounce. It was a genuine edge though, but he played it with, as they say, sort of slightly soft hands and managed to keep it down. Northeast claps his hands together, encouraging Zainul Hassan, who, as I say, has impressed me. Turns, runs away from us and bowls another edge, but again a controlled one, this time much more controlled from Hill, leaning forward. It was with a slightly angled bat, guiding it down through about full slip. There is a third man, so Hill can take his single. Dig in. Top scorer in the innings now, Buttinger. No, beg your pardon, Buttinger got 56, so Hill has a few.
He could be.
3 to go. He could be.
You know, in one shot's
He has
time.
the potential to be. As of course does Chris Wright and everybody else, but unlikely. Al Hassan is in. Hanscom, not too much foot movement, just blocks it away off stump towards backward point. Is Hill trying to get out? Asks one Leicestershire supporter. He does look a little bit flighty at the moment, Lewis. I think he's probably trying to be positive. But he's got a real good chance here. He's ridden his luck. He's hit some lovely shots as well, but he's ridden his luck in getting past 50. Now he can really go on and make the most of that luck. Al Hassan is into Hanscom, who works him away very stylishly through mid-wicket. I don't think it's going to go the distance. It isn't. Bashir drags it back a yard or so. Hill, who's, I don't know where he was running there, he seemed to set off somewhere towards Cardiff city centre at a sort of 45-degree angle to the crease and then sort of veered back in. Whether he's trying to avoid the throw or get in the way of it, I'm not quite sure. But anyway, Hanscom managed to pick up 3. He moves on to 28, 193 for 3. I've got a 2 o'clock update to do, so I'm going to desert it just for a few minutes.
Okay, no problem. I'll have a few radio updates during the course of the afternoon, which will be dropped into commentary. Leicestershire 193 for 3, 36 runs behind. First innings lead likely within the hour, maybe within the half hour. Hanscom squared up by Van der Hoogten's first delivery of the over. playing out on the offside, no run. Still clear blue skies. Wind whipping round the Castell stand at this end, which is now pretty much in the shade beneath us, apart from the first row or two, and a little bit on the edge. Van der Hoogten to Hanscom, who defends on the offside, and there's no run. There's a bit in the sunshine this end, away to our right as well, but for most sun lovers, the place to be is at the river end of the ground. Don't say the building work has resumed. It's just outside the ground. We had a mixture of building work and jazz yesterday afternoon. Van der Hoogten bowls, Hanscom chops it down into the gully, and there's no run. If you want to contact me, NickWeb2017 on X, on Blue Sky, and on gmail.com as well. All very, not entirely comfortable, but all very positive from Leicestershire at the moment. There's Van der Hoogten bowls, Hanscom leaves, a ball that goes through low outside off stump. There will be a new ball involved at some point before tea, you feel. Elsewhere in this division, Derbyshire taking a decent first innings advantage over Gloucestershire, despite a couple of wickets from Marchant de Lange, formerly of Glamorgan. 279 for 5, they lead Gloucestershire by 57. Gloucestershire are Glamorgan's next opponents. Van der Hoogten bowls, Hanscom plays no shot. At Lords, Middlesex were 260 all out, Lancashire in reply 136 for 2. Keaton Jennings made 55. At Northampton, game well advanced there. Kent are 75 for 3 in their second innings, but that's a lead of 163 runs over Northampton, who was shot out for 143. Van der Hoogten bowls. Hanscom plays that handsomely through the offside and will pick up 4 runs. Maybe Glamorgan need to employ a sweeper on that offside boundary. It's costing them a few at the moment. Hanscom moves on to 32, 197 for 3. Leicestershire, 55 overs gone. A further 60 to come today. At 31 in the morning session. And the over rate remains at -1, despite Shoaib Bashir having bowled for most of the morning. So suggests that the other seamers have been slightly tardy, which I'm slightly surprised at. So in Division 1, the champions Surrey continuing to suffer in the field. Critchley's got 116 not outs. Pepper 82 not out for Essex. They're 494 for 4.
Hassan in from the Cathedral Road end, bowl short, attempted to be pulled into the leg side. It loops up into the air. Lewis Hill, there's no chance for Bashir running in from mid-wicket to get there, although there are 1 or 2 starts of excitement out there. But again, Hill not quite convincing. I think he's a little bit quicker than he looks, saying Hassan, and it hurried on, or skidded on to Lewis Hill and lobbed up into the air. Hassan turns, charges in and bowls. He peels for leg before, but Hill is so far down the pitch. He's walking down almost. He's batting outside his crease and walked down, and umpire would have to be guessing really there as he walked into that. Absolutely shuffled down, probably hit him outside the line as well. So you're just really not going to get those decisions. I just wonder whether I think he's a bit too quick to stand up to, really. Not doubting Chris Cook's ability, but he's skiddy. In he goes and bowls, and Hill again. Good couple of yards down the pitch by the time he defends that one into the onside, where Bashir is getting in close-ish at mid-wicket. Fields.
Yorkshire, promoted to the First Division, are in danger of opening with a defeat. Without Root and Brook, Yorkshire are 5 for 2 in their second innings, still 123 runs behind Hampshire.
And their second innings?
Second innings.
Wow. Okay, these games are moving on, aren't they?
Yeah, Yorkshire 121, Hampshire 249, Yorkshire 5 for 2.
It's like finishing tomorrow. Well, I was talking about Cook standing up to Hassan. He's going to. He's making sure he's thoroughly protected first, though. He's got some extra padding, as obviously as well as the helmet standing up. But he definitely inserted some extra padding there. As Hassan is in to Hill, who's driving for 4 as well, square. So it does sometimes put the bowler off. And he just overpitched on that occasion, Hassan, whether he was affected by Cook standing up to the crease, I'm not quite sure, but he got that one a little bit wrong, having been bowling very nicely previously. A little bit too full outside off stump, and Hill drove it away, moves on to 57 and is now the innings top scorer. Premature.
At Trent Bridge, not 61 for naught in reply to Durham's 378 all out.
Hassan bowls. Hill punches him away through the offside for 4 again. It was a better length, but again there was just enough width, and Hill played that one nicely, much more convincingly, punching it, timing it away. So he's been very positive, sometimes too positive in this innings, in that hasn't always convinced, but he's also played some cracking shots, Lewis Hill. He's been in good form in pre-season, and he's taken that timing for the most part into this innings. He's on 61 now, and the previous 4 brought up the 200 for Leicestershire. Now 205 for 3, they're just 24 behind.
At Taunton, Somerset 342 for 4. Tom Banton is 170 not out. James Drew 85 not out. That after they dismissed the pairs for 154. So Somerset look as though they're going to start with a home win.
1 ball to go in the over. The 6th for Zainul Hassan, who bowls. Slower ball, but it's drifting onto the legs of Hill, who clips it away down towards long leg. Takes the first one quickly, but Fernando is quickly to the ball, running round at long leg towards fine leg and gets his throw away, so Hill has to settle for 1. But 9 off the last 3 balls of the over means he's now on 62. Wanders down to have a chat. Former captain to current captain. 83 they've added so far for the 4th wicket.
Yes, there's been 1 or 2 minor hiccups along the way, but Hanscom has looked pretty phlegmatic as 1 or 2 members of the crowd slather on the sun cream at the River Taff end. Very sensible.
Wisely so.
At Edgbaston, Sussex going strong, 517 for 7. John Simpson 179 not out. Tom Clark made 140. Van der Hochten is in to bowl. Hill dabs it down to gully, and there is no run.
Again, Hill is well outside his crease. The Van der Hochten.
Yes, he probably knows that Cook can't stand up to the wicket against the extra pace of Van der Hochten, who has not been at his best today, and runs towards us. Starts his 15th over. Bowls to Hill, who shuffles down the wicket, takes a quick single here, and Van der Hochten plunges to his right to field in the follow-through, but can't get up to get the throw away in time.
It's an interesting contrast in technique, isn't it? Hill getting as far forward as possible, shuffling out of his crease. Hanscom, minimal foot, just stays deep in his crease, plays it as late as he can.
Good point. Yes, I'm surprised he's able to advance quite so much on Van der Hoogten, to be honest, but it's working for him at the moment. As Van der Hoogten bowls, Hanscom misses out slightly there, slashed it away, fielded at point by diving Callaway to prevent what would probably have been a boundary, albeit Bashir is grazing down at wide third man. Edward Cooper on blue sky. I'm not getting into any ABBA related tomfoolery with regard to Glamorgan's new fast bowler.
It was mentioned yesterday, wasn't it?
Indeed. 207 for 3, just 22 runs behind, still 7 wickets theoretically standing. The short ball is pulled away for 4 more by Peter Hanscom. Van der Hoogten really is getting fed up now. Dropped that one short, and Hanscom dealt with it severely. Played the shot nicely. Rocked onto it. Smashed it away from around about head high. Raced away the backward square leg boundary. Hanscom to 36, 211 for 3, and Glamorgan labouring in a way that the Essex seamers didn't really at any point. As that's driven by Hanscom back to the bowler and no run. A couple of half-century stands in the Glamorgan innings. Byram and North East for the 2nd wicket, and Cook and Bashir for the 9th, but nothing of any real substance. We had a partnership of 88 between Mike and Budinger, and now 88 between Hill and Hanscom. Van der Hoogten bowls. Hanscom pushes away on the leg side. Out to square leg. Single taken. 212 for 3. Just the 5 bowlers used so far, and if I were Ben Callaway, I'd be sort of making a few gestures, I think. Let me have a go. Morgan's young off-spinner and occasional slow left armour as well. But he has not bowled just the 5 used so far. Long spell for Bashir, who bowled most of the morning session. 13 overs at a cost of 42 runs.
Zainul Hassan, who will continue from the Cathedral Road end here at Spire Gardens. 1 slip and a gully now, plus a short mid-wicket as he runs in and bowls to Hanscom, who's, well, you can take it as read that it's solid, whatever he does. He forward, everything close together. It's not sort of pretty, but it's such a sound technique. It's not a big stride, but everything is very close together and head right over the ball. And the bat, one way or another, is always very straight. Hassan is in bowls. Hanscom waiting for it, just guides it into the onside. If there's a chance that he thinks he might hit it in the air, he sort of checks the shot and plays it down. And what passes, I suppose, for Florence. Ooh. Update shortly for BBC Wales. As Ul Hassan turns, runs in and bowls outside off stump, creeps rather through to Chris Cook, who, having taken it on the 2nd bound, stays on one knee, the long barrier, and looks askance at the trajectory of the ball, the way it ran through, stayed very low.
Can't be a long barrier.
Hassan in bowls again, drifted onto the leg. This looks a little bit tired now, and that's turned very comfortably by Hanscom out towards Fernando, who's 20, 15 perhaps yards inside the ropes down there at a wide long leg. Hanscom on to 38, is accumulating steadily. Hill has played the sort of flashier and occasionally more attractive shots, but the scoring rate's about the same. It's interesting. Well, Hassan is in as Cook stands up. Hill having to keep one foot anchored. Well, he doesn't have to, but chooses to, and just blocks it out into the covers.
Yeah, Hanscom had a fairly slow start, didn't he? He's just starting to move up. Second to third, maybe.
He's very much of the Hitchhiker's Guide philosophy. Don't panic. Never panics. Well, Hassan is in. Bowls Fuller this time, looking to drive his Hill, but checks the shot slightly. Examines the bottom of his bat afterwards. Sounded okay, but it bounced out towards the northeast at mid-off. End of Hassan's 7th over, a couple before lunch. None for 30. He's bowled better than that.
There's a change of bowling.
Leicestershire strongly placed there, 213 for 3, just 16 runs behind. 2 wickets today for Glamorgan Sri Lankan paceman Asitha Fernando on his competitive debut, dismissing Ben Mike for 41 and Sol Budinger for 56 midway through the morning session. But since then, a partnership of 90 between former captain Lewis Hill with 63 not out, the more aggressive, and the Australian current captain Peter Hanscom on 31. Leicestershire 213 for 3, 16 runs behind Glamorgan only. As Edward Bevan will come in to the commentary box, and Asitha Fernando, as you may have heard over the PA, will have another blast. Bowled well in the morning session. I think it was 2 for 11 or thereabouts. And been expensive last night, and his first ball has Hanscom on the defensive. 213 for 3. Precious little for the home crowd to get worked up about today. Basking in the sunshine, enjoying the weather at the river end of the ground, anyway.
Beautiful, is it? It's like coming from summer into winter, changing ends.
It's strange, isn't it, the ecosystems here. As Fernando into bowl, squares up Hanscom, and all just squirting through to Chris Cook.
I spent a very pleasant half hour there talking to a former Glamorgan, well, championship year wicketkeeper, Ivan Jones.
All right.
And still looking as fresh as a daisy. Wonderful wicketkeeper he was too. Used to come in about number 7. Brother of the great Alan.
Yes, well, nice to see Ivan here as well, because Alan was president for several years.
Yes.
As Fernando is into bowl, Hanscom turns it off his legs. He'll get runs down to fine leg as Hassan comes across the field. They come back for a second. They have to hurry, but they get home. Hanscom gets home. Cook couldn't quite claim the return cleanly anyway. 215 for 3.
Hasn't been very threatening, has it, the bowling after lunch? Hassan, of course, I suppose you'd call him a fill-in or a help-out bowler, because he's not threatening at all.
No, he started reasonably well, being a bit expensive in the last couple of overs as Fernando bowls down leg side. Cook takes, Hanscom makes no contact. Decent pace, Fernando. Do you think he might have a yard or two on Tim van der Hoogten in terms of pace?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
In fact, I sat down in that corner And what struck me, Nick, I know if you've interviewed him, I couldn't believe how small he is. I know Sri Lankans are a small race, but my goodness.
He's fairly stocky, isn't he?
Yeah, his shoulders broad as could be.
I only said hello to him as he walked past me on the pavilion steps, took his photo. Fernando bowls and Hanscom
Did you say good morning, Nick?
plays no shot. I said, introduced myself, said hope to be interviewing you a few times. He smiled, posed for photograph and went on his way. 2:15 for
The
3.
main chatter over there, because they're all Glamorgan supporters, has been about the looking at their phones and wondering what the football, how things going and all that, because it's very much promotion and relegation time. Wrexham apparently were 1-1.
As that is a short ball from Fernando, and Hanscom just sways away from it.
And will not please Cardiff City followers is that Luton are holding the great Leeds 1-1 there. Of course, it's a big match for Cardiff this afternoon, because they're in the bottom 3 now.
It's going to be a win for Wrexham in a couple of minutes' time. They're into stoppage time and they're 3-0 up. It was 0-0 for a long time.
Yeah, 0-0 on one. Yeah.
Fletcher, penalty, Smith and Marriott.
Oh, that's good.
So that strengthens Wrexham's position in second.
Absolutely.
In League One. Might be passing Cardiff City if the Bluebirds don't pull their fingers out. They are at QPR. Swansea home to Derby.
This is squirted away down to the vacant third man area, and the man feeling a sort of square cover come across, and they go through for 2 runs. 65 to Hill, 40 to Hanscom, 217 for 3, the deficit just 12. And things looking ominous at the moment. Now that in this game it can change, but these batsmen, who didn't start very well, and both have survived some good deliveries, is the next ball. Appeal for LBW this time, and again it is turned down. And perhaps it's in a little bit of desperation. We'll have a look at that. We have the benefit of the monitor.
He'll look to be playing across the line there. The ball whacked away for a leg by in the end. 218 for
Hussain had
3.
a wry smile at the umpire, as if to say, yeah, you're probably right, or words to that effect. We haven't had the replay. Hanscom to face. He's on 40. In comes Hussain. Played defensively up to short mid on. There's no run.
You managed to get to Swansea.com stadium much this winter?
Yes. Yes. But I alternate.
Marks out of 10 for the season?
6 at the moment.
Yeah.
I alternate. I will watch my grandson playing for Trebanos Youth, and then the following Saturday, and then I go and watch the Swans. It was a nice ball to drive, but it's intercepted there at mid-on, and there's no run. Yes, kept the weekend's quite busy. Something to do.
Yep. Home to Derby this afternoon.
Yes, well, Derby are down in the, just climbed out of the bottom 3. In comes the next ball. It's down the leg side and clipped away for 4. Line drifting down there, clipped away, as I say, and these two now looking very well set. As Richie Barrow's number 222 for 3 comes up on the board. 7 more runs, and they will be equal. And Glamorgan have much to do with that. 2.5 days remaining. Old Hussain comes in, bowls, cut away, and half stopped by Kieran Carlson in the gully. 8 overs, 0 for 36 Hussain. Fernando, 14 overs, 2 for 45. 222 for 3, 65 to Hill, who survived rather a shaky start, as did Hanscom, who was beaten 3 times in succession in Fernando's first over to him. He's on 44. All right, Morgan can say it's 2-2-2 for 4 because Patel is not apparently going to bat in this game, but that's the only little hope at the moment.
Apologies for the noises on our effects microphone downstairs.
A howling wind.
It is pretty breezy out there. 2-2-2 for 3. Fernando from the River Taff end, charging in. Bowls, Hill swipes and misses outside off stump. That wasn't a great shot. Swansea City 45 points, 5 clear of Cardiff City, who are in 22nd place in the relegation zone at the moment.
QPR away, isn't it, today for City?
Cardiff at QPR, Swansea City home to Derby, who are just 1 point outside the relegation zone, so that might be a tense affair.
It could well be. But having held Leeds away to a 1-1 draw last week, Swansea should be quite confident. We shall see.
As Fernando charges towards us, and Hill plays defensively out on the offside.
I know there are great rivalries, but the worst thing would be for Cardiff or Swansea, or even both, to go down this season. I don't think Swansea will. But Cardiff have to try and win a few games.
Yes, if Wrexham join the 2 South Wales sides in the Championship,
How
that would
ironic would that be?
bit of
But if they went down,
if they're all in the second tier, you put County safe in League 2 at the moment. They're at Carlisle today. Oh, that's a track. There's Fernando towards us from the river end. Bowls to Hill, who forces through mid-wicket. There is a sweeper out towards mid-wicket boundary, and that is the 100 partnership between these two, Lewis Hill and Peter Hanscom. They came together in the 37th over. It's now the 61st, so 24 overs or thereabouts. A scoring rate of a fraction over 4 and over in this this partnership. So a good lick between Hanscom and Hill, despite Hanscom's cautious start. Saw it yesterday from Chris Cook. Had to start very slowly before getting going. Fernando bowls. Hanscom jabs down on it, as Richard has been remarking. Playing late.
he's got an idiosyncratic sort of move. Have you noticed this? When he's at taking guard, have a look with his bat, what he does with it, and I'll let you describe it. I remember this from last season as well.
Yes.
Let's look now.
1, 2.
No, it's to come.
All right. 3 taps. Oh yes.
As if he's
That is
chipping
awesome.
it down to first slip. Every ball.
Fernando in bowls to Hanscom, who turns it on the leg side out to deep square.
To listeners, if you're not watching the screen, think of tapping your bat and then you open the face as if you're
Yes, looks as though he's running it down towards
first slip.
Yes, strange. Fielded by Ned Leonard. That one, the substitute fielder, is on at deep square. Someone off for a convenience break or change of boots or a cup of tea. Haven't noticed any obvious injuries. Colin Ingram looks a cold man at first slip, standing with his hands in his pockets until the bowler turns. He and Gorvin crouch. Carlson's now moved to leg slip as Fernando is in to bowl a short pitch ball that Hill sways away from. 2:24 for 3, just 5 runs behind you on BBC Sport Online.
And we mustn't forget our Leicester listeners that they've got a very important game today. And they're in the bottom 3 of the Premier League. Yes,
Not today. Not today.
They're not playing today, are they?
Monday.
Oh,
Monday. Yeah, poor run from.
yeah, it's been up for just a season.
Returning to bowl
Monday night they play Newcastle. The rugby is tonight, as far as the Leicester Tigers are concerned, away to Glasgow in the European competition. You can listen to that game on BBC Radio Leicester, on 5 Sports Extra as well. And on the rugby front in Wales, Cardiff and Connacht tonight. You can catch commentary on the BBC Sport website on that match in Galway. And tomorrow it's a game at the Swansea.com Stadium, Ospreys against Scarlets in the West Wales derby, which is second meeting in as many weeks. The Scarlets having won the league encounter. Tomorrow's match is in the Challenge Cup, 5:30 kick-off.
Bashir is back into the attack. North 42 of 14. Comes in and bowls. And this is driven in the gap between cover and extra by Hanscom. And they go through for a single. I must confess, around Christmas time, I opened up my computer and went on to Twitter, or X as it's called. I could not believe that I was looking at a text, Nick Webb 2017, from a football match, Farnborough and Walthamstow, something like that. Ithium League. I said, what on earth is he playing at? Anyway, more of that. As Bashir comes in and bowls, and this is played backward of square for a single. No, this can't be Nick, it must be a relative, I thought. Never watches the home sides play. And there he is, and then he twigged because the daughters live up in England.
Yes. Dulwich Hamlet, how was that?
Dulwich Hamlet's not a bad side.
No, they were on a poor run at the days
followed you. Bashir, he comes in and bowls, and down the pitch comes Hanscom and drives, but it's well stopped at short mid-on.
2 days after I went to watch them for the first and only time so far, they sacked their manager.
They seemed a good crowd there.
It was well over 2,000 for a 7th tier game in English football.
Yeah. How far did you have to travel? Dulwich, not too far then, across London. Bashir's round the wicket, bowls, pushed away on the onside.
Well, it was 10 minutes walk from my daughter's house.
10 minutes walk?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's not the only football I've seen this season.
Oh. Tell more. Bashir goes round the wicket, short leg and a leg slip as he tosses this one up, and it's played nicely by Hanscom, who's on 46, out into the onside.
I went to watch El Cotillo play in the Canary Islands League when I was on holiday in Fuerteventura.
Whatever next? Yes. Down the pitch he comes and hammers this up towards mid-on for 4 runs.
What a lovely way to reach a half-century.
Growing in confidence, absolutely. And he's in prime form now, reaches his 50, and the lead is by 1 run. He came down the pitch, drove it, and hit the last ball of the over for 4, 230 for 3. Leicestershire in a prime position.
83 balls included 7
4s, 83 balls, you hear the doctor say.
Yeah, so a bit slower than Lewis Hill, and fewer boundaries as well. But
yeah, it took a while to get
yes,
established there after that first over from Fernando. Oh, he could easily have gone 3 times. We nicked 1.
So only Holland has missed out so far in the Leicestershire innings, and he was the bowling hero, so he's done a bit anyway. He went for 7. Budinger 56, Mike 41. Hill now 67 not out, and Hanscom on 50. Hill starts to face the new over and gets runs, or a run off the first ball from Fernando, turning out towards mid-wicket. Van der Hoogten Fields.
There's nothing in the pitch now, is there? The only hope that Glamorgan, we have seen it done by opposition and Glamorgan in the past 5 or 6 years, Nick, is where they're following on about 250, 300 runs behind, and then they bat the day out. Did we see it last year?
Well, Leicestershire managed a lengthy resistance, didn't they, after being 299 behind on first innings and
360 for 6 or something like that, if I remember.
Yeah, they saw it out very very comfortably indeed, but Glamorgan will have a long time to bat to save this game, I think you can say already, as Leicestershire move into the lead with the Hanscom blow to reach his half century. Glamorgan shuffling their field now. Gorvin is going out to a shortish mid-wicket. Bashir's coming up from third man. And where's he going? Point cover. Fernando to Hanscom. Short pitch delivery. Ducks underneath. Well, Fernando's not stinting for effort, is he? He's putting everything into it.
Yeah.
But not looking quite as dangerous as his spell this morning so far.
No, it's the 63rd over with the ball was getting a little bit old.
Thought we might have seen a bit of Callaway by now.
You would have thought if he's played as an all-rounder, something different. Ball his left arm.
Yep, or both of them. 2:31 for 3. Sunny, but sometimes chilly afternoon in Cardiff. Fernando bowls, and Scum turns down to fine leg. Al Hassan does the fielding. Single taken. 2:32 for 3. And Glamorgan really can't afford to just while away these overs until the new ball. This is probably Fernando's last burst with the old ball. Probably get to 4 or 5 overs then, and then let him have a bit of a blow.
And then they'll start looking round because Van der Gooten's had a ball, so has Al Hassan, so has Gorvin. And as you say, Nick, Callaway might be ready for a little ball.
A twirl as Fernando's in and driven by Hill gently on the leg side to Gorvin at mid-wicket. Might even be time for a couple of overs of Kieran Carlson's occasional off-spin, because he has been known to be a stand breaker, albeit his wickets last season, 10 wickets, came at an average in the high 50s.
They really want an established slow bowler in this club. You know, Bashir's here for 3 games.
Well, Crane presumably will do duties for the rest of the season. Fernando bowls. That's beautifully driven by Lewis Hill for no runs. Lovely stylish off drive, but punched it straight to skipper northeast, who is an experienced captain with Glamorgan, Kent and Hampshire, but I wonder if he needs just to move things around a little bit. It's all drifting a bit as Leicestershire strengthen their grip on this opening county championship match of the season. And Fernando is in the bowl, short pitch ball pulled away by Hill down to backward square. Byram does the fielding. 2:33 for 3.
Yes, and this partnership, after a quiet start, has now blossomed with Hill and Hanscom playing some very, very good shots. 69 to Hill. Hanscom is on 51. And captain, vice captain, bowler, and fellow off spinner Callaway having a chat there. And very short boundary doesn't help Bashir in any way. Away to the leg side for a right-hander, which 2 of them are at the moment at the crease. And it'll be Bashir coming round the wicket to bowl at Hill with a slip and a short leg and a short mid-on. In he comes, tickled round the corner and going up towards that short fine leg boundary, and it stopped just inside. They'll get 2 runs. So with this field, he's obviously aiming his attack at Midland leg or leg stump. Don't think he can be getting much turn there, but he's put that man in at short leg and leg slip. Glamorgan have to attack, even though there's maybe well behind in this game. That's bowled on the offside. There's only 3 men on the off. 2 slip, cover and a mid-off, and there's a huge gap between cover and mid-off. So anything bowled in that line will disappear. Bashir round the wicket, comes in and bowls, and that's played nicely with wrists just dropping as he played it backward of square, and the score on to 236 for 3. Hill moves on to 72.
Yeah, at least Glamorgan are trying something different now, aren't they?
Yeah. You've got to be accurate because, as I say, there's a short, very short boundary away to the leg side. As Bashir comes round the wicket again. Oh, that's short, and it is worked into the offside, and he made room. Now he'll only get a single, but knowing that he would get runs, he moved away to the on side and played it just wide of mid-off for a single. I wonder if Richard Ray has ever said that was a handsome shot by Hanscom. Hill is on 72.
Yeah, I like the short leg and leg slip there. At least forcing the batsman to think, getting something into his brain.
Bashir bowls. That's one that went with the arms. Defended. That's the end of the over. And Bashir has now been bowled. 16 overs, 0 for 52.
I just think it's a shame this spell of on loan of his isn't later in the season.
Yeah, exactly. Well, as we mentioned earlier on, if Leach is not considered for the test, if the pitches are seaming, and comes back to Somerset, poor Bashir will be left out in the cold again. But perhaps Graham Swan was right in his article and say he should look for another county. But who bowls? You know, spin a lot these days.
Well, Glamorgan used Mason Crane a fair amount last season. I think he just missed out the first game of the season. I believe he played in
just about every game.
Everything else when he was fit. 237 for 3. Fernando to continue. He's here for 7 matches as things stand, with the possibility of adding. Yeah, Crane played in 11 last season overall. Took 29 wickets. As Hanscom blocks the first ball of Fernando's over out on the onside. Crane contributed quite well with the bat as well, averaging 36.
Yeah, remember that last over at Cheltenham?
Yes, yeah, he did really well up until then, but probably should have
blocked the first 4.
Taken the single earlier in the over to put
exactly.
less pressure on McIlroy, so he didn't have to
exactly
go after the last ball.
Yeah.
They turned down a single in that historic game. Fernando bowls and Hanscom plays it gently to Callaway at point, and there's no run. Got to be another BBC Radio Wales update in about 10 minutes' time, which is why we're delaying Richard Ray's return to action. Apologies to Leicestershire listeners. Be able to listen on BBC Radio Leicester between approximately 4:30 and 6:30 today. And a long sports programme with the build-up to the match in Glasgow, the European Rugby. Kick off 8 o'clock there. Here comes Fernando bowling to Hanscom, turned that off his legs down to Al Hassan at fine leg. Single taken. Bashir was doing leg slip duty for that delivery. Fernando just looking to get the batters working off the hip, maybe. Carlson's in a 4th slip to gully position. Gorvin is the only slip at the moment. Maybe Colin Ingram that's off the field. I noticed Ned Leonard earlier. There's nothing wrong with him other than frostbite, possibly, in the wind. Strange, isn't it? Because it looks such a glorious vista, and it's
as
very
I say,
warm at the far end.
When I went over the far end, it was absolutely boiling.
Short ball from Fernando. Hill ducks underneath it. Yeah, plenty of short-sleeved shirts and shorts. One or two brave souls with their tops off.
Well, not so brave, Nick. It's
No?
certainly.
This is
It's as hot
really
as that,
justifies it, does it?
Yeah. There's me with my jumper, my cap on over there. I fell out of place.
2:38 for 3. Leicestershire lead by 9. As Fernando is in bowls to Hill, who will take a quick single to mid on. Van der Hoogten is not in quickly enough to make it worth shying at the wickets. Remarkable rugby result from the south of France. Toulon 72, Saracens 42 in the European Champions Cup.
Good Lord.
There's some dispute over the side that Saracens sent out, choosing to arrest 5 of their England internationals who'd been working hard, but arresting them in Europe rather than in the domestic league. And
is it McCall is the director, man? He said on one of last Sunday's papers.
Fernando bowls and Hanscom plays to mid-on, no run.
His priority, he says, is the league, but they're well down in the league, if I'm correct. Which is a very sad state of affairs if you're going to ignore European rugby.
It is indeed. It hasn't quite had the same cachet since they fiddled with the format to a very odd group stage, and then most sides go through the knockout stages, but Saracens now knocked out. 2:39 for 3 as Hill and Hanscom take a little liquid on board. Obviously hot workout in the middle. As the building work continues on the sports centre away to our right.
Double time.
Yeah, we thought, I was saying with Richard yesterday, we were hoping that they might have the weekend off, but apparently not.
No, double time. I see they can see the cricket from where they're walking on the...
Yeah, they haven't put up the advertising hoarding there yet,
No.
which will presumably go out. That couple of rows are fenced off there, so presumably there is some work to be done in that area.
Bashir starts a new over, forces Hill on the back foot, who plays defensively. There's absolutely nothing in this pitch now, is there? Just watch that ball flop and just come gently off the pitch. There's Bashir again, still an attacking field. But that's hammered away for 4 runs on the offside when Bashir just drifted down. And when you've only got a couple of fielders there, well, you're asking for trouble.
Hill moves on to 77. Yeah, not much turn there. Hill on the back foot, forcing very nicely.
And,
indeed.
That field is reinforced with the man who was at short leg coming out onto the offside to make it 3 men, saving 1. As in comes Bashir. Bowls a quick delivery, but it's soft line and is clipped away for a single. Score mounts 244 for 3, just 6 runs away from the first batting point, and the lead is 15. Yes,
these two looking pretty solid at the moment. Hill had 1 or 2 moments near play on to Al Hassan. LBW appeal as well, and a caught behind appeal first ball.
Hanscom waits. Oh, like delicate little chip there, late cut, which you don't see a lot of these days. Again, he's strayed down that offside where he hasn't got many fielders, and they come back for a 3rd run.
Yeah, long chase for Eddie Byram, particularly with the helmet on.
Bashir, in his defence, is trying everything on this very soporific wicket, but nothing can grip here or anything. The field gets changed yet again. North East has now put the man at cover out onto the extra cover boundary, bringing a man from the onside. So that ploy now, bowling at leg stump, has changed as Bashir comes in over the wicket as opposed to round and bowls, and this is played by Hill gently onto the onside for a single. 248 for 3. The Foxes in total control on a beautiful spring day here. It is windy, as we keep on mentioning, but a clear blue sky. Bashir tosses this one up, and it's slog swept out to mid-wicket for 4.
Just overdid it there, didn't he?
Yeah.
Met it at the full, on the full did Pete Hanscom. Dispatched it away through mid-wicket. I could almost pick his spot. And
So
he
that-
moves up to 60. That's the bonus point.
Yeah, 252 for 3. And Bashir now 17 overs for 65. Perhaps we'll take a rest, as you mentioned, where perhaps we will see Mr. Kellaway be brought into the... Well, I see no reason why they don't, because there's has been no threat as such, but that looks like Gorvin taking his sweater off and going to have a bowl at the far end.
Returning to bowl, Andy Gordon.
He takes Fernando's place, 17 overs for 2 for 52, which is economical. Bashir, North for 65 of 17. Glamorgan have used 5 bowlers. And as Nick mentioned, there is also Kieran Carlson. But with respect, it's second division stuff as opposed to being a leading off spinner. Talking about off spinners, my old friend Robert Croft been inducted into the Welsh Sport Hall of Fame,
Oh, well done to him.
which is good news. Sorry, Nick.
Gorvin bowls, smashed away by Hill towards and over deep square leg. Byram thought he was in the game for a moment, went back pedalling, tumbled over the rope at deep square, but Hill latching onto that one and smashing it away to probably the longest boundary and got it over. Update for BBC Radio Wales in a couple of minutes' time. No positive news from the home point of view to report at the moment. So Gorvin's first ball of his spell goes for 6. Welcome back to the game. Gorvin is in again from the River Taff end and forced on the offside by Hill. Out to Bashir on the point boundary. Single taken.
Now you wonder if Gorvin had put that man out there and in a way defending the bowler for that, because he pitched it as a half tracker. It didn't really get hold of it, and it went about 2 or 3 yards over the man at deep mid wicket's head. So
Gorvin into Hanscom, who gets runs down to third man. It beats the dive of Carlson. He might have got a fingernail on it to take some of the pace off the ball. Bashir runs round from backward point and fields. They will settle for a couple of runs. Hanscom to 62, 261 for 3. Fox is really making Glamorgan toil at the moment.
yes, I said first thing this morning, would it be win the toss, win the game? And it looks very much like it at the moment.
Leicestershire have performed the more strongly with bat and ball. Gorvin bowls, Hanscom forward. Morgan's loss of 5 wickets in the afternoon session. 90 for 3 after being put in at lunch wasn't too bad, but to be 180 for 8 then at the tea interval as Holland and Ben Mike chipped away.
I thought Holland was outstanding yesterday.
Yes, made the most.
Huge discipline.
Made the most of conditions. He's not particularly fast either for an opening bowler, but did his stuff as Hanscom tries to cut and misses. Cook blocked it standing up. So there's now Ingram is back now at slip. Carlson is at gully.
What he did, Nick, Holland, was observe the virtue of letting the ball. He knew that there was plenty in it, and he went for under 3 and over, taking 3 wickets and wobbled it around. It was ideal on this pitch, and thought he deserved a lot of credit.
As Gorvin bowls, and Hanscom fiddling at that outside off stump, well taken by Cook. Cleanly this time standing up. 261 for 3. 13 overs to go until the new ball, but Leicestershire may well have a lead of 80 or 90 by then.
Yes, just to remind you that Rishi Patel will not be batting in this innings, or well, if Leicestershire will only want to bat once by the way things are going. And here we have Mr. Kellaway.
Bat time too.
They've heard us, Nick.
I can't imagine that my chuntering away has any
So,
say whatsoever on some North East captaincy decisions. He's played professional cricket for about 18 years and I haven't.
playing this year?
Oh, if they're desperate. But can't play in May anyway because I'm working every Saturday.
Yeah.
Update for radio. 261 for 3. Leicestershire, no glad tidings since last year with us on Radio Wales, because Lewis Hill has proceeded on to 86 not out, and he has been the more aggressive partner. Peter Hanscom, the Australian, though, has put away the bad ball efficiently. Glamorgan have switched the bowling round a few times. Shoaib Bashir, the England spinner, and Asitha Fernando, the Sri Lankan paceman, who took 2 wickets this morning. No joy for them in their last spells, and Leicestershire already lead by 33 with 7 wickets in hand. They're 262 for 3. Ben Callaway to bowl, Edward to commentate, Richard to rejoin him.
Yes, bowling his right arm off spin at the moment, and he's bowling to Peter Hanscom on 62. Bowls to him and he glides that away nicely out towards mid wicket, and they amble through for a single. 263 for 3. The run rate healthy, 3.91. Did you find sun when he gets organised? Yeah, I shall ask Richard. Galway in bowls a goodish length there, and he's pushed away into the onside. You organised, young man? Yes, he's there now.
I am now.
Callaway bowls close to the stump, tosses it right up in the air. Hill plays it with respect. I'm going to ask you a question too. Leicester Tigers, Leicestershire Foxes.
That's the funny shaped ball, isn't it? The Leicester Tigers.
Wonder why not? Why couldn't it be the Leicestershire or the Leicester Foxes?
Why are the Tigers not called the Foxes? Is that the thrust of what you're saying? Well, the Foxes is obviously a reference to the county's hunting tradition from centuries past, really.
I guess that is Callaway Bowl. And wouldn't the rugby club, or the football club for that matter, be also known, if it is universally known, as a hunting country?
Well, you would, yeah, logically. I mean, it's also the symbol of the county. That is a fox. When you drive into Leicester, you remember the road signs with the fox upon it. So I guess that question should really be aimed at the rugby club, really. But they wanted something more ferocious, I suppose. Foxes can be ferocious in a corner.
Yes, they can.
Absolutely. Don't back down. Glamorgan in a corner at the moment, Eddie.
Absolutely. And what a good pitch this is now.
It tends to be the way of it here, doesn't it?
Yes.
Ian Holland commented on it yesterday as in scampers Gorvin and bowls to Hill, who drives, but not really aggressively out towards wideish mid-off. Northeast moves to his left of field and there's no run. Just I had 1 or 2 comments to the effect that the Glamorgan body language looks a touch resigned.
Oh, yes, they know that as Cook said in his interview, they just dearly wanted to win the toss and have a bowl.
Will there be questions about the makeup of the bowling attack picked for this game as Gorvin is in. Bowles, Hill drives, and this time he has got it past cover. It will be cut off by the sweeper Bashir running up the rope in front of the grandstand, so it is in fact just a single to Hill. He moves on to 89.
Well, it's difficult because James Harris and Leonard were sort of in and out of the side last year.
And injuries,
James
I think,
Harris,
as well.
I don't know if Leonard's in here. He's been on the field as 12th man, so obviously he's not. And I suppose they used Hussain to open the batting, and they thought, well, we've got a fourth seamer as well. Not that he's particularly effective. And basically, to answer your question, Richard, I suppose this is, when you think of it, I'll just break off.
Gorvin bowls, Hanscom defends, little turn of the wrist, pushes the straight delivery out towards short mid-wicket.
You had to play your two test bowlers, Fernando and also Bashir. You know, you're not going to sign a man for three games.
No, absolutely. I get that, but also to a second spinner as well.
Yeah, but Kellaway, of course, is recognised as a good number 6/7 batsman. So
Gorvin bowls. Hanscom a little touch late on that, but he always often gives that impression he plays the ball so late. Really, he was pretty much in control.
I think the answer here is that Glamorgan, as we found out last year when they conceded 500, 600, are unlimited, but they haven't got an outstanding bowler. Okay, Van der Gooten had a good year last year. Crane did all right, but you expect a couple of seamers to chip in, and that's all they did was chip in with a couple of wickets here and there. James Harris took 30-odd wickets.
Gorvin bowls short, pulled up into the air, should be caught at mid-wicket, and is caught at mid-wicket just in the end. Is that Fernando there in the end, sort of havered underneath it? There was a momentary hesitation as it looked as though mid-on Van der Hoogten might come in for it. In fact, it sort of fell in the end pretty much into the hands of short mid-wicket, but it was in the air a long time, a little bit like the Budinger dismissal earlier, but
Exactly.
Well, that's very surprising.
I was just going to say, very surprising.
Looked as though he was there for the duration, but his first, I don't think, other than in his first over when he was beaten 3 times in succession by Fernando, he didn't play a false shot really, Peter Hanscom, but going for the pull, top-edged it very, very, very high, and in the end, despite the wind blowing the ball around, Fernando, circling nervously beneath it, managed to hang on. So he got his man in the end. End of an excellent partnership for Leicestershire for the fourth wicket, 142. Hanscom, to general surprise, I suspect, goes for 63, and Andy Gorvin's efforts are rewarded. He has his first wicket.
Yes, and as I certainly echo your sentiments, I thought, well, he played so well, and he's there now for a day and a half. And then plays that sort of shot, and because there was no real need, they were going at nearly 4 and over, and Glamorgan can say we've got half the Leicestershire side out, haven't we?
Yeah,
I only say that because of Patel.
So at the moment the lead is 36, not really significant, but plenty to come, including this young bouncy figure, Rehan Ahmed, coming in at number 6 essentially in the circumstances. Just say a quick good, I don't know what time it is in Pittsburgh, morning? Or is it afternoon?
5 hours
evening?
behind, they are.
5 behind, so
Yeah.
good morning to Steve over in rainy Pittsburgh, if he's managed to find us. He was trying to track down the commentary.
Now then, you may answer this question. Why did the younger brother go and play for Notts, the off spinner?
They both were, I mean, they're Nottingham, but they're both, the family's Nottingham based, so
Yeah, I thought
I think Rehan came through the Leicester system as much, possibly because they thought he'd have a better, more opportunities at
because
Grace
the other one
Road
is
as
not
opposed to Trent
the
Bridge.
worst by any means, because he went on England, was it Alliance or under 19?
Indeed, no, it's a talented
Family.
brothers, family, as you say, so, but Rehan has made the first breakthrough in terms of getting into the England setup, and bats high up for Leicestershire, relatively speaking, And if he hangs around,
I think he's
it
a
will be
nice
fun.
stroke maker.
Oh, it'll be fun. He will go for his shots.
I was rather disappointed that Mr. Hull wasn't playing.
Injured at the moment.
Oh no, not again. No, I don't mean for him, but an England pace. What is it? I think I could throw something in at that as they train so much on hard gym floors. That is bowling as well. Indoor nets.
So, Gorvin, with his tail up, comes charging in and bowls to Ahmed, who is very solidly forward on off stump, playing it out into the offside. Bashir is the fielder. End of a successful over for Andy Gorvin. 1 for 35 for the young man. Leicestershire 265 for 4 now. Ahmed comes down the wicket and leans on his bat, mirroring Lewis Hill, who is chatting to him, his former captain. Have a look. I don't know. Do you think the messages are like they are in club cricket? I'll have a look for a couple of. Probably has to be said to Iran, but they know their game, these young men. We were saying, Eddie, I don't know what you think, that Ahmed looks, whisper it, a lot fitter this season than
Well, I wouldn't know because you see him every day of the summer, basically. He does he?
Yeah, he looks a lot tighter.
Here's Callaway. Tosses this up nicely into a full length, which is met with a forward jab to the man. Lewis Hill with 11 runs short of 100. Lovely action with Callaway. Bowls again. Commands respect with a little push, which prompts a northeast to call Eddie Byram and say, would you please, or go, not will you please, go under the lid at short leg. To which he does, slip and a short leg. As in comes Callaway and bowls. That's chipped away backward of square, and just behind the umpire. They cross for a single, and having seen a little bit of Rehan Ahmed bat, he's the sort of person, tell me if I'm right or wrong, that he, with mid-off or mid-on up, he might just chip the bowler over the top for 4. And
He isn't afraid to go aerial. You're
as
right.
I say that, the fielder has been pushed back some 10 yards at mid-on. Rather sketchy shot there. He's looking to drive through cover, and it ends up at a sort of deep leg slip. A man on the 46, and a man on the 36, if I know what you mean. If I even know what I mean. Callaway comes over the wicket again and bowls. Got over so far. It's pushed away down that offside.
He's seems very late. His introduction has been, I think you've talked about it, surprisingly delayed.
I think so. Not bowled. Just a single off the over. End of that over. Rehan Ahmed and Hill at the wicket. 90 to Hill. Rehan Ahmed yet to score. They have a little chat in the middle. 266 for 4. The lead is 37. And the batsman to come, you've got Ben Green, Scriven, on right. So that takes it down to 7, 8, 9. Who have I missed out here? Holland has been in and out.
Cox. The
Cox was no
keeper.
mean performer.
No, very decent batsman indeed. Gorvin is in, bowls to Hill. Foolish on off stump, leans forward, blocks it out to mid-off. No run. Found some good form towards the end of the season, and some talk about perhaps him moving him up the order. And
He always
they'll have to juggle a bit if Patel's going to be out for 5 or 6 weeks. So it'll be interesting to see what they do.
when he was with Worcestershire, I saw him many times come in, and if they were struggling, get a 50, 60. Good cricketer.
Gorvin bowls slightly wide. Hill
Too wide.
late cut and guides it down into the gap, down to the empty or the vacant third man boundary. You don't have an empty boundary, can you? And picks up 4 cheap runs, moves on to 94. And is he going to be the first Leicestershire Centurion of the season? Lewis, did he make 100 last year? Reaches for the averages. He didn't. Highest score was 92 in the county championship, so that was in 21 innings. So he would, and only 250s as well. It was, as you say, something of a struggle for him last season with the bat. The captaincy got a little bit on top of him, possibly affected him. Gorvin is in, bowls to him. He's late cutting again. This time there is a third man. Ingram has been posted down there, sent down into the shadows of the floodlights.
They're making it difficult for him. There's no slips at all. The nearest fielder is Carlson, who was in a sort of deep gully position, but Ingram does now come up into first slip. So the first slip, and we can either call it a gully or...
In goes Gorvin and bowls, and a nice high left elbow from Rehan Ahmed as he blocks it back down the pitch towards Gorvin. $271 for 4. The lead 42. Gorvin scampers in, bowls, a grunt of effort that characterises most of his deliveries actually, and is blocked solidly enough by Ahmed. Ball trickles out off bat and pad towards backward point. No run. One ball to go in Gorvin's 12th. Picking up sort of building noises again. It could be the wind. I'm not quite sure. It's a strange big modern building, and then it gets really odd gusts of wind. In goes Gorvin and bowls, punched or attempted to be punched by Ahmed. Slightly flat-footed. Played it firmly out into the offside, but Shoaib Bashir examines his elbow ruefully, having dived to his left on one of the cut strips, the net strips, so to speak, to make the stop. End of the over. The lead 42, 271 for 4. Leicestershire will, from there, well, they'd just like to bat fairly deep into tomorrow. Certainly towards lunch tomorrow, they'll want another 2 sessions, at least. 2.5 sessions if you include what's left this afternoon. 44 overs remain to be bowled today, so another 12 until tea. Ben Kellaway, tall, fair-haired young man, tossed up and is appealing for leg before as Hill tries to whip him into the leg side. The fact he was trying to whip him into the leg side indicates perhaps it was a leg stump-ish line. Either way, umpire Langley has been very hard to convince at this Cathedral Road end of the ground, and he wasn't then. Forward goes Hill, blocking that one on off stump. Whether we'll see a replay, don't know. He gets through his overs and his deliveries quickly, Ben Kellaway, so maybe at the end of the over. Kellaway in again, lovely air to that one. Hill was forward early and had to sort of wait for it, pushed it towards a deepish mid-off where Gorvin is, but Kellaway bounced across to his left to make the stop to field. Kellaway is in, Hill is forward. This time he's squeezed it behind point, and there will be a single there for him. He moves within a 4 of his first 100 of this season, and as I mentioned, perhaps a little unkindly, last as well. So it would be a lovely start to the season for an immensely popular young man. Kellaway in to Ahmed, who goes back, looks to steer it into the offside, can't beat extra cover. He's just about extra cover. He bounced towards cover, Ingram there, but he started at extra. Ahmed remains scoreless. Kellaway in to him. Well bowled, young man, because that was not played comfortably by Ahmed. He's picked up a single, but he didn't know too much about it. Sort of went on with the arm, and he was playing for a turn that wasn't really there, but there was a little sort of bit of bounce. Might have been a bit of a top spinner, and plunged forward, and it was a sort of combination of edge and I think possibly a little bit of pad that saw the ball squeeze down towards a fine slip-ish area. Anyway, Ahmed is off the mark, but little moral victory for Ben Callaway there. 273 for 4.
As you mentioned, 3 very decent overs from Callaway. 3 overs for 6 runs.
Nothing wrong with them at all.
Nice action, and Andy Gorvin to continue. Then from the river end comes in and bowls to Ahmed, and Ahmed tucks that way round the corner, and he'll get a single where it's fielded by Eddie Byram, who returns not very nicely for the keeper, to which Cook raises his hand as if to say, any chance of getting it straight in my gloves, not my ankles, and they take a single.
I think that's exactly what that sort of odd two-handed gesture indicated. Hill now.
You better take this in case he hits a 4.
Can he go to 100 with a 4? Gorvin is in, bowls to him. No, it's going to be just a single. He's going to have to hurry as well. Dives in. There's a appeal for run out, and he is run out. Oh, wonderful work by North East. Hill can't believe it. He blocked it. It was an interesting decision. Hill can't quite believe. I think that he took that risk, but on 96 he pushed it firmly out to mid-off under no pressure at all. North East picked up, hit the stumps, and whether it was close or not, well, it obviously was close, but why take the risk? Why take the risk? Yeah, well, jeepers, that's a... I couldn't have given it, I haven't a clue really, but it was desperately close, but umpire Newell was convinced that Hill hadn't made his ground. The best angle was that one from the back again, but Hill dragging himself from the pitch, and well, you sort of feel he's thrown away 100 there.
Yeah, you've got to feel sorry for... But, as you rightly say, I'm just having a look at this again. No. How can you give?
I don't know. I mean, when umpiring as a teammate, as you do in club cricket frequently, I found run-outs the hardest things to give a decision on. But that was so close, and the umpire had gone backwards, I'm afraid. He wasn't in line or close to being in line, but for me that's a tough call on Lewis Hill. Sorry. But
I can agree 100% with you. The only thing I suppose we can say is then why?
But why take the risk?
I'll push up. He's still pulling himself up.
And he had to dive. I mean, it was his fault in that he played the shot, he made the call, and he dived, and well played North East. He had only one stump to aim at, but pretty much one stump to aim at really, and he hit them, and Hill has paid a heavy price, and 2 quick wickets in space of 9 runs for Glamorgan.
I was thinking, well, these two are going to take it. There's 100 apiece for them, Hanscom and Hill, and both of them really, is it fair to say, have got themselves out. Admittedly, it was a call, you could have gone either way, but to call for it, I just didn't understand it. Anyway, Ben Cox is the new batsman, Rian Ahmed has strike, and in comes Gorvin to bowl to him. No run, 2 new batsmen at the crease. Glamorgan back marginally, 45 in arrears, and really it's 274 for 6. And listeners must think I'm going mad, but the reason is that people are coming in and out on a Saturday. Patel will not be batting in this innings. As in comes Gorvin and bowls, and this is played with straight bat by Rian Ahmed, out to mid-off, there's no run.
Well, we'll have a chat to Hilly at the end of play, probably.
He probably wasn't looking though, when he was...
Poor Lewis. I was premature in saying good morning to Stefan. He has now found us in Pittsburgh, in rainy Pittsburgh, and is admiring, I'm sure, the bright sunshine here in Cardiff.
Comes Corvin wide of the crease, and there's a good delivery which has him pushing right forward. Ahmed plays it back down the pitch.
But Poppet Sands is lovely today. Windy. You reckon? Poppet Sands be windy down, but glorious down on that Pembroke coast today.
Windy, I would have thought. Yes,
Yes.
southwest, right on the coast. Fourth call will be windy, not so far away. Corvin charges in, and again it's played defensively. Rian Ahmed, no. Now he knows he's going to be the senior batsman, and you've got to rebuild this innings after two of your main batsmen have been were cruising along. Yeah, I think we must credit Northeast with the coconut
excellent fielding.
chai there.
Absolutely seized the opening. Cox and Rehan Ahmed have to build another partnership now, don't they? They're both more than capable of so doing. Ahmed century last season, and Cox many to his name.
In a decision like that, do you, perhaps I'm being a bit old-fashioned, give the benefit of the doubt? So why should you, I suppose, give the benefit of the doubt to the batsman? But that's how it's always happened.
Well, that's how the game is adjudged, isn't it?
Exactly. But there we are. It'll be talked about, scrutinised in the Leicestershire dressing room, because they will have a television up there. And if you freeze it, as our good cameraman did next door, you could see it as marginal.
Kellaway is in. Forward goes Ben Cox, thick inside edge, defensive, along the ground into the leg side, and there is no run. Cox last season, 478 runs at 34, highest score of 69, 17 innings, 3 not outs. Turns that one around the corner. Ahmed is going for the run. He's going to have to, if that throw had hit, he was gone.
That would have been.
He went charging down the pitch. Cox sent him back. The throw came in from sort of short, fine leg. Kellaway, probably wisely, I think, left it on the basis that if he'd interrupted it, he wouldn't have had time to get it to the stumps, and it missed the stumps by a tiny, tiny margin. What Ahmed? Well, I suppose it was his call. Kellaway let it go. He was miles out. Miles out.
Kellaway
Had
should have
that
gone
throw
for it.
hit.
I'm sorry.
Is it Fernando? Is it? Oh, it's
I think
Fernando.
Kellaway should have gone for that ball.
Yeah, he probably had time.
Miles out.
He probably had time, didn't he? But he thought it was going to hit, I suspect. In he goes and bowls to Cox, who's forward. Well, just out of the blue, and one thing can change, and suddenly it's all happening. Leicestershire in danger of throwing away what could be a substantial advantage. Kellaway in again to Cox. It's that little arm ball again that just confuses Cox. He gets a thick outside edge, and he could do with hurrying there as well as he turns for the second, but does make his ground reasonably comfortably in the end. But Leicestershire's calling lacks a bit of energy at the moment. What have I got to press here just to
I think you've done it.
so press anything.
Anything I do, yeah.
I just had a feel around. Sorry folks, the TV threatened, the showing of the stream threatened to turn itself off. So 2 to Cox. 276 for 5. Kellaway in. Bowls. Cox waiting for it on the front foot. Just dropping the ball too short leg. No run. Been impressed with Kellaway's bowling.
Yes, and I am very impressed at the moment.
Jogs in. Bowl drops a fraction short on that occasion, and Cox has a lot of time to go back and turn it calmly to mid-wicket. End of the 74th over of Leicestershire's first innings. So the new ball 6 away. I suspect they'll wait till after tea to take it.
I think they might take it immediately.
What is that? 8 overs until... No, 9 overs, sorry, until tea, and 6 overs until the new ball. So they might have just a little burst with it.
Yeah, practice ball.
Lots of shorts being worn out there, isn't he?
No, yes, there are. Wish I brought mine when I sat there. These two now have to rebuild the innings and make sure that they stay there, because there's bags of time left in this game, and build up and get some runs. I know the next 4 can certainly hold a bat, but the 2 of the recognised batsmen are these. I would have thought, you may correct me, as Govin starts a new over, just played the mid-on.
Well, Ben Green is a very useful batsman.
Yes.
Very solid bat. Scriven, I think, can bat at 7. Has the ability to bat at 7. And Wright's got 3,000 first-class runs. But that's partly as a consequence of him being around for sort of as long as he has. But you know, he's no mug with the bat. He just don't get them anymore. But yeah,
and Glamorgan now
very
are
deep.
on the attack after being on the defence for so long. As Govin comes in and bowls to Rain Ahmed. And he's gone, chipped it to mid-wicket, and there goes another wicket. 2-7-6 for 6. Ahmed, another reluctant depart. And got a half volley on leg stump and chipped it to the man, the ball previously, who had been brought in. Didn't quite know who it was, but this is the sort of thing that Govin does. He chugs away and all of a sudden he picks one, then he might get another.
Can't believe he's done that, Rahan Ahmed. As you said, it was a sort of leg stump half volley there to be put away, but Ahmed just slightly loose, chipped it in the air straight to square leg, who was, I suppose, perfectly positioned. It was Eddie Byram was the catcher.
Yeah.
Catcher even.
Was caught by Eddie Byram.
So the last 3 wickets have fallen for 11 runs, which they could ill afford having. Well, I was thinking there's going to be 150 run lead, might still be, you never know in this game. But when you look at it, 47 for 7 in real terms, are they partly to blame? I'm sorry to say it, I think they're partly to blame. Captain, how can you say, you know, Hill shouldn't have done it after getting 96, played beautifully, but in the context of the game, perhaps.
Of your.
Dean coming back to for Leicestershire is Ben.
I wonder if someone else is controlling it.
And this couldn't be a better time for the new ball to be due when it comes. Now let's summon somebody. Get you working again on that television set. Ben Green is the new batsman, the tall figure of Ben Green, and Govin 2 for 41 in his 14th over. They keep chugging away. Let's see if there's. Can you manage there?
I'll press something.
Technician.
Oh,
he's done it. So, Ben Green then, and all of a sudden, having had fielders scattered everywhere, we are now going to have them in a defensive position. The ball before, I keep saying it, he summoned Byram in from the boundary and said, come up by the umpire. And of course, Ahmed chipped it straight at him.
Good captaincy again by North East.
Yes, it has to be said.
But not a good shot.
In comes Govin, bowls to Green. Green is forward, big tall man, pushes, gets everything behind it. 2-7-6 for 6, 2-7-6 for 7 effectively, the absence of Richie Patel.
Ben Green played 7 championship innings for Leicestershire last season on loan, as he is this season. He scored 143 runs, he had a best of 77, and that was against Middlesex.
As Govin turns, in he comes and bowls outside the off stump, well outside the off stump, and a good stop there by Cook.
He'd have been hoping to keep his feet up from certainly the afternoon session and well into the evening, if not the entire day, I suspect, Ben Green. But 3 quick,
funny old game,
unexpected wickets, and the game's back in the balance. That will lift Glamorgan, surely.
Yes, they've stuck at it, because they didn't bowl particularly well straight after lunch, but Govin has helped out here. And he comes, bowls. This is pushed back down the pitch, and there is no run.
New ball to come. Fernando and Van der Hoekten, who maybe he's not been better, but he'll feel that he got a chance to make up for that.
Yeah.
So,
Another 6 overs and he'll have the new one. And it couldn't be a better time. 2 new batsmen and basically the tale to come. In comes Govin and bowls, and Green is right forward. That's a wicket maiden there. Important wicket of Rian Ahmed. 276 for 6, and the lead is 47. Callaway's done a good holding job here, it must be said. Now then, would you, if you were North East, bring back your senior test spinner, or would you say to Callaway, carry on? We shall see. At the moment, he's carrying on with Callaway.
Very good still from photographer. Does Callaway get? Is it me? Callaway's in, and it's blocked back out into the offside by Ben Cox, capturing the bat in the crease, and the bail's not quite off. As you called it, really. I think in goes Callaway, and driven, slapped away by Ben Cox across the Glamorgan square, where the grass is fractionally shorter.
First ball, he's bowled.
Yeah, and he's off the mark. Well, not off the mark, but his first boundary is a good one along the ground all the way to the covers. So more cause for disappointment for Lewis Hill, but those calls can happen, can't they? And the run itself was so unnecessary, or the risk was so unnecessary. Callaway bowls again, good length, and Cox has to treat the ball with respect.
Great picture, that.
Callaway is in, dragged down a little bit short, attempted quicker ball, I think, and Cox went back looking to steer it into the offside, but managed to pick out by Ingram or Byram.
Ingram square, yeah.
At extra. Callaway's in. That's a nice delivery. A little bit of air to that, but again, umpire Newell is not convinced. It was a good theatrical appeal, well supported. He was well forward, Cox, but it may just have hit him outside about the line. He's been almost impossible to convince. Let's have a look. See, outside the line, you can see all 3 stumps really. Looked to be a bit of turn though, and bounce.
Yep.
Callaway is in. Fraction short. Cox can go back and calmly play the ball back up the pitch to the tall young all-rounder / off spinner, who is perhaps having it explained to him by umpire Newell why he didn't answer his appeal in the affirmative. End of the over. 280 for 6. The lead has gone over 50 with that boundary from Ben Cox, but Leicestershire will want it to be an awful lot more than that, and they have a lot of work to do to extend it to a significant margin. What is a significant margin? Yeah, I agree. Yeah, 150 sort of lead is
on this pitch
from the position they were in.
And
265 for 3 is as you say, the minimum they'll expect.
Here's Govin starting another over. Comes up and bowls to Green, and Green is jabbing that away as Bashir comes racing in from cover. There's a picture there of some very bronzed men. I think you can see them. Do you see that sign G?
I do,
just down. They were very bronzed in the Cardiff sunshine.
There you go. What do you expect if you live on the Welsh Riviera?
I wouldn't say that. You wouldn't say that in the winter here.
No. It can get quite damp. Not today, folks. Not today.
Govin comes in again, bowls. Again, the tall figure of Green comes lunging forward and pushes it away.
Huge unit, isn't he, Ben Green? He looks from this distance. He looks quite normal close up, but the bat looks very small in his hands.
You have to adjust your length then when you get 70 that side.
Certainly compared to Gorvin, you could get 2 Gorvins where green is, couldn't you?
It is Gorvin. Why did it crease? Oh my word, that was close. Or was it? We shall again see by this excellent coverage we have.
Every fielder has his hands on his head.
Yeah, he did much better bowling from Gorvin, it must be said, this afternoon. He's done a good job there.
Yeah, because these are sort of donkey overs, really, with the very old ball, aren't they? And he's managed to somehow pick up a couple of wickets. And
77th over, Gorvin comes in and bowls again to green wide, and a good take. Just as Nick Webb would do it in club cricket. Up over his shoulders, attentive at all times. Incidentally, I heard your chat, and I was delighted to hear yesterday, Richard saying that in Yorkshire and in Leicestershire, club players still wear whites on Saturdays.
I think most leagues
Not put in pyjamas on. Gorvin in over the wicket and bowls again, same line, good take and no run. Yeah, tradition, Richard, tradition. Then Nick said something. Is it because of the ball?
The young, I think the appeal to the young, the colours,
Yes,
and the.
of course.
But I think whites look
Great.
pretty smart
Yeah.
on youngsters as well.
Gorvin hasn't yielded a run this over, and won't yield one from there.
Oh well,
That
the
is
young
a
man.
Good maiden over. Good figures too. 15 overs, 2 for 41. Nick is back from sunning himself and will take my place as the game is changed since he was here last.
Yes, the Glamorgan supporters will be sorry to see Eddie go, or hear Eddie go. He's had a very productive 40 minutes or so. Three wickets out of the blue, really. Have pushed the game back into something not far off balance. Leicestershire still on top, lead of 51, 3 wickets in hand. Useful all-rounders at the crease as Callaway steps in and bowls to Ben Cox, who's forward. The ball pops up a little bit off the bat, back down the pitch as he defends, and well short. No chance for Callaway to lean forward and get anywhere near it, but slightly false shot. Bowls again, nice air to that one, driven but restrained drive, steer really by Cox out to mid-off.
Yeah, well, the odds on 2 21-year-old off-spinners bowling in championship match in the first round of the season.
And a leg spinner on the first day even. Callaway is in. Flatter delivery, turned in the air, and it was a catch at short leg. It was turned firmly, but I'm certain that was a catch to the right of short leg. And
Yeah, I think Byram got a
by the
hand to
way,
it.
Byram is dragging himself off the ground. He knows it as well, and Carlson's reaction indicated as much too. Callaway is in, gives it some air, driven firmly, slightly cross-batted drive out into the offside, but Ingram makes a good stop at extra cover. Byram still berating himself for not hanging on to that. Callaway is in. Cox is forward on off stump, defends solidly, no run.
Yes, I think there would have been a few eyebrows raised had Callaway missed out on selection for this game.
In he comes. Is it going to be a maiden? Yes, it is going to be a maiden, and a good one. And, well, for me, in the circumstances, he's actually bowled Bashir. He looks...
Will be taken when 32 overs are remaining.
He's been tidy, hasn't he, Callaway? 6 overs for 12.
Go out to look at the pitch during the interval.
And, well, if he can establish a place in the Glamorgan side regularly in all formats, he's the sort of player who really gives gives a team balance, isn't he? He was forced into an opening role last season, which wasn't necessarily his vibe. 280 for 6, but Callaway batting at 6 or 7, and hopefully in years to come being a leading spinner for the county.
Newport boy.
Born in Newport, I think Chepstow Cricket Club, I believe.
Indeed.
As Gorvin hustles in and bowls, and Green on the back foot defends. Still batting ability in the shape of these two, and Tom Scriven's next in, isn't he?
I would imagine so, yes.
With Chris Wright rounding up the 10.
Scriv would be
assume.
disappointed not to get ahead.
Decent batting average of 38 last season for Scriven.
I think he can bat. He's got the ability to bat sort of 6 or 7, really.
Corvin in bowls. Oohs and ahs. That sounded as if it came off the middle of the bat, but maybe a thick inside edge. Pat and pad together.
Something of a pattern emerging among these young Glamorgan players in terms of hours spent on the phone. Callaway answered 5 daily.
Right. Yeah, well, I mean, I must admit I do occasionally stray to 5 or 6, and at that point I think, I must spend less time on the phone, but depends what you're doing, I suppose, as this is driven up to mid-on by Green, yet to get off the mark. There's very few of those hours would be actually on the phone in the traditional sense, i.e. speaking to someone, IRL.
Yes, when we say phones, we mean sort of
Devices.
Screens,
Devices, yes.
rather than chatting away. Catching up
Online,
with
social
folks.
media, I suppose text, it all adds up. Gorvin bowled down leg side. There'll be a single of some sort here. Possibly a bye. Difficult one for Chris Cook to take cleanly. 281 for 6. Even listening to a BBC commentary might count as phone use for
Yeah,
many
I
people.
suppose.
Listening to music. It's just trying to keep down the doom scrolling on social media and arguing with people of unreasonable opinion. Cox on strike, Gorvin bowls, outside off. Neat take by Cook, who makes as if to take the bails off to cheer himself up after conceding a bye off the previous ball. So another 4 overs after this delivery to the tea interval. So I can't see Glamorgan's over rate improving from its.
Do you take the new ball for the last 3?
Where are we? Yes. Yes, I think so.
Captain Webb.
Gorvin bowls outside off stump. Gorvin dramatically Amdram stuff, head in hands, no shot played. 281 for 6. What I'd be tempted to do is to take the new ball and leave Callaway on for a couple of overs.
So there's a bit of bounce for the tall.
Yeah.
He's bowled really nicely.
Get Fernando back for 1 or 2, maybe at the river end, either side of tee, and yeah, keep Callaway on. But we shall see. 4 overs to tee. Callaway to bowl the first of them.
52 the lead. Runs have dried up. That's interesting noises. As Callaway is in, tosses it right up, but Green, who's taking a long time to find his timing, can only sort of bunt, drive it back down the pitch to Ben Callaway. He's faced 15 deliveries yet to get off the mark. Ben Green, Callaway is in. Green is forward with that big reach, turns his wrists on it, turns it past Byram at short leg along the ground, but only as far as Fernando, lurking around the corner at backward square. Callaway bowls a little bit short, and Green, well, should have got off the mark there, but he went back and turned it firmly into the leg side, but he picked out Bashir, excuse me, at mid-wicket. And there is no run. Perhaps Leicestershire's thoughts turning to getting through until tea now as well. Callaway bowls, tosses it up nicely on off stump, but Green forward to the pitch of it, plays very straight. You would think that run rate would have been repaired with Callaway bowling. And he goes, bowls, Green forward, bat next to pad, leans into it sort of sideways slightly inelegantly. You do feel if he ever opens his shoulders, he's going to hit it into Kingdom Come, really. He's such a wide-shouldered chap, but down the pitch he goes. Callaway perhaps saw him coming, pulled the ball back, and Green had to defend. Another very good over from Ben Callaway, and arguably should have at least one wicket to his name. We didn't see we haven't saw a replay of that Byram chance, but it was a chance, I'm certain of it.
Yes, pretty sure.
Off Cox, the bowling off Callaway an over or so ago. 281 for 6. Right, new ball available. Gorvin's going to continue there. Not, I'm sure, with the new ball.
No, no sign of umpire waving it around. Here is Gorvin then, with the old ball, grunt of effort. Cox on the defensive, back to the bowler. Yeah, I think the microphone might be dangling off the chair on which it's perched. I'm going to have a look at that in the tea interval. You have to try and give a semblance of atmosphere in the ground, but when most of the crowd have fled away from the shadows beneath us and basking in the sunlight, there's not a lot of applause from beneath us because most of them have fled the sunshine. 281 for 6. Forward comes Cox. The game going into stasis for a few overs maybe before the tea interval, and perhaps it'll start again in earnest afterwards. Glamorgan will be striving every sinew for another quick wicket before the interval. 265 for 3 at one point, so now 281 for 6. Bang, bang, bang. Gorvin, appeal for LBW. Inelegant shot from Cox across the line as he looked to play it through mid-wicket. But no run. Gorvin responsible for 2 of those bangs. North East's direct hit. Ruled just to have beaten the dive of Lewis Hill, who was very close to making his ground, but did not get any doubt given in his favour. Cox up in his toes, defending on the offside, no run.
Now Eddie was asking why Leicester Tigers aren't Leicester Foxes, like the cricket team and the football team, but Richard Jones from Rothesay, as we know now, says he thinks it's because they're named after the Leicestershire Regiment, who were nicknamed the Tigers.
All right.
Because of their prowess in battle. So,
thought it might be just that a fox might be not aggressive enough for rugby. Gorvin bowls, played through the offside by Cox. He'll get runs here for the first time in a while. A couple of them out towards the cover boundary. 283 for 6. Cox 8. Green, who's faced 20 deliveries, yet to get off the mark. There's Gorvin, watched by a couple of passers-by from over mid-off, outside the ground. Gorvin bowls, Cox fires it into the ground, and Bashir in mock celebration throws it up at cover. The ball did reach him chest high, but very much on the bounce. 283 for 6, 2 runs off the Gorvin over. 2 remain until the interval. Gorvin 2 for 43 now. Fernando 2 for 52. The 2 wicket takers of the day.
I think we can definitely say that skipper Northeast has decided that the new ball will be taken after tea. I'll be pretty pleased with the way things are going at the moment. Kellaway is in, bowls Green, smacks it back down the pitch towards him on the bounce, and Kellaway, tall young man, sticks out his left hand and feels nice and cleanly. Green remains scoreless. How many balls is that now? 21 he's faced. Kellaway is in. Green is forward defensively this time.
No first half goals in the 2 championship matches involving South Wales side. QPR at Cardiff City, Swansea City at home to Derby.
Kellaway a little bit short. Green goes back, wristily turns it, but not aggressively into the onside. But there's a few nerves and
it is
those
squeaky
grounds.
bottom time, isn't it? At the lower end of the championship, quite a few sides involved in peril.
Green sends Ul Hassan back a few yards at mid-on, then goes in and bowls. Green, Kellaway sent him back, I should say. Green is forward defensively. He's conscious of the proximity of the tea interval, I'm sure. Now,
Newport County 2-1 up at Carlisle. Wrexham were 3-0 winners at home to Burton Albion earlier.
bowls. Green forward into the onside. Carlson picks up on that occasion. Are they second, Wrexham? Are
They're second, yes.
Are they reasonably comfortable, or is it, what's it called? Wickham are close, aren't they, as well?
Yeah.
In goes Kellaway. Oh, you could see them put the revs on that. Turned around the corner by Green. Bounces into the hands of Byram. And there is no run. Another excellent over from Kellaway. 8 overs, 3 maidens, none for 12. And he should have at least 1 wicket to his name as well, and it all suggests that his introduction into the attack was perhaps unnecessarily delayed. Well, definitely unnecessarily, but
yeah, so we're going to see a brief bit of double spin. I'm sure Bashir is going to bowl the final over of the afternoon session. And we don't have to worry about the 9 wickets down, because Leicestershire presumably will be all out if they have 9 wickets down, with Patel's thumb wrapped up beyond use. So Bashir from the River Taff and bowls. Oh, that's a donkey drop to start with, and Cox duly hits it for 4 down to backwards square leg. That was a bit of a slip from Bashir.
Yeah, we marked on it this morning, didn't we? Just 1 ball every couple of overs is a worrying drag down, and that was a shocker.
Wrexham 6 points clear of Wickham, who lost today, but they have played a game more than Wickham.
Looking good
for
the North Walians.
It's in the script, isn't it? In the Netflix script. As Bashir bowls, best delivery, Cox forward. 287 for 6, just 13 runs away from a second batting bonus point.
And if they're ruthless, this is where I'll tell you, I'll finish that thought in a moment.
Bashir bowls, Cox on the back foot plays it through the offside, may get a couple of runs here. No, Sam Northeast is quick enough to the ball to deter them. 288 for 6.
Once promoted, you sack the manager, you sack Parkinson, he can't hack it. He'll get your teams up, but he won't he won't take them on in the championship, so you have to think bigger.
Plot twist.
I know nothing whatsoever about it.
Plot twist. Bashir bowls, Green pushes forward. 27 deliveries.
None for 70. He's bowled a bit better than that,
Yes.
but not that much better.
Bashir bowls. Green forward defending it again. Last ball coming up before the tea interval here on BBC Sport Online, so we'll be back around about 1:15. Update for BBC Radio listeners follows fairly shortly. As Bashir bowls, and it's forced by Green, but straight to backward point, and there is no run, and that will be the end of your afternoon entertainment, with Leicestershire on 288 for 6, leading Glamorgan by 59 runs. So the afternoon session has seen them add 122 runs of 33 overs and lose 3 wickets in the process. Lewis Hill 96, Peter Hanscom 63, and a couple of wickets for Andy Gorvin and a run out. Commentary resumes at just before 4:15.
Mobile unit situated beneath the Hampstead Howell stand at the Field Road end of the ground. Snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines, which are situated at the rear of the indoor school. The Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sports, will be open until 5 o'clock this evening. As always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment, as well as replica Glamorgan clothing and a range of recently published cricket books. If you're seeking a scorecard for this game, they're available free of charge from reception, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's where you can also purchase a copy of the 2025 Glamorgan Yearbook.
Leicestershire 288 for 6 at tee. That's 59 runs ahead of Glamorgan, but the Welsh side fighting back a little in the latter stages of the afternoon after really appearing under the cosh. A big stand for the fourth wicket of 142 between Peter Hanscom, who made 63, and Lewis Hill, who ran himself out for 96. Sam Northeast with a direct strike. Andy Gorvin with a couple of wickets in that afternoon session. Leicestershire still on top, but not as decisively as maybe an hour or so ago. 288 for 6 at tee.
got some tea time scores from the other games taking place elsewhere. We'll start at the Utility Bowl, where Yorkshire in their second innings are 92 for
Very good afternoon. 14 minutes past 4 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon. The sun is shining brightly upon the Welsh capital. And what more can we ask for this stage of the season? Well, Glamorgan could ask for a little bit more in terms of wickets, but Leicestershire just pegged back a bit towards the end of that afternoon session. 288 for 6, leading by 59. I'm Nick Webb, and he's Richard Ray.
Glorious, glorious day. Glamorgan fought back well towards the end of that afternoon session. Messrs. Peter Hanscom and Lewis Hill built a really important partnership for the Foxes in the first part of the afternoon. 142 they added for the fourth wicket, then Hanscom top-edged a pull. Hill misjudged a run, took an unnecessary risk on 96 really, you might say. Maybe a little unlucky to be adjudged out, but the risk wasn't anybody else's fault but his, and he didn't make his ground, was adjudged not to have made his ground. Then Rehan Ahmed chipped one up to square legs, the consequence of which is Leicestershire's lead is only 59, and
correction, the new ball has not been taken.
What's that being waved?
I was going to say, the doctor
It looked as though the umpire was making a
waving
motion
away.
to wave a new ball, but he was just waving to, I suppose, establish contact with the scorebox to make sure that they are ready to record proceedings.
I'd suggest it may be that Tim Van Docton wants a couple of deliveries with the old one just to loosen up, perhaps. Anyway, he's going to open the bowling in this evening session from the Cathedral Road end of the ground. He's going to be bowling to Leicestershire wicket-keeper Ben Cox, who is on 13. not out of 29 balls. Ben Green, at the other end, has yet to score off the 29 balls he's faced.
Strange. Here is Van der Hoogten then to bowl on the leg stump to Cox, who takes a single down to backward square. Carlson, unusually, is out in the deep. Kieran Carlson earlier taking a steepling catch to get rid of Sol Budinger when he tried to pull Fernando, and the ball seemed to go a long way up in the air, and probably Fernando was closest to it, but Carlson taking on the responsibility of taking the catch. Similar manner of dismissal to Hanscom, really. Van der Hoogten is into Ben Green, who remains scoreless in 30 deliveries. 289 for 6. But I'm not one to criticise having once batted an hour for a duck.
But it was an important duck, I'd wager.
It was an
Supporting
important duck, yes.
there you go.
It was part of a 50 partnership. The bloke at the other end got 50. I got 0, and it was a time match which we hung on for a draw, which was the point of my obduracy. Green is forward, showing professional obduracy as he pushes out on the offside, and there is no run. Pleasant viewing conditions for those at the far end of the ground in particular. Is any sun left at this end? Oh, there's a bit. The sun's just moved round. There's a nice little viewing patch that I quite like down to our left, if you know Sophia Gardens, media centre at the Cathedral Road.
There we go.
There we are, 3 balls and 1 run for the new ball to be taken. 83.3 overs as Van der Hoogten bowls to Green, who's off the mark with the first delivery with the new cherry with 2 runs out to deep mid-wicket. Carlson runs round and does the fielding. 291 for 6. Don't know what they took that new ball for. It always goes away harder off the bat. Anyway, Green is off the mark from his 32nd delivery faced. I think that's worth writing down. It's quite unusual. Might even make it into the match report on the BBC website within hopefully about half an hour of the end of play. 291 for 6. Van der Hoogten in bowls. Green takes a stride down the wicket and then does nothing much when he gets there, shouldering arms. If you want to message us on X, Web 2017, afternoon to Fango Fox, and on Blue Sky, Rich R23 on Web 2017, or Gmail, Richard Ray 23, Web 2017. They will all get to us at some point. Van der Hoogten bowls, Green dabbles at that, and makes no contact. 3 runs off the opening over of the evening session. 291 for 6. The lead is 62 runs. So a lead of 100 is probable at the moment, at least. Leicestershire no doubt hoping for more. Fernando and Van der Hoogten hoping to make it less.
Well, from sort of 265 for 3, you know, ahead with 6 wickets in hand, well ahead. You know, they would have hoped for at least probably 150 Leicestershire, if not sort of 200 plus, and not having to bat it again as it is. A long way from that sort of position of strength. So, Asitha Fernando, who's bowled rather well today. We're looking for a little bit of reward. 2 for 52, his figures at the moment from 17 overs, and he's got the tail at which to bowl now. Ben Cox lifts his bat high as the Sri Lankan runs in and bowls rather wide, and as a result, Cox in position to try and crack a square drive away, didn't bring his bat through, let it bounce through to Cook behind the stumps.
Well, that's exciting. Tom Banton, 257 not out.
Eddie was saying, is he going to do a Sam North East versus Leicestershire? There's a 400 on the cards. Fernando bowls. Cox slightly short of a length delivery, goes back, turns it around the corner to backward square. Takes the first one quickly, but Kellaway comes. No, it's not Kellaway, it's Eddie Byram, I beg his pardon. Tall, fair-haired man. Lost his Glamorgan cap, but that's a well-weathered Glamorgan cap, and Kellaway's is still a impressively shiny dark blue. Impressively dark blue.
Just looking up Somerset's individual record score, 342 by Justin Langer.
That's very much within his compass then, isn't it? In goes Fernando and bowls. Green leaves. He's left some close ones in this innings, but the fact I'm still saying his name confirms he's left them all with good judgment.
Yeah, that innings by Langer was at Guildford, which is a relatively small ground, where I saw Graham Wagg had a very entertaining double century for Glamorgan against Surrey. In the century stand for the last wicket, I believe, with Michael Hogan as well, which is even more entertaining, since Hogan wasn't hanging around and blocking.
Fernando is in and bowls. Green gets a slightly short of a length wide delivery that he cuts away wistily down towards wide third man. In fact, he picks up 4. I thought Van der Hoogten was going to cut that off, and he did do his level best, but his level best, I'm afraid, wasn't quite good enough, and somehow it squeezed through him wide down there on the third man boundary. How hard did he have to work? I'm probably doing him a little bit of a disservice, really. He had a lot of ground to make up. He did get his right hand down and his fingers brushed the ball, but it couldn't stop them. So Green on to 6.
Yeah.
Accelerating away now.
Decent effort, but not a kamikaze one from Van der Hoogten.
No. Fernando is in. Bowls. Green is forward. The ball glints. The gold lettering on the ball glints in the afternoon sun here at Sophia Gardens. It trickles towards point.
That is actually a 5th wicket record for Somerset already. Tom Banton and James Rowe put on 348. Somerset 488 for 4.
Are they playing again?
Worcestershire.
Ah.
The pairs are being diced at Daunton.
What do you do with pairs? Poach 'em. In goes Fernando. Bowls driven, not entirely convincingly, for 4. Yes, by Green, but I think it was a little bit outside edgy, along the ground all the way square. I think he was trying to hit it more in front of the wicket, and Fernando stopped with his hands on his hips in disbelief at the injustice of it all. But Ben Green took 8 runs. 10 runs, I beg your pardon, I think, from that over. He's moved into double figures now. No, 8 runs from that over, 2 in the previous. And those 32 deliveries he took to get off the mark, forgotten now.
Oh yes, dashing along merrily.
300 up, by the way, for Leicestershire, and a second batting bonus point.
The Leicestershire reduced support is obviously dozed off in the afternoon sun.
Frazzled, like overcooked bacon on a grill over there.
Van der Hoogten from the Cathedral Road end in to bowl 2 Cox outside off and left. At Derbyshire made 391 all out against Gloucestershire, who at 10 for naught in their second innings, still 159 behind. There was a century for Wayne Madsen there for Derbyshire. Lancashire looked like moving into a first innings lead against Middlesex. They're 242 for 4, just 18 behind, and the damage being done there by Marcus Harris, 71 not out, the Aussie. Van der Hoogten bowls wide outside off stump, or wide enough for Cox to ignore it.
Formerly of Leicestershire, Marcus has 3 hedgehogs named after him in Leicestershire as a consequence of the centuries he scored.
Right. Separate families, I take it? Or,
The
or was one called Marcus, one
One's
called
called
Harris,
Marcus,
and
one's
one called the Aussie?
I don't know what the third one's called. One is Marcus, one is Harris.
Van der Houten bowls, and Ben Cox's forwards pushing to mid-off.
The Hedgehog Orphanage. They're always looking for names for hedgehogs and decided to name them after Leicestershire Centurions, and Harris went and scored 3 in a row just to confuse matters.
Well, we nearly thought we'd get one called Lewis or Hill today, Hilly. But the former Leicestershire captain, on the verge of his first century since, I think, June 23, don't say?
Yeah.
300 for 6, yeah. Van der Houten into bowl, forced 4 runs surely off the back foot by Ben Cox down through third man. There is no third man, and it was a leisurely jog to retrieve rather than a pursuit there. 304 for 6.
He's been a bit out of sorts, hasn't he, today, Van der Houten, by his very high standards.
Yeah, it's he's going what, 4, 5 and over. Don't see that very often. They're about to start the final innings at Northampton.
Jeepers.
Northampton need 260 to beat Kent, who are all out for 171 in their second innings. As Van der Houten bowls an extravagant drive from Cox through the offside for 4 runs. Van der Houten really is out of sorts, being punished with this new ball. Too much width. Cox taking full advantage, moves to 23, through 8 for 6, the lead is 79. Awkward times for Glamorgan, looking to finish this innings off, but a stand of 32 now between Cox and Green has halted that mini momentum developed by Glamorgan in the mid of the afternoon session. Van der Houten bowls, no shot this time from Cox, through outside off stump, end of the over. 308 for 6 it remains. Surrey up against it, having seen Essex pile up 582 for 6 in the opening championship match of the season. Centuries for Cox, Critchley and Pepper there at Chelmsford.
A 33-1 outsider has won the Grand National.
Someone's
I
in
hope
money.
you're his connections, I'm sure. In fact, you should have been on it if you'd looked at the.
What's it called?
It's called Nick.
What?
It is. It's called Nick, N-I-C-K, separate word, rocket. So, had you seen that?
Had I seen it?
You probably might have had you might have had a fiver on it.
Not a betting man at all.
No, just for the. In goes Fernando and bowls straight, and Green defends straight back down the pitch. But once a year,
Nothing more than
the
office
Grand National,
sweepstakes, and I'm not in the office
the
these
name
days.
had to be a connection.
Nick
That
Rocket.
was what we. But Nick would
Yes.
have. Nick won the Grand National, and you didn't have. At 33-1.
Oh well. I've already won the jackpot by having the honour of this commentary.
Well,
There's a lot of people who'd like to
I
be
think
here.
when you look out there at the beautiful ground, in goes Fernando and bowls outside off stump, and Ben Green steps forward and leaves his bat raised, then turns and wanders towards square leg.
£500,000 for father and son duo Patrick and Willie Mullins, and the trainer Mullins Senior had the first 3 in the race.
A good afternoon for them. Asith Fernando trying to make it a good afternoon for Glamorgan. Drives and caught behind Green. He went for the wide one, and Asith Fernando has made it a good afternoon, a good start to the evening session. Anyway, for Glamorgan, he threw out a tempter, really. It was very wide. Green was tempted. He absolutely opened his shoulders, tried to drive it away up the River Taff. Faint edge, taken diving across to his right by Chris Cook, and Leicestershire in danger of not throwing away a real opportunity here. The lead is 79, but it is not half as significant at the moment as it threatened to be. Glamorgan have fought back well. Tom Scriven now has a really big job to do alongside Ben Cox. Leicestershire 308 for 8. Effectively.
Yep. Green throwing the kitchen sink at that one, not quite getting to it. Excellent low-down catch, as well, learned to expect from Chris Cook since he took over the Glamorgan wicket-keeping gloves from Mark Wallace. He has really continued that tradition of Glamorgan keeping excellence. Edward mentioned Avian Jones being at the ground, brother of Alan, and the regular Glamorgan keeper when I started watching the county. Played through the second half of the 60s and first half of the 80s. 70s, sorry.
Is Tom Scriven.
So Scriven at 9, Chris Wright at 10, and presumably Patel with his feet up or his hand up, more appropriately. So the game's still very much in Leicestershire's favour, but Glamorgan with the power to limit the damage, and from their point of view, with maybe an hour or so to bat, whatever it turns out to be, chance to play themselves back into the game. As Tom Scriven comes to the wicket, as said, averaged 38 last season, so very useful man to have down at 9, and would have been 10 if Patel had been fit. Extra slip being posted for the new man, number 88, same number as Dan Douthwaite, who's out of this game through injury.
So Cox has given Scriven some words of advice. And Bob's at the knees, then takes guard, one of those who likes to leave his bat raised as Fernando bustles in and bowls to him. He defends on off stump, solidly enough, back past Fernando, picked up by Northeast, moving across to his right. Do you think that's the sort of wind effect rather than... I think it is, isn't it? Do you get that in the earphones? Almost like a sort of drone. It could be me, but
I thought it was the thought it was the hum of a building.
I think it's actually a sort of wind thing. You get a real draft, if that's the right word, vortex or something in the gallery downstairs, which is open to the front. In goes Fernando and bowls. Scriven drives thick outside edge along the ground all the way. Will be cut off by Van der Hookton behind square on the off side. It didn't travel particularly quickly down towards sort of wide third man, deep backward point, and Scriven picks up a single to get off the mark. 309 for 7. The lead 80.
Inquiry about coloured clothing in Welsh club cricket. Yeah, well, at our low level, they still use a red ball with coloured clothing, though that might change to orange, I'm told. I'm not quite sure what they use at Premier level.
Fernando in, bowls, nicely played off the back foot by Cox, pushing the ball into the vacant square leg area. Square leg having been pushed back to the boundary. Single is taken. Cox moves on to 24, the score 310, the lead 81. Yeah, there was I remember a while when I was playing the push for every club to have proper sight screens in the top division. The fact is, to most club cricketers, it wouldn't matter if there was a troop of monkeys behind the bowler's arm, would it? Really, we used to. My club was on the seaside, and there was lots and lots of visitors from the West Riding and things of Yorkshire, so they were walking around the boundary and We occasionally used to get batsmen sort of stepping back because somebody was walking along, and you knew it made no difference whatsoever, really. But there you go. It was rude to say so.
Van der Hoogten will start a new over, bowling to Ben Cox, who's nicely placed on 24 off 39 deliveries. Tidy start from him. Looking to push this lead on into 3 figures. Pushing that one out into a gap in the offside. Callaway jogs across from cover to field. It's a comfortable single because point, for some reason, is rather deep. 311 for 7. Point comes in rather closer for the new batter, Scriven. Yeah, if anyone knows what colour balls the South Wales Premier or the North Wales Premier Leagues use, I don't think it's red. It's probably pink or orange. Not sure. Maybe white. As Scriven drives to mid-off, and there is no run.
The pink balls didn't work at all, really, or didn't last, certainly, in first-class cricket, did they? Their
No.
players didn't like them at all. And they just didn't seem to have the durability, or why the colour should
there are
make
a
any
lot of
difference.
complaints.
Constantly. And I don't think they were particularly that much more visible, so to speak, either.
Van der Hoogten in, bowls outside off stump, no shot from Scriven. 3 slips now in place. In the Championship, Swansea Derby, QPR Cardiff, both matches still goalless with about 10 minutes left of normal time. 311 for 7. You're on BBC Sport Online. BBC Sounds. Van der Hoogten in, bowls. Scriven defends to cover. Eddie Byram is the fielder now. In that position, Zain al-Hassan is at mid-off, hiding the ball from us as he polishes it inside his sweater for some reason. Whether it's the inside is more effective, or whether it's just to avoid developing a pink stain too quickly. Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's missed by Tom Scriven, and then not taken cleanly by Chris Cook for once. 311 for 7. It remains in a rather soporific afternoon spell, but Leicestershire, with a couple of wickets left to develop their lead past the 100 mark if they can. Van der Hoogten on his way away from us, and that's turned down towards fine leg. Scriven will pick up a single there. 312 for 7. Fernando the fielder, end of the over, and Fernando will be able to hang on to the ball.
Just talking about racing briefly, the Grand National having just taken place. Scriven has his connection in that his first cricket club was West Arlesey CC in Berkshire, where there are a lot of the gallops there are mostly flat trainers, aren't they? But top quality flat trainers around there. But a few trainers these days. National hunt as well as flat. Fernando then into Scriven, bowls, bounces up towards the body, takes his bottom hand off the bat as he jumps slightly, defending that one out towards mid-wicket. Looking to tickle the ribs a bit there. Asith Fernando. 3 for 63 for him, off 19.1. He's been an encouraging... It's been an encouraging debut, I think, by Fernando for Glamorgan. Definitely got something. How long is he here for? A season? In he goes and bowls. Full this time, goes through Scriven. Doesn't get anything on it, taken by Cook.
signed at the moment for the first block of Championship, so seven matches.
Okay.
But with the possibility if both sides like each other.
You can see him picking up decent return, can't you? Over those 7 games, what would be a decent return? You'd like 30 wickets, wouldn't you, from your overseas strike bowler? That's ambitious, perhaps, but why not?
Well, it's what Van der Hoogten had last season from 7 games, 30 wickets.
Fernando in, bowls, Scriven beaten on the outside again, this time trying to defend. Twiddles the bat in his hands slightly nervously, and I'm not surprised that did leave him at a decent lick, but wasn't the greatest of shots, something of a jab. Wasn't going to get any percentage on the shot, wasn't worth playing like that, wasn't going to get any runs is what I'm trying to say, and failing miserably. Over 8's level, hooray.
Benefit of new listeners, the men out today: Mike for 41, Budinger 56, Hill 96, Hanscom 63, the main contributors.
Fernando in, bowls, Scriven, I think, give him the benefit of the doubt, withdrew the bat. It slid past the outside edge, but it looked as though he curtain railed the bat inside the line, looking from behind him. Probably have to see a replay of the delivery from front on.
3 wickets fell for 11 early mid-afternoon, with Rian Ahmed going for 2, since T. Ben Green caught behind off Fernando his 3rd wicket. Green made 10. Very slow start, couple of boundaries and out.
Fernando bowls into the body of Scriven, gets up, plays it well, keeps it down, pushes it around the corner behind square and picks up a run. Hamish says he walked out to bat one day, looked up and noticed that the sight screen at his club was gone. Asked his batting partner, when did that go? He said it was about 4 seasons.
Very good. Yes, we've got a metal one on railings at one end and a sort of sheet trying to cover some tennis nets at the other.
Fernando in, bowls outside off stump. Cox looked as though he was getting ready to try and cut that away, but decided to let it go through. He remains unbeaten on 25. Scriven has 3 now. Slightly nervous start for the Oxfordshire-born all-rounder, or Berkshire, Oxfordshire. I think he was born in Oxford, but brought up around Berkshire. Are those 2 counties next to it adjoining? They sound as though they should be.
Should be, shouldn't they?
313 for 7. The lead has crept up to 84.
In the middle of the south of England somewhere. Yeah. 313 for 7 then. Van der Hoogten looking to take his first wicket of the day. Claimed 1 last night when he got rid of Holland, but he's bowling to Scriven, who gets an inside edge for 4. Fortunate man there, Tom. Scriven didn't really know much about it. It shot away to the fine leg boundary, fine leg, and well wide of Chris Cook. 317 for 7. Fortunate man, Tom Scriven, to move on to 7. Messages from bases yet?
No, we are expecting to be joined by BBC Radio Leicester for the evening session, but not yet.
As Van der Hoogten bowls, Scriven forward, defending up to Gorvin at mid-on. There's no run. Lots of ways in which you can access this BBC commentary online, BBC Sports website, app.
My mistake, we are currently live on BBC Radio Leicester. Apologies, so you're most welcome to join us if you are unexpectedly so doing.
317 for 7. Richard Ray, Nick Webb and Edward Bevan, your commentary team at Sophia Gardens in Cardiff, as Scriven defends out on the offside and there is no run. And a recap for new listeners: Leicestershire proceeding nicely into mid-morning with a stand between Ben Mike 41 and Sol Budinger 56. Both fell to Asitha Fernando. Then we had a big stand for the 4th wicket of 142 between Lewis Hill and Peter Hanscom. Looked to be really getting the Foxes on top. Van der Hoogten bowls, and no shot played by Scriven. Andy Gorvin ended that stand with the Australian, the new skipper, forcing Hanscom, or inducing Hanscom to sky a pull to mid-wicket for 63. Lewis Hill looked set for his first century since June 2023, but was given run out, pushing to mid-off. Sam Northeast with the direct hit, although Hill may have been unlucky not to be judged at home. Van der Hoogten bowls to Scriven, who drives through the offside pleasantly, and that'll be 4 runs out towards Cover Point, towards the pavilion, away to our left here at a sunlit Sapphire Gardens. The wickets to go since then. Rehan Ahmed caught Byron bowled Gorvin at square leg for 2, and since tea Ben Green caught Cook bowled Fernando for 10. Green, having taken 32 balls to get off the mark, hit a couple of nice 4s and then departed. We're not expecting Rishi Patel to bat because of a dislocated thumb suffered in the field yesterday. So Leicestershire now on 321 for 7, lead by 92 with effectively 2 wickets remaining. Van der Hoogten is in to bowl to Scriven, allowed to go through outside off stump. No shot played. 321 for 7. And a bumper day for sport on BBC Radio Leicester, with Glasgow against Leicester Tigers from Scotstoun kicking off at 8 p.m. Live coverage of that. If you're listening outside the Leicester area, you can listen on 5 Sports Extra. And I think that's enough of a summary for me, and I shall give way to Edward Bevan alongside Richard Ray in the Cardiff sunshine. Well, we're not in the sunshine, but the crowd is.
So the lead for Leicestershire is now 92, which is substantial, but it is far, far less at the moment than they would have hoped for early this afternoon, when Hill and Hanscom were batting with a considerable degree of comfort and they looked set for a lead of sort of 200 plus, the Foxes. So 92 is not, you'll feel, enough. In goes Fernando, bowls short, looking to pull is Ben Cox. Thick inside edge, may have been onto the body, trickles out towards backward square, and 1 is taken. No signal from umpire Newell, so there was some bat involved. Certainly not the middle thereof. But Cox picks up 1, moves on to 26, 322 for 7. The lead now 93. Eddie's been sitting amongst the spectators, basking in this spring sunshine over there on the riverside, the Taff side of the ground. Lovely over there.
It certainly is.
Now, because the short leg has gone pretty square, umpire Lungley, showing a clean pair of heels, is running across on the balls of his feet to point. Has now done so. Fernando is ready. It's a pretty straight run, an energetic one. Comes in and bowls very straight, pushed hard back to him, but towards him by Scriven. That would have been 4 had the middle stump of at the bowler's end not been in place. Thumped into them at a rate of knots as well. That the aware Cox had his bat down in the crease. Not, I don't think, that Fernando, who reached out to his right, his fingers, I don't think, got anywhere near brushing the ball, so he wouldn't have been out, Cox. But it was a nice shot for no return from Tom Scriven. He's on 11 now. Fernando looking for his 4th wicket of the innings. Comes in, bowls to Scriven. Bouncer, didn't get that one right. Fernando, it was a slightly tennis ball-like bounce down the leg side. Instinctively, Scriven just bobbed at the knees, but it wouldn't have necessitated him moving his head out of the way had he stood perfectly still.
His third name is Rhys, R-H-Y-S, which one suspects is got a Welsh, possibly father, grandfather, I don't know. You don't often get English with Rhys, it's generally R-W-S.
I will have to ask him. He waits as in goes Fernando, bowls to him. He defends on the front foot. When he does defend, his bat comes down at a slight angle, and the bowler must always think must regularly think he's almost got through onto the pad. Scriven got his bat there, starting, whisper it. Leicestershire supporters to look a little bit more comfortable now. Scriven. The new ball, 10 overs old, 10 and a half or so overs old. In goes Fernando and bowls, looking to drive his Scriven, doesn't middle it, squirts out square on the offside. Kellaway feels, no it's not, because it was taken after tea, wasn't it? And there were a couple of overs they went in with the old, that were bowled with the old ball, so to speak. It went past 80.
At the third time of asking, we heard from the public address that the new ball had been taken.
Yes, the doctor was eager to get it out there into use, wasn't he?
He said it's not been taken. Oh yes, it has.
The wind drones through the gallery below as in goes Fernando and bowls short outside off stump. Well played by Scriven in that he just dropped his hands and leant back and watched the ball fly past his chest into the hands of Chris Cook behind the stumps. 3-2 for 7 remains the score. The lead 93.
I suppose if you'd said to Glamorgan midway through the afternoon, and Hill and Hanscom were going well with that 142 partnership, would you, just after tea, have been happy with 7, effectively 8 down with a lead of 93? I think they would have jumped at it.
I absolutely agree. I think Ul Hassan's introduction at this stage a reflection on how well he bowled earlier, really. I thought he was very good.
Bowl, yeah, not
Promising.
too bad.
Had something. And was a bit unlucky. I mean, his figures sound unremarkable. 8 overs, no maidens, none for 36, but I think he's
got a bit of bounce.
Yeah, he troubled
yeah.
the batsman. And got a bit of movement as well.
There's waving towards someone. I think it's a drink for Mr. Fernando. Cox goes down and does a little bit of gardening. A slip is taken out. Mid-wicket is sent or banished to the boundary, and a slip comes out and is placed on the drive on the onside as we look at. Well, Hassan bowls the first ball. It's a little bit short, but shovelled away. More than an authentic shot. And Callaway fields. Again, there is no third man, which I'm a little surprised. Well, I'm always surprised as if there's no third man, but there's a big gap between Callaway, who's at extra cover, and Ed Byram on the cover boundary. In comes the next ball, and that's played away on the onside. Came in with the arm then, the delivery from Ul Hassan. So it's been a good day's cricket, really has. Swing from one way to the other. And I think we've got a couple of good days in front of us. If Glamorgan can bat anything like, they will perhaps be able to get north of 300. As we watch the next ball, and that's short cutaway to deep extra cover. Eddie Byram, just mentioned, returns into the gloves of Chris Cook, and they amble through for a single. This brings Tom Scriven down to the receiving end at 323 for 7. Very good afternoon to you on BBC Leicester, all my friends up there. As in comes Ul Hassan, bowls, played to the man on the drive. I remember going up about 8 years ago to the Leicestershire, do they call themselves the Cricket Society or the Cricket Lovers? It was a splendid night there.
Incidentally, you were asking about Leicester Tigers and why they were maybe the Tigers. Well, Richard Jones let me know that he thinks it's because they were named after the Leicestershire Regiment,
All right, as the next ball is wide and left.
Whose nickname in battle was the Tigers. So
Yeah,
it's a
that's
sort
interesting.
of
A lot of them are, I think, and often you see the T20 sides are named. I think Worcester were named. I forget what they were called. They changed so often, these clubs, but they were named after a regiment.
yeah, they had one year in sort of camouflage gear, didn't they?
Oops, and that's gone
Dropped.
over and dropped at first slip. I suppose was it a difficult chance? And I'm afraid
I think he got
it
two
was
hands to it. Let's have a look.
Ingram. Was it again?
Oh, he had to jump high.
Oh,
He did
yeah.
get two hands to it, but it burst through. It was, yeah.
It was a difficult chance, I think is the best way
was.
to describe it. They go through for a single, and the score moves on to 324 for 7. The lead creeping up towards the 100 mark, 95. And have we got a change of bowling? No, Fernando 345 of 21. So he's just marginally over 3. He's come back well. Really has bowled his heart out.
Yeah, I think he's been good today. Just struggled a little bit last night, but today he's been good.
He's
Unlucky for Ul Hassan again. He might have picked up a wicket, but would have been a good catch. But is that 3 catches that have gone down? I think now.
Well, certainly
Budinger last night as well.
Budinger, I remember that one. This one, I suppose you can say, half chance.
And the one at short leg.
Yeah.
Fernando then, with a short mid-wicket, is into Scriven, and he's
Bowled.
bowled him. Gone through him and bowled him. Scriven sort of poked forward at that one. Now, they got a little bit of an inside edge, and it's squeezed underneath. I'd have to have a look at the replay. But Glamorgan continue just to chip away here, and each time Leicestershire think they're establishing a partnership. Just a good delivery. Didn't play it very well, went through the gate in fact,
Yeah.
but there wasn't too much foot movement there, did just enough, came back in and hit off stump. Just late on it. It was a,
He didn't lose his feet, nothing, did he? Just stayed there and prodded.
I've been picking Tom Scriven's batting up a little bit there, but that
Tom
was,
Scriven was
did rather look the shot of a number 10, I'm afraid. But reward for Asith Fernando. 4th wicket of the innings, 4 for 65 for him, 3-2-4 for 8. The lead now 95. Chris Wright now has a job to do, and he can do it. He can hang around for a long time. Right, but Cox is
Will want to attack.
well.
It's no good hanging around if you're not scoring, is it? I suppose. Or if your partner's not scoring either. But if your partner is scoring, great.
It'll be interesting to see what his
Tactics are.
approach is. Yes, indeed. No sign of Chris Wright coming from the
There he comes.
pavilion as yet. There is the old man of the team, bless him. It is a long way down, isn't it? 2 sort of flights of stairs from the dressing. Well, you've got to come out of the dressing rooms, round a
Down
corner,
the steps. One
through,
lot.
through that sort of lobby, down 2 flights of stairs, through another lobby, and then down the
And what you see here,
brilliant steps.
is Chris Rock.
here, Richard, is at the end of the match when they're deducting the over rates, there is allowance for the half-a-mile walk.
And as you say, it's a longer
Yeah.
walk, especially when the pitch is cut that side of the square. It's probably the best part of 90 yards from the bottom of the stairs to the cut strip. Cox with his dyed blonde hair, almost white, chunters away to Chris Wright, telling him what is going on out there. There's a lot to say, Ben Cox. Picks up his bat and his helmet and his gloves, which was
you
an
remember?
interesting show with Bashir.
I remember when we used to play cricket, club cricket, and you come in and you're nervous, obviously, and you think, right, and your partner come up, but I wouldn't listen to a word he was saying. It's doing a bit, but be careful.
I can't remember that any of my teammates sort of doing that really, or doing that myself, you know, too much.
He's in search of a 5-4, is Mr. Fernando.
In he comes from the river end, the taff end of the ground, and bowls to Chris Wright. Very straight, but Wright is equal to it. Defensive push out towards mid on. Bashir picks up and fields. Wright wasn't at his best with the ball in the first innings. 14 overs, 4 maidens, none for 54 for the veteran seamer. Can he make a contribution with the bat? Ben Cox will be hoping so. Leicestershire will be hoping so. They'll another batting point. 350 should be the sort of minimum really they're aiming for. The lead now 95. Short leg has gone in as Fernando is in bowls. A bouncer to right and not taken for once by Cook. Beautiful dive, but he concedes 4 byes. It bounced away down the leg side, high and wide. Maybe went a bit wider. Cook, a very athletic and effective wicketkeeper, dived away to his left, couldn't get there, and tough on the keeper. It goes down against his name. 4 byes.
Yes.
It flew away.
Unfair.
No chance really. No chance. And Fernando sort of indicates it swung on down.
There are little things that I disagree. You know, he hit the stumps from around, he goes for overthrows. I think the ball should be dead then.
Fernando in again to right, full and straight. Right defends on the back foot. He will stay on the back foot if he possibly can. Drops it out into the covers. Realises that Carlson has a bit of ground to make up to the ball. Takes half a step forward, but in a race between Carlson and Chris Wright, I know where my money would be.
Yeah, Mr. Wright any day.
Did you know, Eddie, who won the Grand National today?
I did. I know. I don't.
A horse called Nick.
Oh,
and,
no.
and our Nick Webb at 33 to 1
Did he?
didn't have a bet on it. Can't believe it. Can't believe it. Fernando is in, bowls right, thick outside edge, defends that one. It was held back a little bit and it squirted off the thick outside edge to backward point. No run. If you're going to have one better year, it's on the National. And you pick a name that means something to you.
All these favourites, you've got to have that. He's going to win. You've heard perhaps of Constitution Hill. Odds on at Cheltenham fell.
Yeah.
Odds on in the big race at Aintree yesterday or the day before. And my brother-in-law, who trains horses up in Carmarthenshire, said he cannot lose. Have a big news about him.
Ooh. Fernando is in, bowls right, just helps it on its way down to fine leg 4-4. Nicely played by Chris Wright. He gets off the mark with that 4 and takes Leicestershire's lead past 100. 332 for 8, the lead 103. Substantial, but far from being decisive as yet. Now, Constitution Hill.
And yesterday, the day before, he fell again. Odds on both times. The bookies must have been laughing and jumping all the way home.
There's no such thing as a certainty in national hunt
No,
racing,
there's not.
surely.
No.
Is it simply because of the fences?
Nice picture there of Glamorgan assistant coach David Harrison with the
New
coach Richard Dawson, formerly coach of Gloucester, formerly England spinner.
Two faces which haven't seen a razor this morning.
No, well, all winter by the looks of it.
David's usually clean shaven, isn't he? But
No,
maybe
no,
it's
no.
is he not? Does he
bearded
sported a
wonder
beard
again.
in the past? Okay.
Well, Hassan is to continue, and he is bowling to Cox. Ben Cox was 27 not out. In he comes, bows to him, and Cox plays defensively. I'll be interested to see how the Leicestershire attack bowl on this pitch.
Second time round.
Second, yeah, because I thought they were so impressive.
Well, they haven't got the runs to play with that they thought they would have, or
I was looking for
hoped.
250.
Hoped. I agree. I agree. It certainly should have been over 200.
Next ball drifts down leg side, and he's got a single, which brings a right up. Goes right. Formerly of, here we go, Middlesex, Warwickshire, Sussex, was it?
Yes, I believe so.
And now a Leicestershire.
Essex, certainly,
Essex, that's right, not Sussex, Essex.
because he's in Essex.
There's lots of them
Well, he's
about
from-
now.
Yeah.
There used to be very little. I think Trevor Jesty, if you remember the name, was
Yes.
one of the first.
Hampshire.
Hampshire, Surrey, Lancashire. Anyway, right weights. In comes Hussain. Bowls to him, and he plays it quite comfortably through the covers. It's a long chase, and that is not going to be fielded by anyone. It was a lovely timed shot by Chris Wright, and gets him 4 runs.
Born in Oxfordshire, Chipping Norton, in fact.
Lovely
but
spot.
his team's, his first club was in Hampshire. Played for Warwickshire, Middlesex, Essex and Leicestershire.
That's right. 4. I think perhaps he might have been. He brought Bashir on here instead of Hussain, who bowls, and it's pushed away into the gully. No run. 337 for 8. The lead is 108.
I mentioned that he's got more than 3,000 first-class runs. Well, actually, he started this innings only 55 away from 4,000. So, well, if he brings it up in this innings, there really will be some cause for celebration.
When was his
55
debut?
in this innings will give him a 4,000 first-class runs.
Must have been around for a long time. Hussain bowls to right and is down the leg side. No run.
He made his first-class debut in 2004, 21 years ago. All his debuts in all forms of cricket was in 2004.
Is this his last year on contract?
I think it is. I'd have to check that, but I'm pretty sure. Yes.
Here comes Hussain bowls, and this is a straight back from. And it's pushed up to mid-on. That's the end of another over. 337 for 8. Lead is 108. Right is on 8. Cox is 28.
And he'll be 40 on July the 14th.
There's a few 40s flying about. Ingram is 40, and Chris Cook will be 40 this year. Chris Wright.
Chris Cook will be.
I think Chris is. I might be wrong. Let's have a look.
40 is the new 32. Then it is. Is that what we're saying?
Well, so
The
people
advance
living
in
older.
sports science.
Let's have a look here.
Wind is still blowing firmly, but as yesterday, it's dropped a little, and it's just a
windy.
lovely spring afternoon. More than spring, almost feels like early summer. Fernando then, with Cox on 28, trying to end the innings. Just the one slit, so they're looking to give him a single. Runs in and bowls, slightly short. Cox just leans backwards, plays it very well.
39.
See now,
39.
youthful
this
looking
year.
39.
Very fit man. And as good a keeper as he's been since taking over from Mark Wallace.
Applause for Fernando. Encouragement for Fernando from his teammates.
Oh, he's running well, this
He has.
play. And he comes again and bowls. Oh, got him in a bit of bother there as he bounced him, and he went to try and flap it rather than get out of the way or hook it. It's a little flap away, as if to say he's swatting a fly. Get out of the way. His partner goes up to have a word. Do you think he's saying, "Now listen here, Ben, this is how you play those"?
Look, you're talking to someone who's got nearly
Yeah.
4,000 first-class runs. Let me tell you how to play this. I'm sure Chris wouldn't presume.
In comes Fernando. Bowls. This is pushed. And credit to Fernando because he's bowling on a very, very flat pitch here at the moment. He's running in. It's hot out there. That won't be any problem to him coming from where he does.
No, it's yeah.
It has to be this. When you say hot, I've been out there twice. Very,
It's hot
very-
sitting out of the wind, isn't it? But quite a few of us Well, most of the Glamorgan players have their long sleeve sweaters on.
I'm talking about Sri Lanka now.
Ah, okay.
Yes. And he comes, come on, down the leg side, and a good take there by Cook. The 39-year-old leaping about.
Now, I was talking about landmarks, first-class landmarks for Chris Wright. Well, Ben Cox came into this innings on 5.977 first-class run, so he's just gone past 6,000 first-class runs. 6,005 for him, so...
It's a good effort coming in 6-7, or... That's about his...
Apologies to Ben, that perhaps should have been aware of that approaching landmark, but another little tick in his professional cricketing career box.
Next ball is driven half stop, but it's going up towards the long off boundary. It's overhauled after the run. 2 runs. And the score moves on to 3-3-8 for the loss of 8 wickets. Say that is 9. Mr. Patel, poor chap, nursing. Is he still here, or has he gone?
Yes, he's seen him walking around the ground. I don't know whether a specialist is available on a Saturday. I suppose if one pays enough, I'm sure there is somebody available, but perhaps they
X-ray. He
see
wants
somebody work back in Leicester.
He's had the X-ray, hasn't he?
He has a couple of X-rays, I understand.
To complete the over, Fernando comes up and bowls, and Cox leaves, and that completes the over. No, out in Sri Lanka, the humidity is unbelievable. I remember a tour there. Tony Lewis, the former Glamorgan captain, was England captain back in '73, and he was saying that Chris Old, the former Yorkshire bowler, opened the bowling and bowled 6 overs or 5 overs, and he said, "Captain, can I go off the field?" He said, "What's the problem?" And he took his boots off, Richard, and poured them out.
Sweat
up all over the place.
Ironically known as Chile, Chris Old,
Lives down
for
in,
obvious reasons.
lives down in Devon, I think. No,
He became a postman, didn't he, or something?
don't know.
I
A
think-
fish and chip.
Fish and chips, was
Fish
it?
and chips.
Why not? Zainul Hassan is running in now. Bowls to Chris Wright, chipped in the air but over mid-wicket. Bashir sort of gestured at the ball. It was timed really nicely by Wright, and he picks up another boundary. Moves on to 12, 343 for 8. The lead 114, but
Useful runs.
Yeah, and only another 7 for another batting bonus point. They'll want that now.
He's playing in boundaries here. He's similar to Eddie Byram, who scored the first 9 shots were all boundaries. 3 4s for him.
Hassan not quite as good in this second spell as he was in his first. In he goes, bowls again to Wright, who slaps him away behind square on the offside, down towards wide third man for 4 more. He moves on to 16.
Applause from his partner, rightly so.
Width was on offer, not much, just enough, but the ball didn't do anything particularly exciting. And Wright just stood up tall, he is a tall man, and slapped it away behind square for 4.
Still a very useful lead, and when you go in with a deficit of this, it's conscious, isn't it? You're conscious that you're well behind in the game.
Hassan bowls, Wright goes back and defends, little turn of the wrist as he pushes it out to Van der Hoogten at mid-on. 3 more for the third batting bonus point.
Glamorgan want to get this last wicket for their third bowler. Third bowling point.
In comes Hassan and bowls. Wright clips it firmly but straight along the ground to mid-on. Foxy Phil. Let's say if Wright or Cox was out now with just a run or 2 needed for another batting bonus point, do you send Rishi out if he's not on strike?
What, with it? Crack the other hand? Or
well, but he maybe he wouldn't face a ball if it just if that was feasible.
I've seen sides not bother with the bonus point. They don't go for them because they want to just carry on.
Well, Hassan is in. Wright is playing firmly through the gap in front of point now. A sweeper has been put out there, so it will be just the single. So Wright's very much doing his job at the moment. He's moved on to 17, 348 for 8. Cox 30 not out, is now on strike, so that bonus point should be
Down and dusted.
achieved. Hassan is in. Bowls. Cox defends very correctly. Left elbow, walks into the ball, showing confidence in Chris Wright, and why not? Wright's played some very good shots.
Yeah.
His 17 has come off just 14 balls, and I don't think, Eddie, there's been a sort of miscue
No, he's played positively, and
amongst them.
it causes a little chat between a couple of senior players, captain and a mug of tea appears not for me, but for Nick. What's the score? What are we doing? He's telling me to go.
I was anticipating 15 minutes in the sun there. Not to worry.
We've
Updates
got to
time,
leave
is it?
you on because of BBC Radio Leicester. They don't want two tough.
You can hear you can hear the cries from Leicester of no. You don't. We'd be delighted to hear two mellifluous tones from our radios. We hear enough of Ray at the best of times.
3:48 for 8 here on BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Sport Online, BBC Sounds, available via smart speakers and the county websites, all sorts of things.
And the Houghton in from the River Taff end bowls a bouncer, and not very energetic or dangerous bouncer to Chris Wright. Wright ducks nonetheless, and the ball sails reasonably harmlessly over his back.
This is getting frustrating for Glamorgan, isn't it? See, the last man, Chris Wright, of whom not much is expected.
You weren't in here. Well, I don't know. You
No?
weren't in here when I mentioned earlier he'd got 3,000 first class run. He's actually very close to 4,000 now. As Van der Hoogten is in, bowls to him outside off stump, and he leaves. He needs 55 in this innings to reach 4,000 first class runs.
I beg his pardon.
Ben Cox has just gone past 6,000.
What did he do last season? Just a couple of matches after that
Well,
ban.
indeed.
14 not out, 12, 15. There we are. Oh well.
But he rightly values the contributions that he can make as a batsman, and he has one to make here. It could help Leicestershire certainly to another batting bonus point. Van der Hoogten is in, bowls to right, thick outside edge. It's going to run along the ground all the way through gully. There is a third man in the tall, angular shape of Shoaib Bashir, so single taken, 349 for 8, the lead 120. Glamorgan won't be bothered about, I don't think, changing the field to prevent Leicestershire, putting Leicestershire under any sort of pressure regarding a bonus point. It makes no odds to them.
Oof, might be vital come September the 29th.
Yes, I was going to
or
say
whatever it
famous
is.
last words if Leicestershire
Leicestershire
go up by a
finished
point.
9 points ahead of Glamorgan last year.
Van der Hoogten is in, bowls thick inside edge, goes between the stumps, and the batsman runs down towards fine leg where it's picked up by Ul Hassan, but Cox takes one and Leicestershire reach 350. The lead 121, Cox 31, Wright 18. Bonus points now 3 for batting, 3 for bowling, of course, earlier, so 6.
Leicestershire 6-2 up. Glamorgan will be hoping to pull a point back when they claim the 9th wicket.
Van der Hoogten bowls to Wright, who is very correct, defends.
Assuming they do claim the 9th wicket in the next 13 overs. I'd be very disappointed if they didn't.
Young Mr. Gorvin has had some sort of word, or he's trying to send some sort of message to his skipper, who is not catching his eye up there at mid-off. But he's still going through a few loosening exercises. Van der Hoogten Houghton is in, right is on, driving for 4. That was a classy shot. Again, Van der Houghton is a long way from his best today, and it was there to be on driven, but an on drive takes a batsman of ability, and Wright just pumped it away through mid-on, very straight mid-on for 4. He has hit 5 boundaries in going to 22, and Leicestershire lead by 125. The partnership for what we believe is the last wicket, effectively, is now 30.
Yeah, Van der Houghton going nearly 5 runs and over. Really got out of bed the wrong side this morning, Tim Van der Houghton. Unless he was kept up all night by young children. 3:54 for 8, who knows?
Maybe he went down Chippy Alley last night. I haven't been down there for a while.
It's still there, Caroline Street.
Saturday night.
Yes.
I'd go early
Or
if I was
possibly
going.
no. Gorvin is in but does not bowl because Ben Cox is pulled away, whether someone was talking or moving.
Northeast raised a hand in apology there, so I think he was talking to Ul Hassan or telling him to do something.
Yes, no sign of anyone moving behind the bowler's arm because there's hardly anyone in the shade at this end of the ground. As Gorvin runs away from us and bowls, keeps it a little bit low maybe. Cox plays it well defensively, back to the bowler, and there is no run. 3-5-4 for 8. Leicestershire lead by 125. 30 added for this 9th wicket, and all adding to the pressure on the Glamorgan batters when they try and knock it off and set Leicestershire some sort of target in the final innings, as that is hitting Cox on the pad. No real appeal as he tried to work it away on the leg side. The shadow from this media centre is stretching out onto part of the outfield, as is that of one of the floodlight pylons, which is rather distractingly across part of the wicket at the moment, which can't be hugely easy for batting at facing at this end. But at the moment Cox is receiving at the far end. Chris Cook is standing up to try and get in the batsman's head, and Gorvin bowls and Cox gets a little flick off the pads down to backward square, single taken. Cox to 32, 3:55 for 8. Dare Leicestershire dream of 400 even. Doing well at the moment, this pair. Last man right faces up to Gorvin, who sees that one played comfortably to northeast at mid-off. Just wonder whether one of the spinners might be needed to break things up a bit after only 18 overs with the new ball, or actually a fewer than that, wasn't it? 83.3 it was taken, so 14 overs with the new ball. Gorvin bowls, right defends to cover, no run. Leicestershire making a positive start to the season. They bowled well on the first day to dismiss Glamorgan for 229, and quite a few of their batters have contributed to a substantial first innings lead. Gorvin bowls and right off the back foot plays out on the offside. There's an update for BBC Radio Wales listeners fairly shortly.
Yeah, just in case for Glamorgan listeners thinking Glamorgan should break this sort of effectively last wicket partnership. There's 10,000 first class runs between 6,000 and 4,000, and you know that's it's not that easy.
Returning to bowl at the river end, Shoaib Bashir.
And as Nick suggested, sent out a semaphore message to the skipper, Sam Northeast, and Northeast says, yeah, Nick Webb's right. You might not have backed your horse in the Grand National, but I think you're on the right horse here. Shoaib Bashir is going to come on at the river end.
Leicestershire 355 for 8. That's a lead of 126 over Glamorgan. Could be significant in the course of the match. Leicestershire have batted well today. Lewis Hill's top scoring with 96 before he ran himself out. Peter Hanscom with 63. Fernando has 4 wickets for Glamorgan. Gorvin's had a couple as well, but Glamorgan by and large have struggled to keep Leicestershire in check, and there's an annoying little stand between Cox and Wright of 31 for the 9th wicket, which should be the last wicket because Patel is not expected to bat. Leicestershire 355 for 8, leading by 126. 17 overs remain.
Perfectly timed between overs. Northeast still setting the field. Long on, 10 yards in. Is it me? It is. Bashir is in. Back goes Cox. Just dabs it out to point, and they take the single as Van der Hoogten jogs to the ball from backward point. The field sort of comes in. Some of them do, some of them don't. Some of them come a few yards. Some of them stay exactly where they were. Mid-wicket is... Oh, no, he's moving now. He was deep, sort of 10 yards inside. He's just gone a little bit wider as Bashir is in. Right is forward. You've got Byram at a sort of backward square position. Long gone is a third of the way in. Mid-off is halfway back. It's a very much a individual field as Bashir bowls to Chris Wright, who is forward, pops it up to short leg. There's an appeal, but not really from Bashir. It came off the pad. Bashir sort of raised a slightly apologetic hand in the direction of umpire Newell.
Yeah, nice easy one for Eddie Byram to take, but it was off the pad.
Bashir is in, swept successfully and very neatly by Chris Wright. Fine of the man at backward square, stroke on sort of on the 45, and picks up 4 more. His 6th boundary, all of which have been struck very nicely indeed. He moves on to 26, 360 for 8. So another 29 runs will give him his 4,000.
Looking to join the Leicestershire ranks of all-rounders.
Bashir bowls, Right is forward, down into the ground, off a thick inside edge, bounces for Byram nicely. None for 75 for Shoaib now.
Yeah, it's not a great start on the board.
He goes, tosses it up, Wright drives, but more or less straight to Gorvin. Did it go through him? It did go. Oh my goodness, it went straight through him. I assumed he'd just picked it up. It absolutely went straight to him. But Gorvin, sort of looking down in puzzlement, gets a pat on the back from Tim Van der Hoogten, and suddenly the ball is crossing the ropes at extra cover. Actually, I think it went through his legs.
Ouch.
Whether it went through his legs or just to one side of him, it was extreme. He didn't have to move. Maybe that was the problem.
Yes, Yes, he's shaking his head now as he marches on to bowl.
I suspect Bashir might be as well. In his general
I think
direction.
I'd expect a rollicking for missing that one in Division 11.
Oh, that was awful.
Let alone in professional cricket. We all have our moments. Gorvin into Ben Cox. Defends on the back foot up to Ned Leonard.
Wright's 30 out of a partnership of 40 with 7 boundaries to his name.
Leonard, the Somerset signing from Somerset, permanent now after loan last season. Gorvin bowls and Cox on the back foot. Actually, hang on, is that 2 of the same number? Oh no, Al Hassan's 27, so Thought he'd nicked a Leonard shirt for a moment there as well, or jersey, but he's 27, Leonard's 22. 364 for 8 in the evening sunshine here in Cardiff as Gorvin hustles in and bowls, and Cox plays that one gently to Ul Hassan at mid-on, and there's no run. So Leicestershire really have been in the ascendancy for nearly all the 2 days cricket that we've had so far in this season. Glamorgan managed a couple of half-century stands, but nothing too substantial. A stand of 142 between Hanscom and Hill was Leicestershire's main piece. As Cox cuts, doesn't quite time it, but he'll get a single. This ball trickles out towards deep point. And no thought of protecting Chris Wright. 365 for 8, the lead 136. And it's going to be a mountain for Glamorgan to climb to try and get back into this game, or back for a couple of days and make a draw out of it. Gorvin bowls nicely driven by Wright, but straight to mid-on, and there is no run. And Wright waves the glove at the dressing room. Perhaps he's going to change his bat in celebration of reaching 30, or an imminent celebration of... How many does he need to reach that 4,000 career runs?
He needed 55.
So he needs another 25, and that may be 4 of them if he got a bat on that. It's run away for 4.
He did get a
He
bat.
did. Down to fine leg. Gorvin earing in direction.
Does that count as a did Cook get anything? No, he didn't.
No.
Bless him. That would have been rotten.
No, so Wright moves up to 34. Cox is on 34. It's 369 for 8, and having got back into the game, there's Mr. Mallet, Leicestershire's photographer, pictured on the stream.
Red of face after a day in the sun and the wind. Bless him. I hope you got your sun cream on,
You
John.
need to remind him about that if you see him later. 369 for 8.
Partnership 45, of which Wright has scored 34, and of that 34, 32 have come in boundaries. I was very much sort of joking when I said that 55 would give him 4,000, but he's only 21 short now. In the meantime, Bashir is in to Ben Cox, who's batting as he defends that one just backward of square on the onside. He's been put in the shade by Chris Wright, who's unfurled an array of shots that will have raised a few eyebrows, I suspect, and pleased smiles from the Leicestershire supporters. Bashir in, Cox forward, pushing to square on the onside this time, which means that there's a little bit of work for the man backward of square to do. And Cox takes one, nudges back into the lead in the partnership. He's on 35 now, 370 for 8. Wright looks around him, the field sort of backs away slightly as Bashir is in. Wright nibbles him down fine for 4. Lovely shot. Lovely shot. It wasn't the greatest of deliveries, but Wright played it very well. He went back and just nibbled it down very, very fine, and picks up 4 more. And he moves on to 38 with 36 in boundaries.
Well, it's contrasting fortunes for the Glamorgan newbies, isn't it? Fernando with 4 wickets and Bashir with 0 at the moment.
Bowls again to Wright, who shuffles across his stumps on the back foot and defends.
Lost his loop, hasn't he, a bit? It's rather slinging them down.
In he goes. Bowls, yeah, and that was just that really, just a little bit flat and unconvincing. It was perfectly accurate, and Wright played it with respect, but one that he would have expected to keep out and did. Bowls Bowles again, right, drives beautifully for 4. So I'm not laughing at Chris Wright, but he's playing the innings of his life at the moment. He's hit 10 fours, all out of the middle in going to 42 out of a partnership of 54 with Ben Cox, who I think he was on 30 odd when Wright came in, and he's still on 35 now. The lead is now 149, and Leicestershire approaching a 4th batting bonus point. And Bashir has his hands on his hips and he's scraping angrily at the ground, and it's a conundrum for North East and Glamorgan. These are, well, haven't got themselves back into a sort of competitive position. They'll feel unnecessary or painful runs to be conceding. That said, it does show the pitches doesn't hold any terrors, and that when they bat for the second time.
Scoreboard pressure will be upon them. Lead of 149. Gorvin will try and add a 3rd wicket. He's been reasonably economical, gone for less than 2.5 and over, 19 overs, 2 for 49. But Bashir going for 4.5. Van der Hochten for nearly 5, which is rare. Gorvin is into bowl, outside off stump. Cox plays no shot. And this Glamorgan attack really hasn't been firing as a unit at any point.
No, and the value of Leicestershire's sort of long batting lineup showing its worth at the moment, really eking out that lead. BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Wales, bringing you ball-by-ball commentary from Sophia Gardens.
Gorvin into bowl. Forward comes Ben Cox and defends up to subfielder Leonard.
So with 6 bonus points, are Leicestershire top of the 2nd division at the moment still? Anybody else? I'm sure other people have
You have a
picked
quick look at the scores while I'm
I'd have to work
finishing
it out.
this over.
It's updated 2nd division.
Live in play as Gorvin is into bowl, driven by Cox, but doesn't clear North East at mid-off, and he throws rather angrily. Division 2. Derbyshire probably picked up quite a few. Derbyshire with 6 points as well.
Joint top.
Lancashire still
got 7.
going. Yeah, Lancashire a bit short on batting points. Gorvin bowls and Cox plays it into the offside, fielded by Callaway, and there's no run. Joint top, I think, it's a rough calculation. One game may end very early tomorrow. Northants 44 for 1, needing 260 in all to beat Kent at Northampton. Knocking off early will be Andrew Radd and Dan Whiting, our BBC colleagues. Cut by Cox down to deep backward point. Not quite sure what there's a fielder doing there, but effective in this case. Single taken, 379 for 8. Lead exactly 150. That would be a nice round number for your commentary team to deal with. Come on, Chris Wright, you've had your fun.
Oh, he'll be eyeing up a half century, I suspect, now.
I'm sure he will. Gorvin bowls, right. We'll get another 1 or 2 towards that. Just the single, in fact, as he dabs it down towards third man, even though Byram had a fair chase from deep backward point. 380 for 8. Leicestershire leading Glamorgan by 151 with 2 wickets nominally left. In effect 1, but Glamorgan have got only 8 overs now to claim this last wicket for the third bowling point, and be really disappointing if they fail to do so.
The glories of these championship days is how sort of fortunes can just steadily swing, and the game will go one way then the other. Sometimes not dramatically so, but a couple of wickets here, a partnership there, and fortunes change. Bashir's fortunes at the moment, not good. 20 overs, none for 88 for the England off-spinner. Comes in and bowls to Chris Wright, who goes back, stays deep in his crease, plays it off the pitch. Not elegantly, but effectively. Sort of shovels it out to straightish short mid-wicket. Carlson's there, and then Carlson brought mid-on in there. Looked to me. Indicated to him to come in. Bashir is in, Wright is back. Again, unconvincing. It maybe turned a bit, and he sort of forced it down into the ground and turned away, and it all looked a little inelegant. Callaway swinging his arms, and a bit unlucky not to come on before Bashir. But Bashir is in, Wright is forward out into the offside, but Bashir's the one who's he's on 3-match loan and quote unquote earning the big money, I suppose. And
it's awkward, really, isn't it? Because he's loaned to Glamorgan on the understanding, presumably, that they play him for those 3 games.
Yeah. But interesting definition of playing. Did you have to bowl him?
Yes.
So anyway, as he goes in and bowls to Wright, who looks to drive and takes his bottom hand off the bat, and again sort of shovels. It's all rather, as I say, inelegant, but he's still there. His attacking shots, by and large, have been outstanding in this innings. Bashir is in, bowls, Wright goes back, plays it out into the offside. There is no cover. It's an odd old field, this. And Fernando had to sort of jog. He's at a deepish, wide-ish mid-off and had to jog to a fairly conventional extra cover to field. Wright picks up 1, moves on to 44, and needs now only 11 for 4,000 first-class runs.
I'm surprised to see that he's got 14 50s in a long career.
Bashir is in, Cox defends rather more conventionally on the front foot. 21 years. 2004 was his debut.
Yeah, more than 200 first-class games, but he looks at the moment as though he's heading for a 15th half-century in that long career. 381 for 8. The stand is worth 57 for this 9th, effectively last wicket. Callaway has bowled very tidily. 8 overs for 12. And commentary for the next quarter of an hour or so on BBC Radio Leicester, before they join Trent Hudson with early kick-off ahead of Glasgow against Leicester Tigers in the Champions Cup. So it's been a pleasure this spell on BBC Radio, in addition to our online app, sounds, etc, etc. Callaway bowls and Wright is forward, defending, back down the wicket. All the action from Scotstoun, BBC Radio Leicester and 5 Sports Extra, as Callaway flights it up and driving is right, but straight to northeast at mid-off, and there's no run.
Used his feet there, which makes me nervous.
I think he's sending it our way. Callaway bowls, that's a bit of a drag
better.
down and
That's better.
nurdled away down towards fine leg. The chase is on for Fernando. He's giving it all. Oh no, he's just flicked it back, and it touches the rope there, I think. It looked as though it might have touched the rope from our point of view, but Fernando doesn't signal it, and he is about 100 metres nearer than we are. So they settle for 3.
Right, on to 47. Rather spoils the sequence. 10 boundaries, that would have been his 11th.
Yes, we saw Lewis Hill dealing largely in boundaries earlier on. Peter Hanscom, a more conventional innings for his 63. This really rubbing salt in open wounds for Glamorgan, as they bring in a leg slip to add to the conventional slip.
Those watching on the stream would concur with you about the fall, apparently.
As that's pushed forward by Cox. Defended out on the offside. Yeah, I was looking at the pictures. It looked from this angle, but as though Fernando might have flicked it back against the rope accidentally, but maybe it just didn't quite touch it, as Cox is pushing forward to Callaway, the 21-year-old's Chepstow product, of whom Glamorgan have high hopes. Callaway balls swept away down towards Fernando, fielding as a squarish fine leg. Single taken. 3.85 for 8 at the end of the over. And the lead is 1.56. Double spin from Glamorgan, 2 21-year-olds bowling off spin.
Yeah, that's nice to see, isn't it? It's two young men at the same age but different stages of their careers. Bashir already with international experience. Callaway hasn't lost any obvious difference in comparison, as Bashir goes in, bowls very full and driven out by Cox out towards extra cover. The sweeper gets quickly to the ball, Gorvin, and gets his throw away, so just a single to Ben Cox. He moves on to 38. Partnership 62 for the 9th wicket. The lead 157. Now Chris Wright on 47. Bashir is in, bowls to him, Wright defends calmly enough, goes back, of course, goes back, and blocks it back up the pitch to Shoaib Bashir. In danger of bringing up a century of his own, Bashir, who is in and bowls. Wright is down the wicket, whipping it away out to the sweeper on the leg side boundary. It will be just one. Ul Hassan is out there, throws low to Cox.
Yeah, this Callaway is just his 7th first-class match. Before this one, he'd claimed 12 wickets at 27.5.
He's been unlucky not to take one in this so far. Bashir into Cox, who just dabs it out into the completely vacant offside in terms of single saving fielders, that is. So all he needed to do was get bat on it. And with Wright on 48 at the other end, I think it's probably fairly safe to say he's relying on him. Takes his single, signals to the pavilion. Wright on strike now on 48. Bashir bowls right forward, calmly blocks it out down the pitch to Bashir.
Glamorgan have got 5 overs left after this ball to take the last wicket.
It didn't look like it was going to be an issue, did it? Sort of an hour ago. It rather does now. Could be. Anyway, Bashir bowls right all the time in the world, just to lean forward and block it back up the pitch to Shoaib Bashir. End of the 105th over of the innings then. 388 for 8, lead 159, partnership 64.
So Leicestershire with designs on a unlikely seeming 4th batting point. That one unlikely, certainly when the 8th wicket fell. The score on 324 in the 93rd over. 110 overs are available for earning bonus points in the county championship, and Leicestershire expected to be a man short, with Rishi Patel, their opening bat, having dislocated his thumb very early in the match, and presumably facing a layoff of several weeks. Callaway then from this Cathedral Road end finds Cox back on his stumps, but steering it away towards short third man. Single available, and there's a bit of frustration in some of the Glamorgan body language at the moment. Why can't we break this last partnership? Callaway in to bowl. Down the wicket comes Wright and reaches his half-century in the grand manner with half a dozen over long off. Well batted Chris Wright.
What a beautiful hit. Every boundary. 10 fours and a 6 in his 50.
47 deliveries only needed. Remarkable stuff for effectively the last man. Well. Ben Callaway having his dignity dented. Tim van der Hoogten examines the ball to make sure that's not dented as well, and maybe Callaway will toss it to umpire Langley, who tosses it back to him saying, "It's your fault it got hit for 6. Get on with it, sunshine."
One more blow to another batting bonus point. Long on goes back.
395 for 8. Callaway bowls, and that's just turned on the leg side, and there's no run. Callaway in bowls. Appeal for LBW. There's a appeal for caught at short leg. Should the ball have reached it, but Byram, I don't think, quite got to it anyway. Not sure if they were appealing for LBW initially. Maybe hopeful the ball would have brushed glove and ballooned up. Anyway, Callaway's back at it.
Oh.
And there's a swing and a miss by Wright, who wasn't sure where the ball had gone for a moment.
There's a semi-appeal because it's stuck in the top of his pads, and Cook sort of did he a bit of glove on that? No, said the umpire.
395 for 8. Callaway again to Wright. There's another appeal. Rather an optimistic one for Chris Cook, who really mild-mannered man normally, but he is getting hacked off.
10 fours and 1 6.
As we said, 47 balls, 10 fours and a 6 for the Wright half century. Career best was 87, was it?
Yes.
Results ahoy tomorrow morning at Northampton. Northants 54 for 3, chasing 260 against Kent. Van der Hoogten's back for another go. He's had a rotten day so far, Tim van der Hoogten. Can he improve it slightly?
Just point out that Wright is now on 3,999 first-class runs. Ben Cox, who passed 6,000 in this innings, will be on strike. And the Hookton, I think Bashir might be quite relieved because he was on 90 odd in terms of runs conceded. Van der Hoogten is on 96. He won't be bothered really one way or the other, just wants to try and pick up a wicket, but he's sending second slip back to third man and square leg back to the boundary. I'm going to try and maybe induce a false hook from Ben Cox, who waits with bat raised. Van der Hoogten is in, bowls to him. He defends on the back foot from just outside off stump, drops it down towards Callaway.
He's stuck on 397 wickets for Glamorgan in all comps, is Van der Hoogten at the moment.
So a few landmarks, well, not really in sight for Van der Hoogten, bearing in mind only one
Remains available.
wicket we think remains available today, that is. To him, in he comes, and bowls. Cox cuts stylishly, but it's backward off point, and it runs more or less straight to Ben Callaway, who makes a nice smart stop, gets rid of the ball quickly, up to Carlson at extra cover, who bowls it gently to his skipper. Underarms it to Van der Hoogten. Tosses it from hand to hand, looks down at it, holds it, and bowls. Bouncer that Cox down on one knee, just leans to one side, lets it go through.
We did ask earlier about the colour balls used in the South Wales Premier League, and Nicholas Brill tells us it's orange at the top level of South Wales club cricket.
Machin, don't, your team doesn't.
Mackin, no, we're not. We're nowhere near the top level.
Okay. In goes Van der Hoogten, bowls another bouncer. That was quite high, and Gets away with it.
Division 3 of South East Wales League, or Division 11, the second team where I occasionally lurk. But I was talking about the Premier League with Newport, Cardiff,
Won't be long.
Neath,
before Mackinac
etc.
carrying all before them.
I think we're in the right sort of position for basically a village side.
There's arguments about that, isn't there? You don't really want to be promoted sometimes. In goes Van der Hoogten, bowls Cox solidly forward.
It's been solidish mid-table last couple of years after earning promotion.
You're playing to enjoy the game, aren't you, really? At a certain level. You do your best, but it's not all about winning.
How many overs have we got left for the day?
No, just 8,
12.
and we'll be leaving BBC Radio Leicester soon, but hopefully not before Chris Wright has brought up his 4,000th first-class run, and perhaps Leicestershire have picked up a 4th batting bonus point. Van der Hoogten is in to Cox, who does pull shortish ball round the corner, but doesn't try and overhit it. Helps it down towards Byram down at long leg and takes 1. But that does mean he keeps the strike. 396 for 8. Cox 41 right, 54. 3 overs left for Glamorgan to pick up a 3rd bowling bonus point.
Well, considering the 8th wicket fell in 93rd over, if they don't take a wicket in 17 overs, an hour plus, then they will be really frustrated and possibly saying something about pitches here and the ability of the Glamorgan attack to take 20 wickets on these pitches, which they did a couple of times last season. 396 for 8. Callaway into his 11th over of off spin. As he will bowl to Ben Cox on 41 not out, and Cox steers it away on the leg side. They think about a single, but Bashir moves round from mid-wicket and prevents them from doing so. So a fine day for Leicestershire. Hill 96, Hanscom 63, Budinger 56, and now Wright 54 not out, their main contributors. As Callaway bowled, swept away by Cox down towards backward square. I thought for a moment that was the 400 and the bonus point, but Fernando was sweeping out there on the boundary and cut them down to a single. 397 for 8. Wright is on 54. Do you want to see him home, Richard?
Let us see if we can get him to 4,000 first-class runs. In goes Callaway. Right sweeps. The appeal is turned down as he misses it, and it bounces down towards backward point. We nearly did for him there, didn't we? 397 for 8. 2 landmarks. It's the bonus point that counts, of course, but both would be nice. In goes Callaway and bowls. Right defends.
It's like when you handed to me at Grace Road with 3 to win or something, and Marchant de Lange promptly got caught on the
Smacked up
boundary.
into the air. Was it Callum Parkinson took the catch down at long on, or was he bowling? Gavin Griffiths took the catch. Right sweeps again. He hasn't got it past Fernando, who falls rather than dives to his right, but makes the stop. Smacked it to long on, didn't he?
He did indeed. What would have been one of the most improbable wins of all time ended up in Leicestershire taking the victory points.
It was beautifully described, though, Nick.
It was a remarkable innings to describe from Marchant de Lange, one of several.
Was.
He played for Glamorgan.
A mighty smiter of the ball. Callaway is in, right? His paddle sweep just past the reaching Byram at short leg. Is that a single? It is, and Chris Wright has his 4,000th first-class run. Well batted. Chris Wright, he moves on to 55. Out of 398 for 8. 2 more for Leicestershire's 4th batting bonus point. 2 more overs for Glamorgan to pick up a 3rd bowling bonus point. And we are leaving BBC Radio Leicester. You can hear us online, of course, but on BBC Radio Leicester it's Trent Hudson with early kickoff ahead of Glasgow versus Tigers in the Champions Rugby Union Cup.
Thank you, Richard. I think I'd better give way now and do a bit of writing. Edward Bevan will handle Radio Wales update or two, I'm sure, with the experience of some decades behind him. Edward and Richard take you to the close.
Apologies to listeners. You've heard an awful lot of me this afternoon. Van der Hoogten is in, bowls, right, defends out into the offside, and there's no run. Evening, Eddie. You've been out again?
No, I've been talking to Kenny there for various things. He used to live in the same village, well, half a mile away, going back over old times. And we were just saying this pitch is playing as it always has done, of course. Oh,
Flattens out.
absolutely flat now. Even the new ball. But
Which should give Glamorgan plenty of hope in terms of...
well, saving the
big
game
second
more than
innings.
anything. Yes.
Van der Hoogten is in, bowls to right, who's looking to whip it away. There's an appeal from Van der Hoogten for leg before, but you could tell he didn't believe it. It was a slightly delayed appeal. Let's have a look-see. Going down leg.
And as well as Wright has played, you know, people will look at the paper tomorrow and think, good Lord, number 11 coming in and getting 50 and 46 balls or whatever it was. That must be a good pitch, and it is now.
It does look that way. Leicestershire will have a lot of work to do to take another 10. In goes Van der Hoogten, bowls right, tries to sort of lift it, I suspect, down towards third man. Didn't get anything on it, almost tried to sort of ramp it over first slip. I think there is a third man, isn't there? He looks,
Yes,
peers
there
down,
is.
there is,
Yeah.
yes there is.
And on the other point, you see, Richard Glamorgan will say, well, yeah, we can defend, but you've got to score runs when you're having a deficit of, well, it'll be near 200 if they go on like this.
169 at the moment. Two more needed by Leicestershire. Bouncer from Van der Hoogten, right, ducks it. Well, bouncers at this stage, I suppose, when you need the wicket in terms of the bonus point.
Yes, you
Anyway,
want to try and get somebody
eight
out.
more deliveries remain. Well, Leicestershire have got to get those 2 runs in those 8 deliveries as well, remember?
Oh, yes, well, that shouldn't be any problem.
It shouldn't be. In goes Van der Hoogten, bowls right, cuts him away for 4 to the boundary. It's a back foot drive as much as a cut, really. And he is seeing it like the proverbial football, Eddie. He brings up the 400, it moves on to 402 for 8, right on 259. Update for BBC Radio for BBC Radio Wales.
Yes, and it's Leicestershire in complete control here. They're 402 for 8, and that's a lead of 173. Cox is not out, 42, Ben Cox. And Chris Wright coming in at number 11 has probably played the innings of his life. He's 59 not out. Now there's substantial contributions for the visitors from Hill, who made 96, and the captain Peter Hanscom, who made 63. 4 wickets for Fernando, the overseas bowler from Sri Lanka. But as I say, Leicestershire in complete control, 2 days to go. They score now 402 for 8.
You know summer's around the corner. So BBC Radio Wales, BBC Wales I should have to say.
I haven't done those for a
Eddie's
couple of
on the
years.
radio.
It will be Kellaway, whose figures are very impressive. He hasn't taken a wicket, but he had excellent control. 11 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 25. And he's bowling now to Cox, who plays it gently. And is there any overthrows? No, they decide not. And it's just a single. What's his career best?
87 is it, Chris Wright? I think. I remember seeing him get it at Derby. I'll just check that for you, won't be a moment. He says making himself a hostage to fortune there by saying, I think I saw it at Derby. Allow me to check. 87, Leicestershire versus Derbyshire in 2021.
That's good memory. As Callaway comes in, bowls, and down the pitch comes that a beautiful shot which sails into the members' enclosure for 6. What a lovely strike that was, and he's...
I think it bounced just before.
Did it? I must have lost it in sight. He's moved on to 63. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Van der Gooten was looking up here, so that's the reason I'd lost it, as I say, in flight. So he moves on to 67. He may find himself opening the bat in the second innings. As Callaway in bowls, a bit flatter, and hits him on the pad, well outside the line of off stump. 63 to right, and Cox is on 43. Callaway turns, comes in, bowls down the pitch, he comes again. Now he's hit that high, and this could be 6. This time it is 6. Over, long on, and my word, what an innings this is. 69. And this lead, I mentioned 200, is 184. And Glamorgan would be rather dejected, I would have thought, towards the end, and quite rightly a man has come out and has gone to cover. He doesn't want to bowl tonight, does he, Chris, right? He wants to hang in there. He'd be fresh in the morning then. There's Callaway, struck for 10 in 2 blows, bowls again, and sweep this time. And they went up at slip, I don't know quite what for.
You know, 55 at the start of the innings seemed miles off. Why not a maiden first-class century now?
Well,
number
yes.
31.
When was the last number 11 for Leicestershire? Yes, Callaway comes in and bowls, and this is defended with the ball doing absolutely nothing at all. So he's tried everything, the Sam Northeast, but I said that when we saw Cox coming in, he's a very handy player to come in as 6, 7 or 8.
And that's it. No third bowling bonus point for Glamorgan.
No, 7-2, which just shows how much control they've got here. They've out-bowled Glamorgan, they've out-batted them. This Van der Gooten, who he has hit the 100 mark. He's 1 for 101, which you don't often see, and perhaps just tells us what this pitch is like at the moment.
Yeah, and, well, the likes of Northeast and Byram and all the
Ingram.
Glamorgan top, Cook, Ingram,
They
Cook,
should,
they've all scored big centuries against Leicestershire.
There's
Now
no reason, looking at this pitch.
exactly that. Why they can't go big in the second innings. So Leicestershire know they have plenty of work to
Yes.
do in the game to win it, but they have built themselves a bit of a cushion now. Van der Hoogten then from the taff end, in he goes, bowls short, Cox tries to pull, doesn't get anything on it, thumps into the body and drops down into the offside. He remains on 43.
5 overs left, minus 1 ball. So about the usual time.
Glamorgan openers wouldn't fancy a couple of overs, would they?
No, they'd probably say, block it, boys, until we get down to 2.
Do you send two night watchmen out? What do you reckon? In goes Van der Hoogten and bowls. Cox gets a bouncer, ducks, not entirely convincingly actually. Lifted his sort of left knee and rather took his eye off the ball. But he avoided it successfully. It has been done, hasn't it? A couple of night watchmen.
Oh, yeah, but I'm just thinking of the 100, number 11. When was that last done?
He isn't, strictly speaking, the last man, is he? With Patel being out, so...
But he's number 11 on the scorecard.
He is. In goes Van der Hoogten and bowls. Cox defends, almost sells Wright a horrible dummy by taking a few steps down the wicket. Wright has to put on the brakes sharpish as Fernando closed on the ball at mid-on. Just Cox looking a little, suddenly, a little bit jumpy. Not quite sure why. He's got right. Well, I suppose when he's only... the partnership is 89. In goes Van der Hoogten and Bowles. Right is going to take the run this time because Cox got a thick inside edge on it. The ball squirts behind square on the onside, and the single is comfortable enough. But that brings the partnership to 90, of which Wright's share is 69. I don't know if there are any extras in that. There's only been 14 in the innings, but Cox hasn't got many of the partnership, sort of around 20.
And you'd think it would be the other way around, wouldn't you?
And Hookton is in. Wright gets a bouncer, but not quite sure where we're going with this barrage of short deliveries.
Yeah, I think he's just trying
to
keep the score down.
Maybe the openers don't want to bat tonight.
No, I
I
suspect
can
they don't.
see Ul Hassan warming up a little bit. Hasn't been Tim van der Hoogten's day.
No, it's strangely.
Turns. Can he finish on a high? And Bowles clipped through the onside by Chris Wright. No, he can't. It looks as though no, it's going to be dragged back around about 8-10 yards inside the ropes by Fernando. Wright picks up a couple, moves into the 70s, onto 71 out of 416 for 8.
2 days remaining of this game, and it's going to be a difficult 2 days for Glamorgan to try and save this, the first championship match of the season. And they'll be hugely disappointed if he only come away with 2 points. And Leicestershire, as I say, completely outplayed them. And apart from Fernando, really, there's been no penetration. Yes, you were right there, Richard. Zain Ul Hassan, who will be opening the bat in. Will perhaps say, look, I'll give you a few juicy half volleys if we don't get out. If at the stage now, 2 for the crossover, how many overs have we got left? 4. They'd have a couple of overs.
Yeah. Because they'll start this over, so it'll be just the one.
Yes, if we start
take
the
off
over,
2,
yeah.
so
1 over.
potentially.
In comes Ul Hassan and bowls and brings Cox forward and plays it back down the pitch. He's on 44, right on 71.
I think we can assume there won't be an overnight declaration if Leicestershire get to
That
the
would be
close
astounding
with
if there
Wright
is.
approaching her maiden first-class century.
Well, not only that, they've got 2 days.
Yeah, every run they will try and eke out here.
Here he is again. Ul Hassan bowls down the leg side and taken on the half volley by Chris Cook. They'll have the heavy roller on tomorrow morning, I would have thought, without any doubt, in between innings. I don't think Leicestershire will take it. They'll probably take the light. They don't want this pitch to break up, and the last thing it looks like doing is now. Here is Ul Hassan running away from us. And bowls again, and this is driven nicely, but it's straight to Van der Hoogten, who fields at mid-on. 416 for 8. The lead is 187. And this has been an excellent performance, really, by Leicestershire. 143-run partnership by Hanscom and Hill. And this partnership just goes on and on. As the next ball is short, cut away down to third man, and they'll cross for a single. You see, I don't think it was the rain yesterday morning, Richard, that freshened this up, because, well, there wasn't any rain to talk of. And I don't think, you don't get a pitch that's going to do a lot if there's only 20 minutes rain. I think it was, they left the grass on. And I wonder from now on, he might say, well, look, captain might say, just get us a good pitch. No. It's defended by right out into the gully.
It was a gamble, wasn't it? You know, you are
Absolutely.
gambling to a certain extent on winning the toss and having a bowl. But if they'd taken more grass off, then it could have been flat from the very start, and you know.
And that would have been a 500 place, 500 place, whatever.
It could have been.
Yeah. Because I've said this morning, I'm glad that and I thought this is going to do a bit all through the game, but again, unfortunately, it's flattening out. Next ball defended. Just when you pitch it, yeah, it just stands there as if to say, just hit me, because there's no response from this pitch at all.
I think there may also be an element of weariness in the bowlers.
Yeah.
that was a
Well, they've all
slightly tired looking over from Zainul Hassan.
Yeah.
He's only bowled 12, but he's been out there all day and he's not used to sort of coming back for a third spell. Perhaps it's a big ask, really.
Well, he's hardly bowled in county cricket, really. Glamorgan go on to Gloucestershire next week.
You have to Bristol, up the road to
To
Bristol.
Bristol, and they're having a pounding from Derbyshire today. Derbyshire got 400, I think.
We're at Bristol in a couple of weeks' time.
Normally an absolute dead pitch there. I haven't seen a cricket wicket there for years.
What's Cox waiting for? There's nobody behind the bowler's arm. Is he waiting for those people? Surely not.
3 overs left.
So the openers won't have to bat tonight, as Van der Hoogten, toiling away, is in to Cox, who defends on off stump. And Van der Hoogten makes a curious gesture. Not quite sure what that was about. Scrapes at the crease as he walks back past it. A little bit of the dust is knocked away. Yeah, I don't know how hard Al Hassan was trying to take a wicket there, bearing in mind he might have had to go in and face a few balls at the end of the day. Yeah, well, bowl a couple wide, I think, towards the end. Van der Hoogten is in, bowls, short, wide, cut away for 4 by Ben Cox, wristily cut away for 4. Enough width on offer there from Van der Hoogten for Cox to almost helicopter the shot. He moves on to 49. 4-2-1 for 8.
When you look at Van der Hoogten's figures of 1 for 108 off 23.2 overs, you begin to worry and think, well, is he going to be as effective as he has been in recent years? But I keep just saying that this is such a flat pitch.
In he goes, bowls again to Ben Cox, a bouncer, very high. Cox looks inquiringly towards the umpire because he'd have had to go some to reach that one. No signal. Well, the only signal being the one above head high, above shoulder height, I should say. 192 the lead, so Leicestershire might get it to 200 before the close of the day, and I guess they would have taken that.
Oh, yes.
As Van der Hoogten is in, bowls, Cox pushes it out into the offside, can't get it into the gap, but that's a slightly weary jog to his left by northeast. Is that northeast? 16?
Yeah.
Doesn't kind of look like northeast in a funny sort of way, but I don't know whether he's borrowed somebody's. There's been a bit of sweater swapping.
16 years.
But it is, yeah, no, it is him.
Lots and lots of runs over the country
Oh, yeah.
in this weather.
Van der Hoogten bowls. Cox solidly forward. Textbook forward defensive, and again,
I wonder if
northeast picks it up.
Mr. Banton has gone on to get his 300.
He did get 300, certainly.
Oh,
Whether he's
dear
gone
me.
on towards 4s, I'm not quite sure. I have to check.
Emulating Mr. Northeast for the first game of last season.
3-4-4 not out.
3-4-4 not out, Nick tells us. Is that the close at Taunton? So he'll go on tomorrow, it is. In goes Van der Hoogten and bowls down the leg side. Cox doesn't get anything on it. He remains on 49. 2, beg your pardon, overs to go.
Remember Graham Hick getting 402 down at Taunton years ago? That is a lovely pitch. Two overs, and Al Hassan is going to bowl the penultimate over. And he'll be bowling to the hero of the day, Chris Wright, who is not out, 71. No slips, no gullies, purely defensive. And he comes then over the wicket and bowls and misses completely there. A good length ball, and he tries to drive, just Yorker length, and in the end didn't know quite what was happening.
Straight through him.
Yeah.
How much did that miss the off stump by? I'm not sure. Cook took it to his left, but Al Hassan has, when he bends his back, and he is in this over, not the one before, he does have that ability to get one to just lift up, skid up.
And he comes again. That is hammered into the offside, but not really timed. He's looking to hit it through extra cover, and fielded by Eddie Byron. A third man, a deep extra cover, then an arc of three in the offside, saving one. Deep fine leg, deep mid wicket, and then an orthodox, quite deep mid on, and the man on the drive just a little bit wider. As Al Hassan turns on this beautiful evening here in Cardiff, as he comes in now and bowls, and this defended, did absolutely nothing again, the ball. Chris Wright is probably saying, can we have a pitch like this again, where we can bowl on the first day and helps us and bat like I've done today, and as it's turned out into a flatty. Bashir has a word with Ben Cox, because he played at Worcester last year, didn't he? This ball off the back foot, it's played firmly up to mid-on, they got a single.
Partnership now worth 98, and Cox on 49, so another couple of little landmarks approaching, potentially, for Leicestershire.
For the 9th wicket.
I'll have to check what the record partnership for.
A bit of homework to do tonight.
Yep, Leicestershire's 9th wicket against Glamorgan. There's been a few over the years, a few sort of landmarks set in games between these sides.
In comes Al Hassan bowls, and that's angled away, but it'll be intercepted. And there are two balls left before, one ball left before Al Hassan can go rest himself in a bath or a shower and think of the morrow, not bowling wise but batting wise.
Do you have an iced bath in the evening, Eddie?
Certainly not. In comes the next ball, and this is
Well batted.
very well played. 100 partnership, and that whatever pitch it is, even if it's a flat pitch like this, it's an excellent pitch.
Not
And
quite
Cox,
yet. 99,
No,
that is,
not,
but 50 for Cox.
But 50 for Cox,
Ben
but
Cox's 50 came off 102 balls with 5 fours.
yeah, good innings. He let the others play around him, and here we go for the final over of the day.
The River End, Ben Calloway.
It'll be 6 block balls if they're sensible.
They might want that. Yeah, they can wait till tomorrow for the
Yeah.
100 partnership, can't they, really? If will he lob a few up and say to Wright, go on, hit me over the top. Well, Wright has done so successfully from the other end. He's hit some beautiful attacking shots. They haven't been clumps or slogs, have they? They've been proper shots. So, what can Calloway do? In he comes to bowl to Cox, who goes back, works it around the corner, wristily. Van der Hoogten has to run to his left to field. Cox picks up one, and that is the century partnership, greeted with
Great effort.
a loud round of applause from the Leicestershire faithful down there in the, I'm calling it the River Stand. I don't know whether it is actually a sponsored stand over there. between the sight screen and the pavilion, on the jellyfish stand.
Jellyfish stand, yeah.
That's a good name.
That's obviously sponsored. What are you doing up there? Yeah, you can't use that in this game.
They look like they're replacing a few seats, don't they, at the moment? Thankfully not literally at the moment. Kellaway is in to right, who leaves the ball down the leg side, doesn't really turn. There is a leg slip. Northeast, there is a slip. Carlson, there is a short leg. Byram. Cook took the ball and took off the bails. Kellaway is in, right is forward on off stump, just dropping it out into the offside. He wants to come back tomorrow. 28 needed for what would be a maiden first-class century in his 21st first-class year. Kellaway is in, right is forward. Bat looking very wide at the moment. Lead 195. 2 balls to go. Kellaway bowls, right, dabs him down towards wideish third man. Gorvin has a late run. Happily, he's one of the younger, sprightlier members of the Glamorgan side, and knees pumping, gets there to prevent a third. Right takes 2, moves on to 74. The lead 197. A ball remains. Kellaway steps in, casting a very long shadow. Bowls. Right is beaten. There's an appeal, desultory appeal, desperate appeal really, from Kellaway. Slips is sort of interested, but nobody else is. Umpire Newell hands Ben Kellaway his cap, sweater and sunglasses. Right and Cox shake hands, because together, with a partnership of 102 so far unbroken for the 9th wicket, they have pretty much made it Leicestershire's day. It didn't look as though that was necessarily going to be the case when 3/4 quick wickets fell around before and slightly after tea. Hanscom and Hill put on 142 for the 4th wicket. Hanscom 63, Hill run out desperately, unluckily for 96. Rehan Ahmed came and went quickly for 2, and when Tom Scriven and Ben Green were both dismissed after tea, 3-2-4 for 8, it looked as though Glamorgan were going to keep the lead, to within reasonable proportions, but Cox and Wright had other ideas. Both have gone past 50. Wright approaching a first-class career best on 74, not out. Leicestershire lead by 197 at the close of the second day, and they do have a little bit of power to add a few more to that tomorrow. Whatever, we'll be with you bright and early, just before 11 o'clock here on BBC Wales and BBC Radio Leicester, and of course BBC Sport and the various websites. Oh, it sounds like you're going to get a little update, Eddie, just before the close, so I'll leave you in Eddie Bevan's capable hands.
Okay.